Today is the sentencing for Sean Diddy Combs. So we don't know what's going on yet. So I'm just here to see what we're gonna get. So kick back and relax. So what do we think? Do we think that he's going to go home today? Or do you think he's going to get about 5 to 7 years? So what do we think? Do we think that he's going to go home today? Do you think he's going to get about 5 to 7 years? Oh, that back play. So what do we think? Y'all put in the chat what y'all think is going to happen. I don't know. He wrote a letter yesterday that they had up there. It was like a 4-page letter, basically saying that, he's failed his kids and his mom, and he's going to be a better person, and he's talked about the things he's done while he's been in jail. Free game. That's what it was. Helping them to learn how to, the words I'm going to use, learn what he did to make it. So I think it's interesting, but for the crime itself that he's convicted of, I just don't think it would be wise, or how would I say? I think it I just don't feel that he should be getting like 11 years. Or I really, for the crime itself, I really feel like a year, if we're going just strictly by the crime and not the other things that he was not convicted of, I think time served would be fine, and probation. But I don't know if they're going to make, they're going to send a statement, because I don't know anybody else has been convicted of the man crime and got 7 years, 5, 3, or the man act rather. So, if we're just being unbiased and we're going strictly by what he was convicted about, or convicted for, what crimes he had convicted. Excuse me, I can't even talk. That the jury said he was convicted of. So I don't know what the judge. We know the judge has denied the acquittal and a retrial, but we'll see. We'll definitely see. I really feel I don't know. It's been in there a year. I think it's been a year. I think when I came back from vacation last year, was they locking him up or they raided his home? I can't remember. I think he got locked up in September last year, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see exactly how this thing will roll out. Some people's like, oh, he deserved 20 years. I don't think he deserved no 20 years. I think that is a bit harsh for whatever crime is committed. And just because the prosecutors did not prove their case, we can't go with that. So we'll find out here in the next 9 minutes. It's when court begins. So we're on watch.
Testing 1, 2, 3. This is the right microphone. This is you hear me the correct microphone. So P. Diddy is inside. P. Diddy is inside. He's before the judge. He's about to be sentenced. At the courthouse, P. Diddy is inside before the judge. He's about to speak. The judge will render his sentence.
Welcome, everybody, to Law and Crime's live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you so much for joining us. So now we are going to provide you updates in real time as this sentencing gets underway for Combs, who will officially learn his fate after being convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution during his federal trial over the summer. We are going to be doing analysis in real time. We are going to be taking your questions in real time. So submit them here on YouTube, and I will tell you why today is so different. It's not just because we're talking Sean Diddy Combs, the once renowned rap mogul, is going to be sentenced for federal sex crimes. That in and of itself is an unprecedented headline. It is the unknown of today. What do I mean by that? We have no idea what the actual sentence will be. There is no pro forma mandatory sentence here. The defense is asking for no more than 14 months in prison. He's already served 13 months in the Metropolitan Detention Center. So if the judge sides with them, he's going to be out in no time, if that's the case. The prosecution is asking for 11 years. The probation department, which prepared a report in anticipation of this sentence, they are recommending 7 years, 3 months. So there is a range here. And this is all up to the judge, Judge Arun Subramanian. It is his discretion following the guidelines. There is a lot of room here. By the way, we also don't know how long this whole hearing will last. There's a talk that it might last 4 hours or 5 hours. We're not entirely sure. We believe that Sean Combs will make a statement. We believe his attorneys will make a series of statements. Prosecutors will make statements. We believe that they may even read letters into the record. We believe victim Mia, who testified at trial, will make a statement. This was allowed by the judge over the objection of the defense. And just to highlight another point, this all comes after numerous people, family, inmates, those who testified at trial, victims. Combs himself wrote letters to the judge to try to persuade him one way or another about what this sentence should be. By the way, the defense is even trying to get in a video compilation, a montage of Sean Combs. Actually, we're going to play you bits of that in the background as we talk. It seems to be very consistent with what Sean Combs said in his letter, which we'll read as well. The idea being that he has done good in this world. Think about his family, that he could be more of a benefit to society on the outside than on the inside. But then you couple that with all of the letters from the people who were affected by Sean Combs and his crimes, talking about that he should not get any kind of leniency. So there is a lot of unpredictability here, a lot at stake. We're going to cover it all. I'm not going to do it by myself. So we have Elizabeth Milner, who is inside that courtroom as this hearing goes forward. She'll be on with us later on. We're actually going to do a special episode of Sidebar. We'll talk about everything that happened in that courtroom. But we also have with us Sierra Gillespie, who is on the ground outside of that federal courthouse. And we also have with us trial attorney Aaliyah Roberts and civil rights attorney Joe Richardson. Thank you so much. This is part one of what could be my all-day panel. This could be an all-day event. I'm going to start with Sierra Gillespie, who is outside. Sierra, thank you so much for coming here, for reporting about what's been happening. Let's first talk about the scene. What is the scene like outside that courthouse? And have you noticed anybody of note about who has come there? I saw reports that the Punisher, who was one of these sex workers that had testified at this trial, has appeared outside that courthouse. Who have you seen? What is the scene like?
Good morning, Jesse. The scene here today is shockingly calm, especially when we're talking about the fate of Sean P. Diddy Combs. I mean, is he going to walk free today? Is he going to be behind bars for more than a decade? Who's to say at this point? And so I guess I am kind of shocked that it's not as rowdy. I mean, last time I talked to you, the day the verdict came down, there was baby oil, there was lube, all outside of this courthouse behind me here in the Southern District of Manhattan. So far today, I haven't seen anything like that, but I have seen a pretty big crowd. We've heard a little bit of cheering, but overall, it's been pretty quiet. Now, we do know that Diddy's mother, Janice Combs, has walked in. We know that the family usually comes in, pretty big Sprinter van. We like to capture that and see them walking in because we do know his family has been very supportive throughout all of this. There are reports, as you said, that the Punisher, who I believe we have actually talked to, you talked to on Sidebar and then here on our previous live streams, was outside here today too. I'm not sure who else we're going to see, but I mean, we've got our eyes and ears right here at the courthouse to see what's going to happen.
So we're already getting questions in from Carter. Jesse's got his suit on. It's official. It is official. You didn't even need my suit on to let you know that this is official. But yes, I do have the suit on. Question from Picture This and That LLC. Did you really incorporate that? Picture This and That LLC. It's a good name. All right. Where's Elizabeth? Elizabeth is inside that courthouse like she has been throughout the course of this entire trial. Queen Elizabeth. She will be out later to talk to us about what she's seeing, what she's hearing. This is a very pivotal day. Before we go to more questions, Sierra, I was right about the guidelines, right? Like, talk to us about what we should be anticipating in terms of a range of a sentence here.
I think this is really interesting, Jesse, because if we go for the maximum here, it could be 20 years, right? Because we have 2 convictions. That's a max of 10 years per conviction, so 20 total. However, I don't think that's really what we're going to end up seeing. The prosecution is asking for around 11 years, a little bit more than that. And then, of course, the defense says we want 14 months, which, if you do the math, shockingly, Diddy has still been behind bars since his arrest in September of 2024. So we're at about 13 months right now. That would add an additional month about, so almost time served. And the guidelines are, showing we could have the 20 years. The recommendation seems to be between 5 to 7. So we have a huge range here of what it could be. I mean, anything's on the table really today. But again, it's up to Judge Arun Subramanian what's really going to happen. So that's why we got to pay such close attention to everything that comes out today.
And every detail. So we are getting reporting that Combs' lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, Brian Steele, they are talking next to the lectern in that courtroom. Alexandra Shapiro is standing with Nicole Westmoreland, another one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys. The prosecutors are seated at the front table. Maureen Comey, who was the lead prosecutor in this case, as we know, she has left the prosecutor's office. She is not there. Obviously, she's not a part of this prosecution anymore. We have this question coming in, Sierra, from Clarissa Schmidt. How long will the sentencing actually take? It's got to be quick, right? Not necessarily. If based on what I said, I mean, this could take hours.
Oh, yeah, I think it could take hours. We have to go through, both sides are going to want to present. We know that P. Diddy himself is likely going to speak. We don't know how long it's going to take, or as far as any of the victim impact statements, it could take hours. I mean, I have heard rumblings that it could be 3 to 5 hours. However, there were some rumors. I was talking to Elizabeth Milner this morning before she went into the courthouse, that some rumors say this could even trickle into Monday. Now, I think that might be kind of unprecedented. That's a rumor, nothing concrete at all, but we could be here literally all day, and we have that prepared. We are going to be here until we have, the sentence handed down.
So, by the way, we put up a poll. We're going to put up polls as well. Did you guys miss our live stream coverage? Big time, 61% say big time. They missed it. 21% say sorta. And then I'm here for Elizabeth, 18%. That's amazing. So Sierra, we're gonna just stand by. We have more updates that are coming in. I want to bring on Aaliyah and Joe on this. So Aaliyah, it's great to have you both here. Aaliyah, we have this question that just came in from Beauty Slay. Can they try him again for the counts that are not guilty? So, right, racketeering and 2 counts of sex trafficking. Can they try him on the counts that are not guilty, or does double jeopardy prevent it from happening? Aaliyah, I'll start with you.
No, hi, Jesse. Good morning. Thank you for having me. And no, he cannot be tried again. He was tried, he was convicted, therefore his conviction stands. He cannot be tried for the same crimes again.
Okay, Joe, I got to ask you about this letter from Sean Combs. And by the way, as I read parts of this, if you want, you can put up this potential montage video that will be, again, potentially played in court, because it kind of echoes very similar to the themes in his letter to the judge, where he basically said, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health and spirits. Again, this is the Judge Subramanian. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts to you. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say how sincerely I am for all the hurt and pain that I've caused others by my conduct. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself. He goes on to say that I'm sorry can only be so much, talks about what he went through over the past 13 months. And then he really gets into putting the blame on himself. I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. I have been humbled and broken to my core. He talks about how difficult the circumstances of his incarceration at the MDC are. Says it's not to evoke sympathy, but what he really tries to focus in on the work that he's been doing behind bars. And there's a part of this letter, Joe, where he's talking, and it seems, about the benefit he could be to society on the outside as opposed to inside. He says, I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I know that God put me here to transform me. Since incarceration, I've gone through a spiritual reset. I'm on a journey that will take time and hard work. I'm proud to say I'm working harder than I have ever before. He goes on to say, today, I humbly ask you for another chance. This could be what he says in open court today, and we believe he's actually going to be allowed to wear civilian clothes as he does this. By the way, this is images of when he did the marathon back in the day. I have 2 questions for you, Joe. A, how much of an impact will Sean Combs' statements, this letter, have on the judge? And B, if this letter and if this video is allowed in, I have to wonder, is the judge going to look at all that and say, yeah, all the good that you did, all this time with your family was at the same time you were committing crimes? And I'm curious, again, the overall impact of the letter and the video.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he's going to fall on the sword. That's what he's going to do. I think the letter, to my mind, has a better chance of making an impact because there's no presentation, and you have to figure out whether or not you really want to believe it. But it's not going to be a shiny video. He was great at making videos. He was great at presenting. He's always been good at that. And to your point, while he was doing all the good in the past that he was doing, he was beating the heck out of these women and doing some things that really he doesn't want to remind the judge of, right? So I think he's got to be careful about the whole video thing because there's no jury here today. I always thought that the jury could help him because they wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and that he's the guy that they've seen all of these years, over the years. But the judge is not that guy. And so it's a very slippery slope to keep from coming off as too shiny and too, fill in the blank in light of everything he actually has done and in light of everything that he was doing while he was doing all this good. He's got to focus more on the good he can do in the future, not even the good that he did in the past, because while he was doing good in the past, these women were going through a private hell. So we'll see how much of an impact it actually has. My sense is the letter and his words, if he says something to the judge, has a better chance of making an impact, piercing through and hopefully coming off as sincere. The film, the slideshow, whatever it is a presentation. Whether it's heartfelt or not, there's still this veil of presentation that he's got to get around. And we all know he can present. He's always been able to do that. So in and of itself, that's not going to carry the day.
Aaliyah, we have this question from Sydney Sexton. Been watching since day one of the trial. Thank you for the coverage. Thank you so much for saying that. A question, what are your predictions on the length of sentencing? Aaliyah, obviously I'll give you the floor to answer that, but I guess the other question is, and I focus on something I mentioned before, the reason this sentencing is so significant is because of the unknown. This is not a murder case where the judge listens to victim impact statements and already has to go in and says it's going to be life without the possibility of parole. This is a case where I do wonder, how much is the judge going to be persuaded by all of the letters, all of the statements? Do you think he's already made up his mind? And what do you think that sentence could be?
It's a great question, Jesse. I think that I'm thinking somewhere in the range of 5 to 7 years. The reason I think that is because I feel like that, for lack of a better term, it splits the baby, right? So the prosecution wants 11 years. The defense wants 14 months. So 5 to 7 years will definitely split the baby, for lack of a better term, in that it shows that it's not simply you did your time and you're done.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. Joe, we got again, very similar to what I just asked. This is a question from Monica Price. Has the judge already decided, or can he literally decide in court? Your opinion about that? Some people have looked at what Judge Subramanian has done in the past, denying him bail, denying him the motion to throw out the convictions. They say, oh, that means he's really going to go heavy. So maybe he'll go 11 years. Who knows? You persuaded by that? What's your prediction?
Well, I'm sure the judge has some thoughts, right? Because it's his
Sure.
job to have some thoughts, but he's supposed to be moved by what happens today, right? So he's actually supposed to have an open mind in terms of where things go. He doesn't seem like a, quote, soft judge. He didn't let him stay on the street, didn't bail him out despite 3 or 4 requests. So it's going to be interesting to see where he lands. And I think an important question, a related question, what we're asking is, how far is he going to deviate from the guidelines? Because what Ali is talking about is really something that's close to what the guidelines would be, right? So what is it about P. Diddy that perhaps makes him veer much below the guidelines or veer much above the guidelines, right? And so the question is, how far away is he going to go from that? I think that because it's a circus potentially, because there will be presentations today and a longer presentation and such a potential divergence in what he could really receive, the judge really would have to have an open mind going in today, because he really doesn't know what he's going to see, and it's a little bit unusual. So my sense is he hasn't decided yet, hopefully, right? And hopefully he considers, and in his rendering, he talks about what he considered, including and particularly what he saw today.
Sierra, so first of all, we're getting an update from court. Want to let everybody know we're going to have updates from court. We're going to read them to you in real time. There's no cameras allowed, but we'll let you know what's happening. Sean Combs has been brought in. He's wearing a white shirt, so he's not wearing his MDC clothes. He puts his papers under the table. He's been leaning back. He blows a kiss to the gallery. His mother, Brian Steele, is standing next to him, whispering in his ear. So we're about to start this sentencing hearing right now. Sierra, there have been a flurry of letters. There has been a flurry of communication to the court in anticipation of this sentencing. What are some of the notable letters that the judge has received in anticipation of this?
He's received multiple different letters and all of this. And I guess it makes sense, right? Because both sides want a win here. We didn't see a complete sweep in terms of the conviction. We heard all of the drama there. Overall, a win for Diddy. So the prosecution wants as much time as they can get, right? So they're going to bring forth letters talking about that. But counter the defense on the same side of things, they want as little time as they can get for P. Diddy. So of course, we've noticed that Diddy himself has prepared a statement, that he likely will read it if that is allowed. Then of course, we have the information about other victim impact statements, talking about Cassie, Mia. There's been some back and forth here that the defense says we don't want Mia to speak. This has nothing to do with her. His conviction has nothing to do with Mia. Why are we even bringing that up? So that's one of the other additional letters. Then there's also information from Gina. If we're going back to the trial and talking about this is victim number 3, who, if you guys remember, go back in your memory bank. Initially, victim 3 was going to be Gina, going to testify for the government. Then in the final hour, the government said, we don't know where she's at. Like, we don't have her. So suddenly there were only 3 victims rather than the 4. And since all of this has come out, Gina has said, I felt that I was, pressured by the prosecution to come forward and say that I was a victim when I wasn't really. So the defense now has this in their back pocket, a letter of support for P. Diddy. So we've got multiple letters, support against some of the victims, the allegations, all of it is kind of culminating today with sentencing.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And Aaliyah, it was kind of shocking, right? Gina comes out and says, I was pressured by the prosecution, but I wonder if the judge will look at that. And by the way, this is not me saying which way the judge should go. I'm just wondering, kind of surmising what the judge may say. Could the judge look at Gina's letter and say, she really wasn't part of the case that the jurors found him guilty of? Like, what Gina says doesn't affect the fact that he was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. I'm looking at those crimes that he was convicted of. Or can the judge say, you know what, it does tell me a little bit of something?
I think it could go both ways. Honestly, it really just depends on the judge. I think that the fact that this witness specifically keeps saying that, well, the prosecution made me feel like a victim versus actually being a victim, and then potentially writing a letter in support. I mean, to the extent that the judge considers her letter, right, it would be to give the same weight as other people who are in support of Diddy, right? I mean, Young Miami's name was mentioned many times throughout this trial, or at least in the coming up to the trial, and she wrote a letter in support as well, right? So I imagine the judge would give the same amount of weight as he would give to her letter.
Okay, so we have an update from court. All rise. This has begun. Clerk, this is U.S. versus Sean Combs. Judge Subramanian says, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? Prosecutor Slavic says, yes, I am handing it up. Judge, first I'll go over that. I have received and the pre-sentencing reports. I'll hear from the parties. So we're getting underway right now. We have a poll up. Do you think Diddy will walk out a free man today? 58% say no. 23% say yes. 19% say hard to say. So Joe, Fabiola Delgado Lebron says, Joe, I took your advice on the glasses. Mine haven't been clearer. There you go. There we go. Glasses became a big part of our conversation as we were talking about this.
It's crazy.
Anyway,
It's the darndest thing.
Yeah. Okay. Do you feel there is a possibility that Diddy will be able to walk away today due to time served? I mean, I don't think it's going to be, even if he gets time served, like he just walks out of the courtroom like it's Law and Order. He actually has to be processed, right?
Yeah, he does. I mean, he wouldn't walk out that very moment. But the question would be, could he get a time served situation where technically all he would have to do is process to come out? And although it's possible, I don't think it's probable. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he's going to get out today. I think he's going to get some amount of time more than what the defense is asking for. Clearly, the defense, of course, is going to ask low. Prosecution is going to ask high. The judge is going to wind up somewhere between the two. There's a question as to which one he'll wind up closer to, right? Could he wind up in that 4 to 6, 5 to 7 range? That would be the sentencing guidelines. Or is this a situation where, because of how unusual it is, because of the magnitude of who Sean P. Diddy Combs is, he winds up lower or higher? I mean, those things can cut both ways. But even if he were to get free, as it were, he would still have to process out. So he wouldn't walk out that very moment, with Diddy music playing in the background. I mean, it would completely undermine, by the way, this whole idea of being somber, of being sorry, of being regretted, things like that. I think he'd have to be concerned about that as well. Even if he does get out, he would need to be somber and need to be humble, because otherwise he becomes this person that he was before, and this becomes a thing that makes everybody go, the people particularly that feared for their safety, et cetera, that were sympathetic to Cassie and others, oh, here we go again.
That's a good point. We have an update from court. Judge says, I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video, which we're showing you right now, and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Miss Ventura and others, meaning, the victims in this case. I appreciate them. Now, Aaliyah, I don't know what to take away from when he says, I appreciate them. Does it signify that he's thinking about them? Does it signify that he's going to use it in his calculus, his determination, his analysis? Or he just says, hey, listen, I appreciate them submitting them?
I think the judge is very particular in the words that he used. I think by saying I appreciate them, he's acknowledging that he's received them, that he's reviewed them, and that he is going to take those letters into consideration. I think I appreciate is a better word than I've reviewed, acknowledged, and understand. It's a very short way of saying, hey, I got them. Hey, I'm looking into them. Hey, I'm gonna consider them when making my decision, but I'm not gonna say I'm considering them while making my decision.
We have an update for you, okay? Sierra, I'm going to throw this to you. So Sean Combs' defense attorney says we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC, where he's been housed. Prosecutor Slavic says we don't have a copy. The judge says, please give her one. Put that to the side. Prosecutor Slavic just announced Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense bullying. Sierra, that is a big update that Mia apparently will no longer make a statement in court, because we know the defense was trying to object to her testimony, object to her statement. The prosecution did accuse them of bullying her and, characterizing her in a certain way. We can talk back and forth about her testimony during the course of this trial, whether or not it helped or hurt the prosecution. But the fact that she is apparently no longer going to make a statement in court, apparently because of what the defense said in their letter, your reaction to that?
I mean, this isn't the first time that we've heard this sort of argument from the prosecution, right? If we go back to the trial, they were saying how important it was for these women, these survivors, to come forward, not just for this case, but for any sort of case across the entire country when we're talking about sexual assault allegations. And essentially what they said is they have seen bullying, they have seen coercion, they have seen threats, all from Diddy and his team. And again, these were allegations, but basically the prosecutors say, from the start, you guys have been bullying all of these survivors into not coming forward. That's what happened with Gina. Now, of course, we do know what Gina says now. She says that it was prosecutors, actually, conversely, who are the ones who are kind of making her feel as though she was a victim. But here, this allegation that Mia has been bullied by the defense, I mean, I guess we should pay attention to it and put some sort of weight into it, because if Mia truly does feel that her safety is at risk here, that's very important to consider, because she does have the right to be able to speak, and it's very important that she would be heard. But I mean, I'm very interested to see what the defense has to say about all of this, because I assume they're going to say, hey, there was no bullying here. We did none of that. We were well within our rights. So I think that's important too.
Yeah, remember, Mia testified that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs multiple times. In her letter to the judge, she said that the sentence should reflect the years of coercion, financial abuse, humiliation, physical and sexual violence, and the profound trauma that he has inflicted as a result. It doesn't take away that letter was submitted. So the judge could still consider the letter. It's just the fact that she's not going to appear in court, I think, is also quite significant. And we have an update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says, we think the defense's letter violated your honor's rules, again, regarding how they fought back against Mia. Judge says, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs? Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' defense attorney, says the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. So it appears we're going to hear multiple people during the course of this hearing. Very interesting. So Stilo Suave, have any of the letters in Combs' trial been made public yet? Yes, you can see all of them. They're all out there. I was reading the one from Sean Combs as well. Aaliyah, question from Words 789. Why is P. Diddy allowed to wear civilian clothing when he's already been convicted and is in custody?
It's really just about presentation. You want the judge to consider this individual, Mr. Combs, in this case, as a person and not as a criminal, right? Even though he has been convicted, even the sentencing is still being considered, you don't want to be sentencing someone in jail clothes. It taints the image that the defense is trying to put forth, that even though I was convicted, even though I did do these wrongs, I'm still a father, I'm still a person of the community that wants to support the community, and I want to be looked at and considered as such.
Going back to questions as we wait for more updates. So just submit your questions on YouTube. We'll make sure to answer them here on air. Okay, this is from Dungaroo TV. It's a good question. Joe, are there any precedents that could give us an idea of how long Combs' sentencing will be? I mean, that was battled back and forth by the prosecution and the defense in their memos, their sentencing recommendations, looking at past cases. I think it is interesting and notable to talk about the fact that he was only convicted of these crimes as opposed to these crimes in connection to an overarching racketeering conspiracy case or a sex trafficking case. There was the question about whether or not he would even be brought up on those charges, the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, what he was convicted of, if those were the only charges, if they weren't connected. But he was acquitted of the most serious charges. So when we're talking about precedent here, purely on these prostitution charges, is there precedent on what the range could or could not be?
Yeah, there's precedent on the charges themselves, but there's not precedent on this particular individual, who he is, how this happened. They made a very interesting argument. It was unsuccessful about saying, hey, he was just a guy that just liked to watch things happen. He should never have been convicted on even the things that he was convicted on. So if it was just about the precedent, someone is convicted for this crime, if that was the case, the sentencing guidelines are 4 to 6, 5 to 7, right in there, and the parties wouldn't be deviating from them too much, right? But that's what's so amazing about this. What's being asked for is so divergent. I think it suggests that either there's no precedent at all, or there's distinguishing elements that say you should deviate very high or very low from what the charges themselves would normally warrant under this circumstance. So there is precedent, but there isn't. I hate to talk out of two sides of my mouth here because I feel like I am, but Diddy changes everything. He makes things look different potentially, and he makes for an argument. He can say all these things that I can do in the community. The other side, the prosecutor can say all the damage he'd done because of all of the things that were brought before the court, even though he wasn't convicted of those things. There's been a whole lot of discussion from me and Gina about people, acquitted conduct being considered and all of these other things. So he really changes the calculus on what would normally be a precedent based on the actual crimes themselves. That's a clear question. The more complicated question is, how does Diddy change the potential precedent or get rid of it altogether?
Some updates in courts. They're going back and forth about who will be allowed to speak, in the sense that the judge says, look, I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia. So what about who the defense wants to call in? It seems like the judge is going to allow the children and a Dr. Johnson, this Reverend Doctor, to speak as well. He's going to be thinking about the others. Okay, got a super chat question. Thank you so much. Super chat question from Free. I'll go to you, Aaliyah. This is from Free. Does Diddy get to go last with the video and the letter? So will he make the last statement and provide his letter or his statement, as well as this video that we've been playing in the background?
As we've been speaking before, I'm not sure that the video actually comes in as far as the sentencing is concerned. I think the judge saying that he received it and reviewed it is probably as much as we're going to receive regarding the video in the sentencing hearing today. I also think that it depends on the judge and his preference and what he wants to hear. Is it normal or customary for the defendant to have his statement last? Sometimes, but the judge might want to hear from the victims last. It really just depends on how this judge wants to run his courtroom.
By the way, this is such an interesting update that we just got in. The judge is talking about what he can and cannot consider. This became a big topic post-verdict and going into sentencing. As to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered, meaning regarding all the conduct that supported the racketeering conspiracy case and the sex trafficking charges. There is no guidance from any court on this, the judge says. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. That's a good question here, right, Joe? What can the judge consider here? Can the judge consider the beating of Cassie Ventura in that 2016 tape? Did it really support the jury's findings with respect to transportation to engage in prostitution? You asked me, it seemed that it was more about, was that sex trafficking? The transportation to engage in prostitution felt, was Sean Combs transporting sex workers and these victims for the purposes of sex work? If there was a money trail, voice notes, text messages, you could prove that case without even the 2016 video. But should it be considered for purposes of sentencing?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's really, really interesting here, because I believe there's overlap between the crimes that they were trying to convict him of. So even though you're not supposed to have acquitted conduct considered, if you're considering me a statement, if you're considering certain things that really went towards the other crimes for which he was acquitted, how is it not arguably acquitted conduct? It's things that would go to both transportation as well as the criminal conspiracy, which he was ultimately acquitted of. How is it not crossing the line and being in that gray area there? So he's not supposed to consider acquitted conduct, but I think that there's such potential for overlap here. The judge is going to have to be really careful about what he actually does consider, what comes in, et cetera, in that regard. And I think that there's argument back and forth. I mean, that's why there was objections about certain people's information and letters coming in, because there's a question as to whether or not this is about the acquitted conduct for which he was not convicted. And so it's an open question. Certain things aren't supposed to get in, but there's so much crossover and overlap. I think there's gray area, and I think it could be muddy.
Sierra, we got a question from Dungaroo TV. What do you think the repercussions will be for Sean Combs after all of this blows over? I guess the question would be, putting aside the sentence, let's say he's released, let's say he gets 14 months and he's released. Let's say he gets 2 years, he's released. He comes out. What are the repercussions for him? Because he could still lead a life. He still has a career. He still has businesses. He's got over 60 lawsuits he's got to contend with. But what are the repercussions in your mind after covering Sean Combs for such a long time?
I think that this is such a good question, right? It's really why all of us are interested in the case in the first place, because to see the downfall of someone like P. Diddy, who prior to his arrest was literally receiving the key to New York City, where we are right now, and now he's behind me in federal court. I mean, it's a major fall from grace. And that begs the question, what's going to happen? I mean, he's already been in jail for more than a year at this point. Whatever happens with sentencing will happen. He'll serve his time, he'll get released, whatever. But I think the big question here is what's next for his career. I mean, we know that P. Diddy is undoubtedly very charming. He, charmed the masses with his huge music career. On top of that, we're talking about some of the brands that he had in regards to alcohol. Then there was his clothing line. And since all of these allegations came forward and some of these civil lawsuits, he has seen a bit of issues as far as the business side of things. So I guess that's really the question. Will he be canceled from all of this? Will his career be completely gone? Honestly, I don't think so, because just being down here at the courthouse, there are still supporters for Diddy. There are still people who say, yeah, Diddy is a father figure to me. Diddy is a mentor to me. All of these things. So I think some people will make up their minds and say, I'm done listening to it. I don't want to hear anything he puts out. I'm never going to buy another Sean John item ever again. But then some people who are the diehard fans will help continue to perpetuate the future of his career. I think it's kind of a wait and see situation.
It's a good point. So again, the judge is considering whether or not acquitted conduct could be considered for purposes of sentencing. Judge said acquitted conduct can be considered. He cites a Second Circuit case and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under a specific legal statute. Now, the U.S.'s objections, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. We'll learn a little bit more about this. Aaliyah, how does he tackle all of the civil lawsuits that he's facing?
Well, he has a reverend in the courtroom. Maybe he should pray about it, because that's probably the only way he's going to get away with all these civil lawsuits. As we know, in civil court, the burden is significantly less than in criminal court. In criminal court, you have to prove that the prosecution has to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil court, that is not the same. That is not the same. It's a significantly lower standard. And I think the evidence that has been proffered and has been presented in criminal court will undoubtedly be the foundation and the support for these civil lawsuits going forward. I think that he should call his reverend and call his accountant, and that's all I've got for that, because he's going to be fighting these for a very long time.
Look, he's trying to battle it each case at a time, or several cases at a time, basically, motions to dismiss, or saying, how can we fight against people suing him anonymously? If you can convince a court that they shouldn't proceed anonymously under a pseudonym, those people may decide, hey, you know what? I don't want to make myself public. I don't want to go further with the case. That may end it. So it's a tricky battle, and it's a lot of cases. Question, Joe, from Dropping the T. What's everyone's thoughts on what he may get? So I haven't even given my perspective here, but I'll just tell you, Joe, I'm curious your thoughts. I don't think he's getting 20 years. Okay, I don't think the judge is going to go well past. But I also have to say something that really needs to be considered here is the fact that he did this multiple times. I think that's a key point, that it wasn't a one-off. It was a pattern of doing this with sex workers, payment. It became a system. And I think whether the judge considers the use of violence or considers the use of drugs, it's how many times he did that, which makes it aggravated, and why we may see something closer to maybe 5 to maybe even 7 to 10 years. I mean, is that totally outside the realm of possibility, Joe?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all. Diddy was a tyrant, man. You know, he did some things he shouldn't have done. He done them over and over again. I've said to you a million times, I'm still trying to figure out how he didn't get convicted 20 years ago with the Shine situation. And you know, back then he goes through what he goes through. He does a religious album, and you know, and I've learned my lesson and all. We've been through all this before. We've seen. I already know what all of this is like. So there's a possibility that the judge is a little less sympathetic because of what happened and how habitually it happened. And we all kind of know that the fact that he had the resources between that and the prosecution really overshooting this thing is really how he kind of escaped. Regular you or me probably wouldn't have gotten off from these things. Okay. And so, you know, literally, the judge can see there is a path. I can see a path where the judge could be pretty hard on him, because not only was he convicted of 2 crimes instead of 1, but there was, to your point, this redundant, repetitive thing. He acted lawlessly. And does he really learn his lesson if he walks out before Christmas this year? This becomes this soap opera telenovela story with this happy ending. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Cassie and everybody else are scared to death. Their lives are ruined, destroyed. They've had to completely rebuild. There's something that might be unfair about that in the eyes of the judge. And so therefore, he could deviate up from the guidelines. We'll see what happens, but I certainly see a path for it.
There is some more updates from the court. Judge says there's little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes the most sense. Concrete harms. To force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in sex acts, does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was the flight from Cannes. Judge says, did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and freak-offs, but in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross-references. Since I can consider it, it does impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads as legal. That was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government should have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply the enhancement. It's a lot of back and forth about what the judge considered here regarding the sentencing. I think the legal pads were with respect to what was found, I think, in his jail cell. But it does go to a larger question here. Sierra, as someone who covered this case and covered this trial, there are those who will say this is a victimless crime. Transporting sex workers for sex work? Who was harmed as a result of this? I think the judge is kind of talking about that in a way.
I mean, this is really tricky, right? Because all the things we've been talking about so far on the live stream, the allegations that we had as far as, you know, racketeering conspiracy, all of that, that was, you know, he was acquitted on those counts. But we still have all of that kind of in the back of our mind with the testimony from some of those victims. You know, when we're talking about Cassie, Mia, Jane, I don't want to come out and say that this is a completely victimless crime. However, I do feel like that's what the defense is saying in all of this. You know, he's done his time. You know, let's give him 14 months. So he only has about a month left here at this point. I mean, that's their argument here. But then when you take a look at all of the victim impact statements, we heard the drama today about Mia, but of course we have Cassie Ventura. When you take a look at those things, I mean, it's really hard to ignore that it does seem that there were victims in this case. I mean, that is what they were even called as far as, you know, the court transcripts, victim 1, victim 2, you know, victim 4, all of those things. And so I don't know, it's very muddy. And I think that's why we have this sentencing hearing today, so that we can hear from both sides, because that's really what it's all about, right? Hearing from both sides about their arguments here. We ultimately do have a conviction here. There has to be some sort of sentence. I don't know that I can say it was victimless. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, it's interesting. We just got this update from the court. The judge says the government objects to the probation department not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. What made Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs' objections. Okay, Aaliyah, that's interesting, right? So first of all, as I mentioned before, the probation department recommended 7 years. It seems, if I'm reading this correctly, I like to think that I am, if I'm reading this correctly, it seems the judge is characterizing the victims in this case in a certain way. And that could be a sign of where the judge may be going with this sentence.
I think so as well. I think just from the court of public opinion, a lot of people deemed Cassie to not be a victim because she received a check, right? That was a lot of the testimony. That was a lot of the cross, rather, when we were in the trial. Oh, Cassie's fine. Cassie received $20 million. This other individual, Jane Doe, she's fine. She's receiving benefits of travel and lavish and luxury. So in that sense, it kind of feels like the judge is like, well, yeah, they're victims, but kind of, but not really. But if he keeps this same idea in mind, I'm expecting to get a sentence even less than 5 years. It kind of seems that the judge is like, well, yes, there's a conviction, and yes, there was sex work that was prostitution and transporting across state lines, but these victims were kind of coerced, but kind of not.
By the way, I mean, I got to tell you, sometimes this happened during our live streams. The court almost answers the questions we're getting involved in. It's kind of shocking to say the least, but Joe, update from court. The judge says, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. And by the way, what anybody thinks about it, it's still a crime. It's still a crime, and it's a crime that he was convicted of. And it's one of the reasons why, it seems, the judge denied the defense's motion to throw out the conviction. So the fact that he's like, no, they are considered victims. They are victims under the law. Does it tell you anything, Joe?
Well, it's a difficult thing because on the one hand, Diddy's got this apologetic letter and he wants to be able to make a presentation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, his attorneys are doing what they have to do, saying that Cassie's not a victim. Like, get your head wrapped around that. Like, here's Diddy. I'm sorry, but they're not victims. There's an argument that that's not a good look. And if I was his attorneys, I'd be doing the same thing, et cetera, because that's what they're doing. But technically speaking, the best way, he's taking responsibility. A week after getting a decision that says that, no, these are crimes that you should have been convicted of, and there was plenty of evidence here when he said that there shouldn't have been. So he's got to talk out of two sides of his mouth, and he's constantly doing it even now. But it does suggest that the judge is not necessarily going to be easy on him, or at the very least, the judge is saying, yes, these are victims. For our purposes, this is not a victimless crime.
Sierra, before we take a quick break, for anybody who doesn't know, you're outside the courthouse. Any movement, any activity? What are you seeing out there? What's the scene like? Because again, all eyes right now are on that federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, Jesse, it's interesting. Since the beginning of our live stream just about an hour ago, I said things seemed pretty calm out here. There's a crowd, there's reporters up and down the street, but I was basically saying it's pretty calm. it's interesting that as we've been talking over the past hour with Aaliyah and Joe, all of a sudden I'm starting to hear cheering behind me. I'm starting to see more and more people. I feel like every time I turn around, the crowd behind me outside of the courthouse has grown bigger exponentially. So the crowd is getting bigger, as the day goes on. And I think as we're talking about everything that's going on inside the courthouse, everybody wants to know, okay, well, what's going to happen? What's everyone saying? When's the sentencing coming down? And so you can kind of feel it in the air. People are cheering. People are excited. We want to know what's going to happen.
Yep, that is exactly what we want to know what happened. So before I sign you guys off, Aaliyah, I'll start with you. What do you think we're getting for a sentence?
I'm still standing at my 5 to 7. I think that unless we consider the sexual assault guidelines and those guidelines, if those are any type of enhancements that might be considered, I think 5 to 7 sounds about right. We're splitting the baby. We're not letting him get off easy. We're going to give him time served, but he is going to go to jail and serve more than 14 months.
So as the judge is looking over this pre-sentencing report that was prepared in anticipation of the sentencing, Joe, I go to you. What do you think?
I think he's going to get to something similar, but I think he's going to lean toward a higher side of that. So I think he's going to get six or more. I'm pretty certain he's not going home today. I'm pretty certain he's not going home in the next couple of years. But at the same time, I think this judge will acknowledge precedent on some level, and so he won't deviate too far from the sentencing guidelines. But I think he'll land on the higher end of it. So maybe 6 years, maybe 7 years, 6+.
Aaliyah Roberts, Joe Richardson, thank you both so much for coming on. Sierra Gillespie is going to stay with me. We're going to bring on Alexis Rosenberg. We're going to bring on Tyler Bailey. We are live right now with full coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing, and we will bring it to you here in real time. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back right after this. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Law and Crimes live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing at a federal court in Lower Manhattan. I'm Jesse Weber. Thank you so much for joining us. So we are bringing you in real time updates about what is happening in that federal courtroom. Now, again, there's no cameras there, but we are letting you know what this whole day may look like. This may be a 4 to 5 hour sentencing hearing. We believe multiple people will be speaking. There have been multiple arguments right now about even what the judge is supposed to consider with respect to sentencing. And let's not forget what's going on here. Sean Combs was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, namely transporting sex workers, men, and victims in this case, Jane and Cassie Ventura, across state lines, international lines, for the purposes of sex work. Now, he was acquitted of racketeering. He was a racketeering conspiracy. He was acquitted of 2 counts of sex trafficking. But one of the big discussions today was, can the judge consider acquitted conduct? So conduct that supported the charges he was acquitted of, can he consider that for purposes of sentencing? The judge is allowing it to a certain extent, a limited extent. We found out earlier today that Mia, who had testified in this case, saying, remember, she testified in this trial that Sean Combs had sexually assaulted her multiple times. She is no longer making a statement in court that the allegations were she felt pressured, she felt bullied by the defense team because of their letter to the court. They were objecting to her testimony, and she did not want to go there in public and make that statement. But by all accounts, her letter will still be in the record and still be considered by the judge. The judge has a lot of letters to consider. Letters from family, inmates, people who testified in the trial, a letter from Sean Combs himself. There's also talk about whether or not a video of Sean Combs, this montage that was prepared by the defense, that will be heard by the court as well. So as they work through these preliminary issues about what will be considered and what the sentence should reflect, and as the judge reviews this pre-sentencing report, what will Sean Combs be sentenced to? Prosecutors are asking for 11 years in prison. Defense is asking for 14 months. He's already served 13 months behind bars right now, so he could effectively be released immediately. Now, the probation department that did its own evaluation has recommended 7 years. This is a really big range, and it's going to all be up to the judge. There's a lot of unknowns here. We don't know exactly what the judge will decide, but I want to bring in my panel. And by the way, we're taking your questions on YouTube. So if you have any questions about this case, submit them here. We'll answer them in real time on air. By the way, Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, she is in that courtroom. She's going to come out later, tell us about what she saw and what she heard. But I'm joined once again by Sierra Gillespie, Law and Crime's very own, who is outside that courthouse as we speak. I'm also joined by trial attorney, federal litigator Alexis Rosenberg, and criminal defense attorney, civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey. Thank you so much for coming on. Sierra, I go to you. Just paint a picture of what the scene is like. And also, by the way, if you can, Sierra, I got to say, one of the big things that came out as we're leading up to this sentencing, all of those letters from the inmates, people who have spent time with Sean Combs, that he changed their lives. Can you just summarize a little bit about what those letters were like? The judge may consider them, but what is the scene like? And just talk to me about those letters too.
Yeah, Jesse, here in the Southern District of New York, it's an interesting scene. Let me just say that. I mean, this is the big day, right? We've all been following the case of P. Diddy probably since November of 2023, when that first lawsuit was filed by Cassandra Ventura, who later would go on to testify as the government's star witness in the courthouse right behind me. I mean, we've all been waiting for what's going to happen today, and it shows here. I mean, up and down the streets, we have cameras, we have reporters from everyone. I mean, AP, CNN, Good Morning America, here, Law and Crime. The best of the best are here to see what's going to happen. And across the street from me at the courthouse, there's a pretty sizable crowd, I would say, where people are gathering, reading tweets. I'm sure watching some of our live streams to see what are the updates going on inside of the courthouse. And generally, it's pretty low key, I will say. In the past, when I've been here reporting during the actual trial and the verdict, deliberations, people were rowdy. There was screaming. We've talked about, the baby oil and lube that was thrown around at the courthouse. I have not seen that yet today. So far, it's pretty low key. But again, we're still so early, only about an hour into the hearing. The next question you had for me, Jesse, was about some of the letters. And This is pretty interesting, right? Of course, we're going to hear from both sides. We've talked a bit about Mia and Cassandra Ventura, or Cassie, who brought forth the letters. Mia has a bit of controversy today, but some people who say, yeah, I was abused all at the hands of Sean P. Diddy Combs. But then, of course, something we've seen really as a through line throughout this entire case is that P. Diddy does have a lot of support. I mean, people, the court of public opinion, rather, sometimes say P. Diddy's canceled. But then when you take a look at his family, who has consistently been showing up for him in court, his supporters, his friends, I mean, there's a lot. And these letters are saying, you know, Sean Diddy Combs changed my life. He's been a supportive father figure, or a father. You know, he's been a very good person, not only in the way of a businessman, but he has shown positive changes. There has been reform. He's been in jail at Brooklyn MDC for, you know, more than a year now at this point, and he has changed. He's sober. He's better. He's learned his lesson, and he shouldn't have a lengthy sentence, you know, to be handed down today. So it is interesting to hear from people who say, yeah, Diddy, you know, he should face X amount of years, you know, more than a decade behind bars, when there are some who say, you know, he should be let out pretty soon.
By the way, talking about people in support of him, we got a question from Christina Lester, a super chat question. So thank you so much, Christina. Thank you for your support. Do we know if Kanye is present today? Kanye West appeared during the course of this trial. Is he present today?
Kanye did show up that one day, right? Elizabeth Milner saw him here in the flesh. I have not seen Kanye today. I mean, I guess it's still possible. Anything's possible, right? He could waltz down. This is, you know, a court of the United States. He could go in, maybe get in an overflow room. But I have not seen Kanye West here today. There's still time.
There's still time, and you're going to be there. Elizabeth's there. Okay, I have to get into some updates from the court. Tyler, I'll start with you. This is interesting because look what we're trying to do. We're trying to see if the judge is giving us signs of what his sentence will be. So the judge said earlier on that Sean Combs has challenged his factual guilt full-throatedly and has even done so after the trial. Judge says there was Jules and Paul and Cabral, Jules, Reggie, and Rico. Again, I think he's referring to these, you know, purported sex workers. As to coercion, when something, if voluntarily, it is uncompelled, that is from Black's Law Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release videos into Jane's home, that's coercion. Mr. Combs says he was paying for time, not sex. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilt full-throatedly, including after trial. By the way, I don't think I've ever said that word in my life. Just put that aside. Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues, that is not possible. Under Second Circuit's one-book rule, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. That is denied. I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs replies in court, yes, sir. Mr. Steele, this is Sean Combs' defense attorney, one of them. Did you review it? Combs' attorney, Tony Garagos, goes, I did. Judge says, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. Judge says, all remaining objections are overruled. Combs' attorney, Tony Garagos, says, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. Judge says we can address that. Combs' attorney Alexander Shapiro says, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. The judge says, well, 380 pages. Shapiro says, we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court. This is some legalese. Then there's a question about what they want to preserve for appeal. The judge says, I'll hear from the government. The government says, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. I say all of that, Tyler, and that was a lot, but I say all of that. It seems to me, goes back to something we talked about earlier. The judge is making very clear that these are serious federal crimes and that there were victims here. And the fact that he's basically interpreting that Sean Combs doesn't show remorse for this or doesn't accept that he actually did wrong, I mean, I think that seems to be what he might be suggesting. That might not be good for Sean Combs.
No, not at all. It seems like the judge is putting it out there that Mr. Combs is not accepting accountability here, that he's challenging the facts of his guilt, even despite him being convicted of those charges, and that Mr. Combs really should be accepting some more accountability in his filings. I understand that his defense lawyers are arguing to try to get him on the lower end of the sentencing guidelines, but that seems to be right now backfiring with the court because the judge has said that he's viewing this as him full throttledly, I believe, challenging any responsibility for his actions, whether it's coercion versus paying for time. And it seems like Mr. Combs, his team, should really take the hint here and try to roll some things back when it's their time to argue. And I think Mr. Combs is going to fall on that sword. We've already heard about his letter. I'm pretty sure his words to the court would be more so accepting accountability and not challenging the facts.
Yeah, so he's not going to receive any adjustment to his sentence based on him accepting responsibility based on this. Alexis, we got an update from court. Prosecutor really hammering home. They're asking for 11 years here. Prosecutor Slavic says this is not just a case about freak offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims, hard about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor point to at least 135 months. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. Remember, they were asking for about 7 years, the probation department. What do you make of that, Alexis? I mean, look, this is the prosecution's point of view. It doesn't mean that the judge is necessarily going to accept 11 years. But they're saying, even though he was acquitted of the most serious charges that could have seen him spend 20 years to life in prison, racketeering and sex trafficking, even though he was acquitted of that, it can't be overshadowed what he was convicted of.
I agree with the prosecutor, and I think that the court is also agreeing with that based on what they have been saying, that we do have victims that were severely damaged in this case, and that asking for basically a walk away. I mean, the defense is asking for time served, more or less. And I don't think that the judge is leaning, based on what you just read, towards that at all. The prosecution is correct. People were victimized in this case. There was testimony and he was convicted related to that.
Tyler, the prosecutor says the defendant tries to argue this is just sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. And by the way, when they say the defendant, they also mean the arguments that were put forward by his defense attorneys in filings leading up to the sentencing. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. That's a key component of this, which I wonder if the judge is going to consider here, that it's not just one isolated moment of transporting a sex worker across state lines to have a girlfriend have sex with that person, that it was the amount of times that this was done. And now, based on what the judge said earlier on, he may be considering the violent tendencies that Sean Combs engaged in as a characteristic, as a symptom of the transportation to engage in prostitution. Are you thinking right now that Sean Combs could get 5 years, 7 years, 11 years?
My prediction is 3 to 7. I think that the government asking for north of 11 is high. I mean, they have overcharged this entire case. I think the defense asking for 14 months is extremely low. And I think the probation recommendation for 7 is a little bit more of an independent view of it with using the sentencing guidelines. And I think the judge should somewhat split the baby. And I think the judge will give some weight to the acts of violence, but the judge can't overrule the jury who acquitted him on the most serious charges. So I don't think this will be a situation where the judge lays a heavy hand down with the violence for charges that Mr. Combs was acquitted of, but he's certainly not going to ignore it.
I told you that this was an unpredictable day. I didn't know this, what I'm about to read to you. So Prosecutor Slavic and Sierra, I didn't hear this, maybe you did, just said Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. he was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. I didn't know that, Sierra, because that would signify he thinks he's getting out, if that's true.
I did not know this either, Jesse. I mean, I'm very shocked about all of this. And I guess as you're going through, I'm reading this update in the same time that you are. And I'm thinking the math isn't quite mathing for me, though, because if he was arrested on September 16th of last year, it's early October, we aren't quite at the 13-month threshold. And his team is asking for 14 months. So then if they're asking for the 14 months, it doesn't make sense if he was to book this in Miami for next week. Is that showing that he's very confident he's going to get out even in less than that 14 months? I mean, I'm shocked by this news.
I'm curious what the defense's response to that will be, that allegation. One more thing, Sierra. We have a poll up that says, do you think Diddy will speak publicly after sentencing? So that's assuming, of course, that he gets time served and is let out immediately, which we don't believe is going to happen because he still has to be processed from the MDC. But the poll says 38% say yes through a lawyer, 32% say yes immediately, 30% say no. The question I have to you is, have you heard anything about what we can expect post-sentencing? What the scene is going to be like afterwards? Do we know if there's going to be any press conferences from either attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, victims, anybody? Is there anything set up outside the courthouse for that?
It's interesting that you say that, Jesse, because right before you tossed to me, I was literally thinking that what is our contingency plan for what is going to happen? Now, we do have, right where I'm at, we've got our camera, I'm coming to you live. Across the street, though, we're taking a look at it right now. We have that camera completely set up. Now, there's always that podium there every time I've been here in New York, just kind of ready to go, whatever could happen. So I guess there's a couple of answers for this. Number one, do I think that P. Diddy, whenever he's sentenced, whenever he himself has the availability to speak, will he? Yes, I personally do think that. I mean, we know Diddy. We know he's pretty charismatic. We know he has, his story about everything. And I'm sure he wants to share his feelings about all of it after keeping relatively quiet. I mean, he didn't testify, of course. They didn't call any witnesses for the defense. I know Diddy's going to want to talk. Will it be today? I'm thinking probably not. I guess we'll wait and see. However, for the defense and prosecution, I would not be surprised if we have some sort of press conference after all of this. Again, we are ready to go if that does happen. I haven't heard anything definitively. I think a lot of it depends on what sort of sentence is handed down, but we're definitely ready for it.
Or if he's going to be speaking in Miami. I mean, Alexis, if that's true, I mean, Alexis, that says something, doesn't it?
Well, it says that he appears to continue to think he's above the law, that he can just, basically get away with these crimes, not have to serve any additional time, and go on his merry way. And I do agree. As soon as he can, he will be talking. But I think this is also consistent with the concern that the judge is having, that he is not showing any sort of remorse. He doesn't think, it appears, that he has done anything wrong. He appears to just think he was railroaded and everything he did was correct. These speaking engagements, if true, are very disturbing. And I think they're going to have a major impact on the judge's decision with regard to sentencing.
Well, I wonder if I'm totally off by this, Tyler. Could the defense use this to their advantage? And hey, listen, this is very consistent with what Sean Combs has been saying in his letter. That he's been doing good on the inside, speaking to inmates, trying to better their lives. There's nothing he can change about the past, that it's all about his future. Yeah, he's got a speaking engagement in Miami because he wants to warn people. He wants to educate people. He talks about how his life will never be the same after he's been in the MDC. Maybe they're going to own up to it. Am I totally off by thinking that?
I don't think you're off at all. And I don't think the judge is really going to give that too much weight. I mean, every defendant wants to be free. Mr. Combs wants to be free, and he booked a speaking engagement. For all we know, he could be speaking to children about staying away from a life of crime, staying away from drugs and excessive lifestyle, as he said. Now, the prosecution is clearly going to say this is a man who has ego that's beyond, human nature, and he expects to walk out of jail immediately. But I don't see there really being any much to this. It's really a nothing burger. I think the facts are what the facts are. The sentencing guidelines are what they are. And I think the judge is smart enough to stay on track when both sides try to pull them one way or the other.
Hey, Tyler, can the judge ask Sean Combs, like if Sean Combs provides a statement to court and it echoes a lot of what he's been saying, can the judge say, Mr. Combs, can I ask you about this booking engagement? Can he ask questions to him during the course of this sentencing?
But it's a judge's courtroom. He can ask questions.
Interesting. Alexis, update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. I guess the bigger question here, Alexis, is what realistically could his sentence be if he was acquitted of the more serious charges? If you couple transportation to engage in prostitution, if he was convicted of racketeering conspiracy, he was convicted of sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution, that's an enhancer. That's an aggravator. It's part of an overall story. But it goes to this idea also, like, there are people who say he wouldn't have been prosecuted if all the government had was prostitution charges. They wouldn't have gone against, they wouldn't have filed the charges against them. They would have prosecuted him. So if he was acquitted of those serious charges, I do wonder, in and of itself, transportation to engage in prostitution, what could he be looking at?
For the transportation, it's up to 10 years per count. So we're talking 20 years is the max that of what he's looking at. But I mean, I don't think he's going to get anywhere. We've got probation coming in at 7. We've got prosecution only asking for 11. But also we have to focus on the fact that just because he wasn't convicted of those charges, remember, there was testimony with regard to support, for instance, the violent aspects. I mean, specifically that video. So, which he did, admit in the public that he did do that. There was that whole video where he was responding to, the video in the hallway at the hotel, which was one of the things that the judge did look at and consider with whether he was going to release him post-conviction. So, I mean, when they're saying that, like you were saying, the crossover, that the fact that he was acquitted doesn't take away from some of the allegations supporting that violent aspect.
Now they're talking about comparable cases and all that. Here's my question, Tyler. You remember the apology video? Remember his apology video that he put forward right after CNN had published the 2016 tape of him beating Cassie Ventura? You couple that, I'm going to play that for you, and then you couple that with what he's saying in this letter to the court and what he might say in court, where he describes he's been reading and writing, working out, attending therapy, teaching a free game business course to inmates, sharing both successes and failures. Let's compare that to the video, and we'll talk about it.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life, but sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Now, Tyler, I'm no psychologist. I can't read Sean Combs' mind, but I can tell you what the law is. And here's the problem. Here's the problem, okay? Problem is, if you listen to what the prosecution presented during the course of the trial, he committed crimes or allegedly committed crimes after that video. I mean, what was found in his hotel room when he was ultimately arrested in New York? Evidence of freak-offs or wild king nights or whatever you want to call it. There are people who looked at that video and said, I don't believe it. I don't believe he's sincere. So if we're talking about what he can say, what he can do in court to really fight for his life after he's already been convicted, are there lessons from that video? Is that video going to play a role here? What do you take away from it, Tyler?
I think the video will play a role. It's out there. and it's in the public domain. And Mr. Combs has said that, and he's essentially saying the same thing now in his letter to the court, where he apologized, take responsibility, said that he's rehabilitated himself. He's in jail doing the right thing now. And I think the judge is going to make a decision that takes all of that into consideration. Now, he has been in jail for 14 months. He just went on trial for his life. So this has not been a cakewalk for him. And being in jail is not easy for anybody. And so I think the court has a tough call to make here. But I do think that, the letters from inmates, him having an impact on their lives, I do think that the judge is going to say he has some redeeming value in the future of his life, but that doesn't mean that he escapes responsibility. There has to be some sort of accountability, and I think the court is going to be very aware of that in the sentence that they hand out. And I don't think they're going to let this be something where he just walks out immediately after being processed.
We got a poll up. How are you feeling as we wait? 52% say here for the drama, 22% say anxious, 17% say hopeful, and 9% say angry. I think that's a good kind of, summary of the feelings of this case. Alexis, how much can a defendant's statements in court affect a sentence when there is no pro forma sentence? There is no mandatory, this is life in prison. It really doesn't matter what anyone says. There's a lot of room here. There's a lot of discretion. How much does it matter? How much does it affect what the defendant says?
Well, first, if I was taking the poll, I'd have to say I'm here for the drama too. But secondly, I that is taken into consideration. But I mean, some of these statements that he's making, as well as this letter from the inmates, I'm not buying what they're selling with the letters from the inmates. I have a concern that those letters were made because these inmates possibly think that when they get out, there'll be some benefit to them, making that once Diddy is out. So I'm not buying what they're selling there. But the court does take into consideration that. But what they're really looking for from the defendant is that he has remorse, that he acknowledges what he has done is wrong, and that he wants to move forward in a positive and be a productive part of society and not go back out and could reuse drugs and abuse people and do the things that he was previously doing. And with that he's clean, he's in jail. So I mean, that doesn't mean there are plenty of inmates that have gone clean in jail and went right back out, start using again. So that, to me, that doesn't say much either. This speaking thing, as much as Tyler is saying that he doesn't think it's that big of a deal, I think it's a huge deal, because I could turn around as a prosecutor and potentially argue that it's re-victimizing the victims, that he's going to go out and he's going to be living, free, and potentially making these speaking engagements, making them feel unsafe. So, I mean, there's obviously good lawyers can argue both sides of the coin, but they're going to be looked at, but it's a balancing act.
By the way, Tyler, CNN is reporting that in court today, the judge has accepted that the range of 70 to 87 months, so we're talking about 5 to 7 years, that was recommended in the pre-sentencing report is appropriate, that there would be no reason to deviate from that. Also saying that the guidelines allow a fine of $25,000 to $250,000. He's going to prison? Is that what we're saying? He's going to prison for several years? Is that what we're saying, Tyler?
Well, it sounds like the court has indicated that he's going to jail. I think the sentencing guidelines here and the report that we received from probation clearly showed that. He hasn't given the sentence yet, but it seems like he's accepting the recommendation, and Mr. Combs is going to be spending some time in jail.
By the way, we got some commentary about this. In the federal prison system, do you have to serve 85% of the sentence before you're eligible for parole? How does it work? Do you know?
It depends. I do think he'll be eligible for early release with these two counts.
Interesting. All right. We got a super chat question, Sierra. I'm going to go to you. This is from Christina Lester. Second super chat question from Christina Lester. Thank you so much. Has Sean Combs been subject to any drug testing while in jail?
Christina, this is such a good question, because as we know now, in P. Diddy himself talking to the court, he says, I've been sober for the first time in decades. I've had, reform. I've learned a lot while I've been in jail. So the question mark here is, has he been subjected to drug tests? Well, there's no definitive reporting on that. I think it's definitely possible. But what I will say is, if you recall, P. Diddy trying to make bail, not once, twice, three times, he kept going back, wanting to make bail over and over. And multiple times we reported it right here on Law and Crime, it was denied. However, what I do want to note is that Diddy himself offered, when he was making these bids for bail, yeah, okay, I'll take drug tests weekly if that's something that you want, to make sure that I'm sober. I'm willing to do that. So I think it's really interesting that when he was hoping to get bail, he said, I will do these drug tests voluntarily. Now he's saying he is sober. So has he been doing drug tests behind bars? Unclear, but I guess I would tend to believe that maybe he is sober based on his voluntary drug test that he said he would do.
So we got an update from court. Okay, so the prosecutor is really hammering away at Sean Combs and the aggravated nature of this case. Prosecutor Slavic, the video from the LA hotel, we're talking about the Cassie video, was played many times at trial and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. Sorry, I have to say this, but he had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's text makes clear her anguish and trauma. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. So, Alexis, you take all that in mind. We have a question from Rosalba. Does the panel agree that the judge will want to add appropriate time for his rehabilitation because they're proof that he won't offend again? I mean, is there proof that he won't offend again? Is he a changed person from, this conduct that was mentioned, was illuminated during the course of this trial?
Great question. Listen, there's never proof that somebody is rehabilitated. I mean, the name of the game here at the sentencing is for, the defendant to say that, yeah, I'm rehabilitated, I'm a changed person, I'm going to move forward with my life in a whole different manner. Now, being in prison in jail is going to change you. There's no doubt about that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to change him for the better. He is, like you mentioned, Jesse, very charismatic. And, people tend to at least initially like him. So, I mean, I don't know if he's changed. In my opinion, I would say that he's not a changed person. I am not so sure that he's going to move through life as this quote unquote saint. But proof, we can't have proof. It's not like we can do a lie detector test. And even if you did, that's not admissible as to whether he truly is changed. As well as he may think he's changed, in reality, he's not.
Prosecutor Slavic, he downplays the abuse, calling it rare. It was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Here's a question for you, Tyler, as we're listening to this. You think the judge has already made up his mind?
I don't think so. I think the judge is really going to do his due diligence to hear both sides here. I think he has an idea where he wants to land, but I think some facts could motivate on how far south or how far north he goes. So I think judges do go to the bench and they listen to both sides and they make a decision that they believe strikes the middle of justice. And that's what their job is to do here, to find justice, which is more than just punishment. It's rehabilitating, it's deterring, and it's also taking in consideration what the victims want, but doing what's the right thing to do. And that's what the judge has to do.
Hey, Sierra, you've been following this case from the beginning. You talked about the supporters outside the courthouse. You've read a lot of these letters that were introduced to the court in anticipation of sentencing from family, from inmates. What is the main theme that you're seeing, the people who support Sean Combs or ask for leniency, what are they saying?
I think the main through line throughout all of this is that Diddy has learned his lesson. And I'm speaking on behalf of these letters of support for P. Diddy, basically saying he knows what he did was wrong. He learned his lesson. He's served his time so far for over the past year at MDC Brooklyn, and he's changed. This was a mistake. He is different now. And of course, talking about all the positive attributes that he has. I mean, there's a reason we're talking about P. Diddy today, because he's famous. And how did he become famous? Well, he was very talented at what he did. He was very charismatic. He was very charming. And I do think that he wooed a lot of people in terms of both the public as a celebrity. People liked to listen to his music or drink his alcohol or wear his clothes. But additionally, the people closest to him too, they say he's a great guy. They say that he is a positive person, that he's a role model. I mean, that video that was submitted, it was interesting to see the positive relationship that he had with his family. And once again, this is something that we've seen consistently at court. All of his family, his mother, his children supporting him. And in that video, there's, images, of him with his family, showing him being a dad. They're saying he is a dad. He is a good person. They also talked about him running, which is interesting because he's, been a runner historically in the past, saying that he's dedicated to things that are bigger than himself. And so those letters of support, it's really things like that, saying he has changed. He's not going to do it again. He's a good person and he deserves to be out with his family.
You look at the letter from Sean Combs that was submitted to the court, and maybe something that will be, echoed in his statement to the court. He says, this is to the judge, I ask you for mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children. God bless me with 7 beautiful children. I have failed my children as a father. I just want the opportunity to return home and be the father that they need and deserve. You do wonder if that's going to have an impact on the judge. We have some questions coming in. Alexis, I go to you. This is from Ambitious One. Assume Combs is sentenced to 5 or 7 years. If an appeal is granted, would bail then be granted based solely on the charges now being under the Mann Act?
So let's say that he is sentenced to a decent amount of time and then the appeal goes up and it is granted. There would most likely be a new trial that would be ordered to happen. And I don't think that the judge, under the circumstance, is going to release him, when that happens. I think he would still stay incarcerated. It would be potentially the same charges. It's what happens at the appellate level and what the appellate level determines needs to happen. So it's hard to say, but most likely, if he even won the appeal for whatever reason, he would be recharged or there would be a new trial with the same charges.
Interesting you asked that question. We get great questions from our viewers. But Tyler, got a question now from Trisha Lancaster, who asks, could he be retried for the charges he wasn't convicted of if new evidence comes to light?
No, he can't be retried. That's double jeopardy. He's already been acquitted of those charges that he wasn't convicted of, so he won't stand trial for those again.
By the way, great movie.
He can't be charged with those same charges.
You ever see the movie Fracture? Great movie. I encourage everybody to check it out. Talk about double jeopardy and what can be introduced. Just encourage everybody to check it out. It's a really good one. All right. So we have a poll up. What's next for Diddy? 32% say who cares. 28% say total cancellation. 22% a rebrand and quiet return. 18% say business as usual. Sierra, we talked about this before about what can we expect from Diddy, depending upon the sentence and if he's released. What do you make of that poll?
I think the poll is interesting. The fact that majority say who cares is interesting to me. And maybe it's just exhaustion, right? We've all been doing this for so long. There are so many civil lawsuits, plus all of the federal side of things. But in addition to the other half of the poll, the cancellation, or maybe he'll come quietly. From what I know about Diddy, I don't know of him being quiet. That's not really something that he does. He goes big or he goes home. And In this case, I think that Diddy will want to speak whenever that may be. I don't think he's going to go anywhere quietly. And again, this is just my personal opinion in all of this. But again, why are we talking about Diddy? It's because he is this charismatic celebrity and he let us inside of his life prior to all of this. I mean, when we're talking about white parties, I remember being a young girl in Wisconsin reading through Us magazine or, People and seeing photos of the white parties. Diddy did show us part of his life. Now, maybe not necessarily everything that happened behind closed doors, but thanks to the trial that happened in the courthouse behind me, we now kind of know. So at this point, what does Diddy have to lose? He's already been convicted. I do think he's going to come out and tell his side of the story, and I don't think it's going to be quietly.
By the way, I was reading through People magazine too when I was younger. I don't know why. I just thought it was fascinating. I was very interested. It was the whole Brangelina moment. I was really invested in that. All right, side note. Okay, anyway, excuse me. Update from court. We have a prosecutor, Slavic, says he blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. Prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. There seems to be a big point here, Alexis, of trying to explain why this is a crime, why this is serious, and why the appropriate sentence needs to be several years in prison. Because again, I go back to something. There are people who look at this and say, compared to what he was being accused of, prostitution, but the government is doubling down on it.
I agree, Jesse. I mean, this case, as we discussed at great lengths, was a difficult case because you had a situation where some of this, not the violent part, but the sexual part appeared at some level to be consensual. And then you had a relationship going on. So I think the prosecution is trying to hammer down that we have a situation that we had this, prostitution coupled with this very elevated violence, and that these victims that were part of this have been severely damaged. And this just isn't a run of the mill. Somebody goes, to a street corner, gets somebody, has consensual sex, and then it's one and done sort of situation. That he did this repeatedly. He has only been charged with 2 counts. And it was surrounded with such a violence. And we had this video. I mean, this video it was shocking. I think anybody who saw that video the first time was just shocked by that video.
Excuse me. The judge is taking a break. We had a question from one of our viewers, LaRob Show. When can we expect the sentence? We don't really know. I mean, this could take several hours as they go through different statements. The judge's statement, I'm sure he's going to say something before he ultimately delivers the sentence. You're going to hear from defense attorneys. You're going to hear from multiple people who have prepared statements. You're probably going to hear from Sean Combs. So this may take a little while till we ultimately get to the sentence. And we're going to continue our live coverage here on the network. But what's interesting, again, is what you're thinking, you're hearing from the prosecution, and you're also going to hear from the defense. Tyler, what does the defense need to say right now? So the judge is taking a break, really hammering away. Look, if you ask me, based on what we've seen in court so far, it seems to be advantage prosecution. The judge has already seemed to signal that several years in prison appears to be the appropriate range, but what, extends past it, extends maybe further. What does the defense need to do? What do they need to say in order to maybe get some sort of leniency from the judge?
Well, they need to make an argument for deviating. That's the big thing they need to do. Deviating from the proposed recommendation and the guidelines, even though the judge said he sees no reason to essentially deviate from the proposed recommendation. That's one. I do think they need to draw a fine line between taking responsibility and accountability and still attacking some of the prosecution's tactics and how they're trying to use these acts that for charges that he was not convicted of, and twisting the Mann Act, which he was convicted of. That's going to be their best bet, and reminding the judge that this sentence should be one for the charge that he was convicted of, not for the charge he was acquitted of. And they're going to give weight to the acts of violence. But if you're looking at a scale from 0 to 100%, there's no way the judge should give 100% credit to those acts of violence because he wasn't convicted of those charges. It should probably be more appropriately 40% and under. Even though they happened, it was trauma. The jury was a true arbiter of this, and they found him not guilty on those charges.
Alexis, if the judge sentences him to 7 years or 11 years or what have you, as opposed to 14 months, which is what the defense has been asking for, can they appeal that sentence? What do you think the likelihood of successfully appealing that sentence would be? I mean, do you think the judge, if he were to sentence Sean Combs to significant prison time, that there's an argument this was excessive?
Well, if we were going to sentence him to 7 to 11, I don't think there's an argument for that because, I mean, first of all, I think that we're going to land about 6.5 is my prediction, or 6.4. So I think that as long as, especially if he stays below probation or even at probation, I don't think there's an argument to say that that it was an excessive sentence. I mean, nobody is talking the 20 years. That is the possibility. So we're well below that. Obviously, the judge will have to do the sentencing and stay within the requirements to substantiate his order of whatever he does. Otherwise, people could be saying that.
Sierra, I go to you real quick on this. The scene outside is interesting, but for anybody who hadn't seen the beginning of the program, can you tell us who has showed up so far for Sean Combs? I mean, obviously, we talked about you haven't seen Kanye yet. But there have been people who have showed up in his support. There have been people who are there today for his sentencing. Can you tell us who they are?
Yes, I have not seen Kanye West yet, but I think it's only 11:44, so there's still time. I mean, maybe he's a late sleeper. We'll see what happens with Kanye. But as for Diddy's side, of course, his family is here, specifically his mother, Janice Combs. We have those people who are inside. We read at the beginning of the live stream, I believe, that he, I think, blew a kiss to his mother, so he's been kind of in conversation with them, at least from afar, eye contact, things like that. I did hear reports that the Punisher was here. However, I personally have not seen him, but I do know there's a pretty big crowd behind me. There's a lot going on over there. Those are the main people that I've heard of. However, it's still early. We don't have a sentence down yet. We haven't heard from the defense. So there could be more people who trickle in, especially now that we're on a break.
By the way, I have to ask about this, Tyler. The judge denied the defense's motion to throw out the convictions. The defense had made a series of arguments about how archaic this law was, problems in the way it was prosecuted, prejudice by the evidence that was introduced. The judge denied it. And just a quick point of what the judge said, the government at trial presented overwhelming evidence of Combs' guilt under the Mann Act, meaning the transportation to engage in prostitution, on many occasions with respect to both Ventura and Jane. The government proved its case many times over. To any modern reader, the plain meaning of prostitution is sex for sale. Because they argued that this wasn't necessarily prostitution per se. They argued there wasn't a commercial aspect to it. He didn't benefit. They made a First Amendment argument. Basically, this was voyeurism. Were you surprised that the judge didn't throw out the convictions? And does that tell you anything about which way the judge may be leaning today?
Not at all surprised that the judge did not throw out those convictions. The jury heard this case and they found him guilty of those 2 counts. And I think the judge will be clearly overstepping if he overruled what the jury found Mr. Combs guilty of. And we all sat through this trial. We saw all the facts of money being exchanged, things of value being exchanged for prostitution and acts of sex. There was some voyeurism there, but there's clearly prostitution going on, whether it's money paid to people to have sex with the victims or Mr. Combs engaging in the sexual activity as well. And there could still be an argument that him being a voyeur and there being money exchanged was still prostitution. So nowhere near surprised that the judge did not throw out those 2 counts.
Alexis, we got a super chat question from JRiz87. Thank you so much. Do you believe Diddy will get retried? So let's put aside the argument we've been talking about so many times on double jeopardy grounds. He's not going to be retried on racketeering or sex trafficking. Do you think he could ever be retried on transportation to engage in prostitution?
So this is a great question. So a lot of people don't realize this, that you can be tried both without double jeopardy in state court and federal court for the same crime. So that actually is a surprise to many people. I think that here in this case, we do have, I'm not sure what specific crime that Jay Riz is referring to, but we do, a lot of them had statute of limitations issues that were attached to them as well. So if we're talking about retrying after a potential appeal on these two counts, I do not think that he's going to win an appeal.
One more question to you guys. One more question to Tyler before I have to sign off. Tyler and Alexis Sierra is going to stay with us. Tyler, we have this poll up. What's the biggest factor you think the judge should consider today? 36% say legal facts only, 29% say victim impact statements, 28% say the leaked hotel video, meaning of Cassie, and 7% say past allegations. What do you think?
The judge is going to do a little bit of everything, but I think the best is looking at the facts only. And do give some credit to the victim's impact statements here because they were traumatized, they were clearly impacted. He cannot ignore those. He needs to give those some consideration, the legal facts, and do what he feels just. That's why he's a judge. He gets paid the big bucks and wears the black robe.
Alexis Rosenberg, Tyler Bailey, thank you so much for coming on. Sierra's going to stay with us. So stay with us here on Law and Crime. This could be a full day sentencing hearing in Lower Manhattan. We will be right back right after this.
So once again, what do you guys think? I don't know. Honey, I don't know. I don't know. Will they make an example? Is 14 months enough for his crime? Will they use simply facts, or will they use victim statements and Diddy's letters from his friends? This is a bit much. So who knows? It's all in the judge's hands, so he'll make the deciding. But I just think 7 years, I think, is definitely too long for what he's been convicted of. If we're just going by what he's been convicted of. So with that 7 years, does that mean like he can do so much and then have like so much probation that equals the 7 years? Or will he do the 11 years, make him so much time and then be on probation for so long? Who knows? We'll see. We're on the watch.
and he could be released, today or in the next month or so, that seems to be a remote possibility. Now we'll see what the rest of the day holds. But remember, prosecutors were asking for 11 years. Is the judge going to go that far? Unclear. And we also don't know how long this day is going to go. We believe that Sean Combs will make a statement, that others will make a statement, the judge will make a statement. And right now, the defense is providing their arguments to the court. So we're going to provide you real-time updates. We are also going to take your questions. Any questions you have about this case, submit them on YouTube. We'll answer them here on the air. And I'm also going to bring in my all-star panel for this hour. So we have with us Sierra Gillespie, who is outside the federal courthouse. I am also joined by criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson-Ferrer. And I'm joined in studio by the former associate warden at the MDC, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks. I want to thank everybody for coming on. Dr. Hendricks, I have a lot of questions for you as well when it talks to what the potential sentence could be and where Sean Combs might actually serve his time if he's ultimately sentenced to prison. But we have a super chat question that I got to get to first. So, Safa, I throw this to you. Super chat question from JRiz87. Thank you so much. Do you think Diddy will take legal actions on everyone that accused him?
Great question. I think that after this case is wrapped up and he's either sentenced or is ultimately released and back out in the community, I think he's going to handle his civil actions that are pending. There might be some countersuits with respect to those actions, but I think that he's also just going to be prepared to move on with his life, move on with his family, and try to rebuild his brand. Okay,
update from court. So now, as I mentioned, it's Sean Combs' defense team's turn to raise their arguments for a lenient sentence. And Jason Driscoll's up. Says, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. So seemingly trying to convince the judge not to follow what the guidelines are. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecution should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it's not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. This was his second chance. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know who many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. 1 was raped after being drugged. We'll talk about these arguments more. But I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because this is interesting. You and I were talking about one of the key factors that you imagine the defense is going to be talking about here is, by the way, it's such an awkward shot with my computer, but hey, this is the best we can do right now. Anyway, one of the things that he's going to be focusing on is how he's been helping inmates. He's been teaching them, providing courses. You say there's an interesting aspect of it that might not actually benefit Sean Combs.
Right. Individuals, other than the jail time credit they can garner based on the sentence they can also get up to 10 days a month for First Step Act classes that they take. However, Mr. Combs facilitating these courses, he can't benefit from the First Step Act credits because of the sex crimes that he's been convicted of. So if he's actually facilitating these courses, it would be very interesting to see if the judge takes that into consideration, that he's willing to do something for his fellow inmates that he won't even be able to benefit for himself.
And to be clear, if he's sentenced, let's say, to 5 to 7 years in prison, how long would he actually serve?
He is going to serve 85% of that.
85% of that. Okay.
And minus the Joe credit, the 3585B1 credit that he's getting based on the time he's already served. So he's not going to be eligible for any additional time off.
Okay, I go to Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, you're outside the courthouse right now. Paint a picture for us what you're seeing. I mean, a lot has changed in the last 2 hours in terms of what's been happening in that courtroom, where the judge might be going. What's the scene like right now?
There was a lot of interest about what's going on today, so much so that our reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is inside the courtroom right now, she got here at 6:30 this morning just to make sure that she could secure a seat inside, because of course we want to make sure, as there are no cameras inside a federal court, that someone's in there, and it is Elizabeth Milner, so she'll be out later to give us more info. But that just goes to show you how many people are interested in what we have going on right now, that lines were forming even yesterday. As far as what's happening right now, of course, you have reporters like myself lining up and down the streets. We've got cameras, we've got lights. people from CNN, ABC, all of the major players, including, of course, Law and Crime. And then across the street from me, a sizable crowd. Now, throughout the live stream that we've had today, I've heard a lot of things. I mean, I've heard cheering from people. I've heard yelling. There are, of course, people here who aren't even talking about Diddy. For instance, I've seen the Free Britney movement here once again. There are people talking about, politics and things like that. But as far as Diddy, there does seem to be a contingency of supporters for both the survivors and for Diddy himself.
And I'm very curious to see how that crowd changes as we even get, nearer to where a sentence might be. We don't have an indication of when that may happen. More people need to speak. There's more that the judge needs to consider. But as we get closer to the official sentence, that crowd outside that courthouse with what Sierra's seeing could change drastically. Going to you, Safa. We've got a super chat question from Joanne the Genius. Spells it Jenius. I like that. I like that a lot. I may actually use that later on. Safa, so first of all, thank you so much for the super chat question. If Diddy is sentenced and he appeals, will the appeal be heard in front of Judge Arun Subramanian once again?
No, if he ultimately appeals his sentence or appeals the case as a whole, he's going to go up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the appellate court in New York's jurisdiction.
By the way,
So
we also have another.
Sure.
And it makes sense because they're looking to see if there were any errors committed on the part of the trial judge. Another question for you, Safa. This is from Brittany Curry. Jesse, is there a possibility of the judge going over what the prosecution is asking for in the way of a prison term to make an example out of Diddy?
Well, Mr. Combs, he's facing 10 years on each charge for the Mann Act violations. And so essentially he would be looking at 20 years here in totality. The government is asking for 11 years. Could the judge go over that? Certainly he could. I don't think that he will. I think that the judge is going to stay in alignment with the sentencing guidelines. And what they're doing right now, as they're having these dispositive conversations about what the judge is to consider, it actually gives the judge an eye into what the formal statements are going to be from the government and from the defense as he prepares to hand out his sentence this afternoon.
And look, from my perspective, based on what we're seeing in the pretrial filings, the responses from the judge, what we heard earlier today, it seems that prison is a very likely possibility for Sean Combs. And I don't believe the judge is going to go anywhere near 20 years. But the problem for Sean Combs is the judge is allowing evidence of violence, allowing evidence of acquitted conduct to be examined here. And there were so many incidents of transportation to engage in prostitution. It just wasn't one isolated incident, that it seems that may aggravate this and this may extend it. And that could be a problem for Sean Combs. Now, I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because you and I had an interesting conversation about where Sean Combs could actually serve his time in prison. So if he gets 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, where does he serve it?
Well, he'll most likely serve it at an institution 500 miles from his release residence. As we know from reports, he has homes in Los Angeles, here in New York, and as well as in Miami. So if he chooses Miami, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Marianna, Florida. But if he's wants to release to his home near California, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Tucson, Arizona. But there's also a possibility that he can also serve his time at a facility in Miami. There's a low security facility there that I know that they've held sex offenders as well. So it'll more than likely be at a facility that houses some sex offenders within 500 miles of his release residence.
A lot of people could be surprised and say, wait a minute, he's not going to serve federal prison time in a federal facility here in New York?
No, MDC Brooklyn is a pretrial facility. Now, they do have what we call trustee inmates. Those inmates are kind of like what we call minimum security campers. So, I mean, he could possibly serve his time at MDC Brooklyn, but it's highly unlikely based on his high profile nature and the crimes that he's been convicted of as a sex offender. It's highly unlikely if he gets anything more than 24 months at the sentencing hearing, more than likely he will be going to a federal prison somewhere closer to where he wants to release.
Got an update. I got a question. I'm going to throw it to you, Safa. This is from Too Many Cactus. Why can the judge sentence him based off what he was acquitted of? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of a trial? That's a fair question. Why can the judge consider conduct that he was acquitted of, respect to racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking? Why can he consider that for purposes of transportation to engage in prostitution, particularly if we don't really know what evidence persuaded every one of those jurors?
Yeah, that's been a pretty hot button topic, as sentencing has been looming, and it's certainly been a conversation and a conflict between the government and Mr. Combs' attorneys. So there are statutory provisions that allow for the judge to consider those things, although it is very limited and there are very limited circumstances. I think here with Mr. Combs' case specifically, the conduct or the alleged conduct that he was found guilty of, there's an overlap between that and some of the conduct that he was actually acquitted for. So ultimately, some of the allegations would complete the narrative that support the Mann Act convictions. And because of that, the judge is going to consider those things.
Got an update from court. So his attorney, Jason Driscoll, in John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this case, in this other case, the defendant texted the victim, "I meant what I said about making a mold of your, let's just say, private parts. The rest of you ain't worth S." The judge says, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Jason Driscoll, Ms. Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that it's inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about, and then a very specific case, I believe, in the District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a younger girl. Driscoll says that defendant Riggs got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. The specific statute they're referencing says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. That's the online platform that we use to look at court cases. His case is different. Judge says, okay, who's next? Ms. Westmoreland. Okay, so that's interesting, Sierra, when you think about it, right? The defense, even going into this sentencing, has been very keen to suggest that this is not an aggravating case, that it's not now part of an overarching racketeering case, that it's not part of an overarching sex trafficking case, which we have seen in other prosecutions. There have been those who've said if all he was being charged with was the prostitution charges, they never would have even brought this case. From your reading of everything, what has the defense been arguing? What has the defense been suggesting about why Sean Combs deserves a lenient sentence?
I mean, I think it makes sense, right? They're saying, okay, he was acquitted on the more serious charges. Because if you remember, while we were still talking about the trial, if Diddy would have been convicted on, let's say, racketeering conspiracy, he could theoretically have been spending the rest of his life behind bars. And that, he was found not guilty of. And I think it really is the defense's job to point this out and say, hey, let's remember why we're here. The most severe charge here, our client has been found not guilty of. And this is something kind of a through line that we've been talking about throughout our entire live stream here today, is the interesting, way the judge decided to go, Judge Arun Subramanian, including some of these other instances in regards to what Diddy was acquitted of. When we're talking about the other victims, the alleged violence, things like that, where he's saying, okay, yeah, I am going to kind of include this in considering what to do with the sentence. I do think that the defense is making good points here, again, to remind the judge, okay, we only have these 2 convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution. Taking a look, I believe it was 900 other cases involving the Mann Act, and comparing them and saying, highlighting what Diddy has been convicted of, how it relates to other cases. Thus, I'm speaking for the defense. Thus, the defense is saying he should receive a more lenient sentence.
Dr. Hendricks, got a bunch of questions coming in for you. So this is a question from Patty Pans. Will Diddy get probation after serving his time? And if yes, what will it look like?
Yes, he will more than likely have some period of supervision. Typically, inmates are given between 3 to 5 years of supervised release. And depending on how he adjusts post-release, he may even be taken off supervision earlier than the full term.
By the way, update from court where Nicole Westmoreland, one of his defense attorneys, says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful. He used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. And actually, if you go to Sean Combs' letter that he prepared to the court, he really talked about the MDC, his life in the MDC. And he, I'm trying to find the specific provision where he talked about it. But where is it? Okay, I realize that I'm in a situation where no amount of money, power, or fame can save me. Only God can save me. My grandmother used to teach me that God makes no mistakes and that everything he does is for your good. I believe that a bad situation can be used for good. Although this situation has been the hardest and darkest in my life, good things have come out of my incarceration. For starters, I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. I've been trying my best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues and take accountability as well as positive steps towards healing. One of the most beautiful things I've experienced is being asked by my fellow inmates to teach and mentor them. They wanted to learn what I did to become a successful businessman. I was inspired by their hunger and desire to learn information in order to not only set goals, but achieve any goal, dream that their hearts desire. I started teaching a 6-week program called Free Game, which I was able to have approved and sanctioned by the Bureau of Prisons. I don't just teach about my success, I also teach about my mistakes and failures. It has truly been a blessing to do something positive in a negative situation. And he talks about how bad the conditions are at the MDC as well, not for sympathy purposes, but to share that he's trying to change, man. What do you take away from that?
Well, I mean, just like all other individuals who are facing sentencing, I mean, he went through the pre-sentencing process, and I'm sure he had an opportunity to sit down with the probation officer who did the PSR report, and kind of talked about, taking responsibility for his actions and the things that he expressed in his letter. Um, and yeah, I mean, no conditions in any facility, whether it's MDC Brooklyn or a jail in Mayberry across the country, no conditions being behind bars on a day-to-day basis is going to be comfortable, and it's going to give a person a time to reflect on the things that they've done, the people that they miss, more importantly, family and his children. Other than the victims in this case, I mean, his kids are the other victims for the reason that he's not with his family right now. One of the things that I'll talk to inmates when they first come to prison is, things are missing. Things are missing in your family, and things are not being done in your community and family when you're incarcerated. So it looks as if, other than complaining about the food and some of the other reports that I've read, that he is spending time trying to reflect and trying to mend some fences. And obviously, of course, nobody wants to go to prison beyond the jail time that he's spending right now. So
How bad is the MDC?
it has its challenges. I was an associate warden there from 2013 to 2016. I mean, I faced several challenges there, from a management perspective. It's 1 million square feet of an institution. And let's face it, I mean, I don't think any home or any building should be used 24/7. I mean, if my house, if I was running the water, the shower, and the flushing the toilets 24 hours, and then I have more people in my home than the capacity than it should be, then the conditions in the facility are obviously not going to be optimal, and it costs money to upgrade these facilities. And we know that there have been reports of staff misconduct and other issues since the institution was founded back in 1993. So yes, I face challenges there. But at the end of the day, they're 85 to 90% of the staff that go there every day come to take care of business, and they put their lives on the line to keep the American people safe.
Safa, it was a question from me. Curious your thoughts on it. This is from Sunshine Bray. Jesse, do you think AUSA Comey's firing, meaning Maureen Comey, an absence from the sentencing affects the outcome? My answer, no, it shouldn't. I don't think it's going to have any effect. And by the way, she's suing the Trump administration. Side note about that. But no, it's not going to have any effect on it, right?
It's not going to have any effect on it at all. Ultimately, you have the United States government against Sean Diddy Combs. The government and its assistant U.S. attorney and assistant U.S. attorneys, they all operate as one body. So it doesn't matter if it's Ms. Comey or any other AUSA that is present for sentencing. It's not going to make a difference in the judge's opinion.
They're really talking about right now in court, this is an update, the defense about the impact that Sean Combs has had. Nicole Westmoreland says, there were not many Black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing, too. It was not just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It brought unity and inspired change. Sierra, this is something we talked about before. I'm going to emphasize it again, and I'm curious your opinion about it. When you listen to this about the impact that Sean Combs had, when they talk about all the help, aside from after his conviction, everything that he's done while he was running Bad Boy, and they're playing this video, or they want to play this video. We've been showing B-roll of it that was prepared by the defense. It's kind of compilation, montage video of his life and the good things that he's done. Can't the judge, I mean, say, yeah, but like you were committing crimes during all of this? Or, I mean, for people who don't know, even after he made that apology video, after the 2016 tape of Cassie Ventura was released, he was accused of committing more crimes, right?
I mean, yeah, he was. And why are we here today? Because he was convicted of a crime. That's the bottom line that we have here. He committed a crime. It's not an accusation anymore. He's been convicted of it. So it's up to the judge, to sentence on that conviction. So I understand the defense's perspective here, putting forward all of these things, saying, Diddy is a mastermind when we're talking about Bad Boy, not only as an artist, but when we're talking about, a Black owned company that was one of a kind, when we're talking about Sean John and the clothing company and things like that. It makes sense. And it's truly the job of the defense attorneys at this point in the sentencing hearing to paint a positive picture about P. Diddy, to show, his reform that he's had through this entire process, to show in this video, he's a father, he is a good person, he is a runner, he is a singer, he is all of these positive things. But I do think, Jesse, you're right that it has to be in the back of Judge Arun Subramanian's mind that both of these things can be true. He can be a great dad, and also he is a criminal in regards to the transportation to engage in prostitution crime. So both are true.
And, we get this question from Olga. Why is there no immediate sentence, Sierra? The waiting must be so stressful. Look, it is stressful, but under the law, particularly, right, Sierra, when you don't have an automatic mandatory sentence, it's not like pro forma. It's not like a murder case where we say, oh, they're going to be convicted to, life without the possibility of parole. There's so much discretion here. There's so much for the judge to consider: the pre-sentencing report, probation's recommendation, prosecution's recommendation, defense's recommendation, allowing so many people to write letters and speak in court. Yeah, it's very stressful, particularly probably for Sean Combs, but it's necessary.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be stressful for P. Diddy and his family. Of course, they want to know what the answer is going to be, right? But to your point, Jesse, Judge Arun Subramanian almost has the weight of the world on his shoulders because he does have to sift through so much. Not only did he sit through that, weeks-long trial, hearing all of the evidence and information, seeing some really emotional testimony. Of course, he's a human being. That's going to live in the back of his mind. The allegations that not only was P. Diddy acquitted of, but then what he's convicted of. All of those things paired with, the letters of support from both sides, from Diddy supporting them, supporting him rather, the victims who are saying, wait, this actually was really difficult for me. It was really traumatic. I had to come forward. This affected my life. So either way, it's going to pan out. I think that there are going to be some people who disagree with what happens, right? If it's a win for Diddy, of course, the prosecution and the supporters of the victims are going to be upset. If it's vice versa, you've got the opposite way. So I do think it makes sense to have a hearing like this where we hear from both sides, where we have all of these letters, of course, for the judge to consider all of the elements here, because again, a man's life really hangs in the balance.
It certainly does. Nicole Westmoreland in court just said, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, referring to the work that Sean Combs did. A voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And the note here from the reporting says there was sobbing. So I can't tell if Nicole Westmoreland is actually crying during the course of this. If so, that's notable. Question for you, Dr. Hendricks. This is from Griffey. Will Diddy be placed on the sex offenders registry, or is that not a crime he can be placed on?
That depends. It depends on the judge's recommend. I mean, I think it'll have to come in the judgment and commitment order. More than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender, especially since that the crimes he committed, he's not eligible, like I said earlier, for First Step Back credits. He's not eligible for the residential drug abuse treatment program, which could have given him up to a year off and a year in a halfway house, depending on how much time he's going to be sentenced for. So more than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender.
Honestly, like, everybody knows about this case. Is it even necessary? Everybody would know what he was convicted of. So it's just a separate kind of practical point of view. Okay, Safa, 2 questions that are related here. This is a question from Brittany Curry. Is there the possibility of the judge taking into account the fact that Diddy was contacting the victims while awaiting his trial regarding the sentence? Like, okay. And this is from Fabiola Delgado Lebron. I'm not sure if asked and answered, but was the defense contacting witnesses in a threatening manner, causing for one witness to not testify? Is that witness intimidation? Okay, so first of all, I think that second question is regarding Mia, who was going to provide a statement to court, chose not to based on what the defense had written in their letter. That's not witness intimidation, if you ask me. The judge said there was inappropriate language used, but that doesn't rise to the level of a crime. I guess the bigger question is, all those allegations about that Combs was contacting people while at the MDC in anticipation of trial. I haven't heard, unless someone could correct me, I haven't seen the judge reference that yet. That may come up later on. What do you think?
The judge hasn't referenced it yet. I'm surprised the prosecution hasn't referenced it, or they might in their last statements to the court, essentially showing that he has done any and everything that he could to try to come from a place of not taking accountability. And that includes reaching out to witnesses and, intimidating and things of that nature. And of course, that's going to be the government's argument. The defense's argument is going to be a little different. Their argument is going to say, hey, judge, we have a right to investigate what the government is alleging. And that investigation also includes our investigators going to speak to witnesses, or us confirming what witnesses expect to say, or, preparation for trial, which would include having conversations with some of these people that the government is going to put on the stand to testify. So it's fair game either way. And I don't know how much impact the judge is going to give to that. I don't think it's going to be pretty significant if he does, because I think that there are so many other things that are on the table for him to consider. And to the point earlier, I think Sierra mentioned something with respect to, the thoroughness of the conversations that they're having prior to sentencing, is the judge is going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. There are sentencing factors that he has to consider. There's case law that he's considering. And he also wants to make sure, and both sides want to make sure, that the record is perfected, and particularly the defense, if this case goes up on appeal, and the judge wants to make sure that there are no appealing issues as he prepares to hand down his sentence.
Sierra, there's a poll that we have up that's really interesting, because a lot of people have been wondering, okay, what's the impact? What's going to happen? What's your view of Sean Combs? What do you think his life's going to be like after he's ultimately released from prison, if he's sentenced to prison, or if he's released today, which looks unlikely? But has your opinion of Diddy changed since his conviction? So 39% of the people polled say not at all. 32% never liked him. 19% say completely, and 10% say a little. What do you think, Sierra? What's your take?
I think it's an interesting poll, right? To show that a lot of people, it seems as though their, opinions of P. Diddy haven't necessarily changed. And maybe that's because they never liked him to begin with. I mean, if we're talking about, since conviction, he has now officially been convicted of this crime. Okay. However, prior to all of this, we've been reporting on this. I remember very specifically the first sidebar, Jesse, that you hosted was November of 2023, because of course that's when Kathy Ventura filed her bombshell lawsuit. And then after that, it's hard to keep track of the number of civil lawsuits that came out. So perhaps maybe it's all of these people who are watching right now who their opinion of P. Diddy changed back then when we first had Cassie. And then of course, we're talking about Jane Doe or Liza Gardner, etc. All of the many lawsuits leading up to Lil Rod and the many others that trickled out after that. And of course, I'm sure following law and crime coverage of the trial here, where you and Elizabeth Milner broke down everything, I think that probably changed a lot of the court of public opinion about P. Diddy, hearing these allegations against him and what it was really like inside the bedroom, or hotel room rather, what it was like during those, Wild King nights or freak offs. And I'm sure for a lot of people that could have changed their opinion of P. Diddy. But I mean, I guess it remains to be seen what's ahead for his future, whether he can ever bounce back in terms of, cultural significance. I've said this from the start, I don't think Diddy's going anywhere quietly. Even if people by and large don't like him, he still has his niche section of supporters.
interesting you say that, because I'm going back to this update from court. Nicole Westmoreland speaking on his behalf. She says he's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in D.C. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. Now, I think when she said, I'm sorry, I think she is crying in court. Look, doctor, I wonder if that is impacting the judge here. Maybe not necessarily the emotion, maybe the emotion of the attorney, but talking about the impact he had, the career that he had, the future. I mean, do judges consider the impact that someone can have, the benefit they might have to society?
I believe so. I mean,
Okay.
I've done hundreds of designations for inmates across the country throughout my career. The main thing is, going back to that pre-sentence report, looking at the offense and conduct, and then when had been interviewed, did he take responsibility? Does the things that reports about him teaching these classes, are they backed up by when he met with the probation officer? Did he actually accept responsibility? All those things come into play, but at the end of the day, there's still going to be a judgment. So while it'll be more interesting to see if he is sentenced to 3 to 5 or 7 years or 10 years. Will he still continue to teach classes? Will he still continue to fight for other inmates? That's the test is going to come when the judgment comes down. So I think it's a little bit of theater as far as the defense attorney, not necessarily being emotional, because that's not a problem, but I just think that's not going to make a major impact on the judge's decision, because he's going to ultimately weigh all of the information that has been gathered throughout this case.
Got another question for you from Brittany Curry. Since a lot of countries deny entry to a felon, how would his international travel be affected?
Well, if once he's released, he's probably going to be on supervised release. So any travel that he has, he's going to have to go through his probation officer. So during his supervised release, so any travel outside of the jurisdiction that he releases from will have to be cleared by the probation office.
So Safa, something interesting is going on here too. I want to mention Nicole Westmoreland has been saying Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, sorry. Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail, and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. The judge kind of took objection earlier on about where he basically said it doesn't appear that Sean Combs is really accepting responsibility for what he did here. Is the defense downplaying the crimes too much? Is this going to work against them in terms of sentencing?
I don't think that they're trying to downplay the crimes, but what I think they're trying to do is highlight the other aspects that the judge needs to and will ultimately consider. So somewhat taking accountability, yes, and there's going to be a need for that from Mr. Combs's behalf, but also saying, yes, judge, and it's towing a fine line, because in their mind, there is still some dispute on whether or not these are actual victims, or dispute about the conviction and some of the conduct or the alleged facts that the judge is going to consider. So towing that line between accepting responsibility and accountability for that, but also taking that accountability and highlighting all of the other things that Mr. Combs is known for. And I think that it's very unique here. And I really hope I'm not wrong as I'm saying this. I think that Ms. Westmoreland, she is the African-American attorney on the team. Yes. And so I think it's very interesting that she is delivering the statement at this moment for Mr. Combs, who is obviously a Black man who, is one of the pioneers in the hip hop world and in the entertainment world. And again, to her point earlier, is he has been one of the few, or one of the first, that has been able to sort of leverage, Black or African-American talent and things of that nature into the entertainment industry. And also, to her point, up his impact on her when she had her visit to DC. I don't think that will significantly impact the judge's decision, but it's interesting to see the lens that they are trying to convey to the court through this statement with this attorney.
By the way, Sierra, we put up a poll regarding one of the bombshells that came out today. How do you feel that Diddy lined up speaking events even though he's in custody still. 45% say disrespectful to victims. 26% say moving too fast. 18% just business. 11% say smart PR. That was a big bombshell, right? And you had mentioned why it confuses you with respect. I think you said the math is not mathing.
The math is not mathing, Jesse. And I'm not good at math, but it's not mathing. Okay. So that poll, it is interesting because while we were on air, you broke that bombshell. And I think I even interrupted you. I was so shocked to hear that according to federal prosecutors, P. Diddy has lined up this speaking engagement for next week in Miami. But let me go back to the math and break it down if I can. So P. Diddy's team, the defense, is asking for 14 months, essentially time served, but not quite, because he was arrested and booked into MDC Brooklyn on September 16th, 2024. So we're not quite at the 13-month situation because right now we're only at October 3rd. So if they're asking for 14 months, let's say they get it. That's what they wanted, right? So that's a little bit more time. I mean, that's pushing us into November. So if he has this speaking engagement rather set for next week, why are they asking for the 14 months? That doesn't make sense to me. But honestly, if you're asking me about the poll, I am a little shocked that there is this alleged speaking engagement that he has booked. However, it is P. Diddy, so how surprised should we be?
Dr. Hendricks, that's a good point. Dr. Hendricks, does it make sense to you?
Well, if he gets the 14-month sentence, a year and a day sentence triggers 47 days of good conduct time. So he's already served a year in prison. So if he gets the 14 months,
He could get out.
He can get out within a few days. I don't have a computer in front of me to do the calculation.
That makes it seem like he really thought he's getting out.
Right. Exactly. So they're hedging their bet that he's going to get that 14-month sentence, and he's prepared to do the things that he wants to do in the community and beyond once he gets out. And I think that's why they've established a date for this speaking engagement in Miami.
They were not. The prosecution was not happy about that. They basically said it shows his hubris about it. Super chat question from Christina Lester. Thank you, Christina. Really appreciate it. Jesse, will Ben Chu be joining us today? He will not be joining us today, but my gosh, isn't Ben always in our minds? Isn't he always in our hearts? So let's keep it there. No, but Ben's a busy guy. Won't be making it today, but maybe we'll be able to relay that question to him nonetheless. Okay. Joe Rod says, I'm still laughing that the Punisher is at the court. Yes, he is there. Nicole Westmoreland, in the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how free game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the MDC before. Is that true?
I believe so. You know, as we know, Mr. Combs is a very creative individual, and I'm sure he probably had a little bit of homework done on the evidence-based courses that they already have at the facility. So I'm not surprised that he came up with this particular course for the individuals, and especially since he's not going to get paid for facilitating this class, so why not call it free game? And the timing of it all makes sense as well, because I'm sure he didn't have time during the trial phase to have time to be talking to inmates on a daily basis because he was preparing for trial. But post sentence, since July, I mean, he's had enough time to create this course and begin facilitating it to the other individuals in the building. And of course, at the end of the day, this is to help him ultimately because he's not going to be able to benefit from any type of courses because he's going to have to serve a day for a day.
Yep.
At 85% if he does get above 14 months.
Hey, Safa, here's a question for you. This is from Ray Santiago. Can the president pardon him?
Well, yes, he can. At this point, Mr. Combs has been convicted. And so now if the judge not the judge, but if Mr. Trump wanted to, he could certainly consider a pardon for Mr. Combs.
You think he's going to do it?
Nah. I think there was conversation about it, and then Trump said something to the effect that maybe Diddy was on the opposite side of the political spectrum as him. So I think Mr. Trump's going to leave that one alone.
What did you make, Dr. Hendricks, of the video? So we've been playing it a little bit. Have you ever seen that before, where a video has been put together highlighting the achievements, the career, the volunteer service, the benefits someone has provided to a community? Have you seen that? Has that been effective before?
No, I have not seen it before, but obviously we're now living in a technology age, and I think this may be the start of something. I'm sure other individuals who have access to footage or B-roll or photos that they may be able to show their goodwill in the communities that they come from across the country, they may be able to establish something like that, like Mr. Combs is doing, to show his human side. And this should be something to illustrate for all individuals that are being incarcerated across this country, that they may be humanized, and that they may have to take responsibility for their actions, but they still can contribute something to society as they move forward. So I think this is a good thing that he's doing to show his human side, even though he's convicted of the two counts that he was. And I believe that this could be a start of something in the future for other individuals who are facing federal and state time.
Sierra, there's a lot of question, a lot of feeling about the emotion there today, right? So there's a poll up that says, how do you think Diddy will react when he hears his fate? 37% say he'll be emotional, 29% say calm and composed, 20% will say shocked, 14% say defiant. What is the feeling outside that courthouse? What has been the feeling during the course of this trial? There are complicated emotions for people. I think a big part of it was, the Sean Combs that we knew, the Sean Combs that was beloved, the Sean Combs that was renowned, to hear the allegations against him and to hear what he was convicted of was a shock to many people. And it kind of goes into that poll about, does your feeling about him change? Does your view on him change? But there are complicated feelings where people don't believe the victims in this case. There are people who don't believe he should have been convicted. There are people who believe he should have been convicted across the board. What is that feeling that you're seeing from outside the courthouse and as you've been covering this trial?
I think it's hard, right? Because the reason that we all are following this case is because we know the name Sean P. Diddy Combs because he was a celebrity. And that's really what it is. When we know a celebrity, we know them from afar. We idolize them because of their music or movies, etc. And we don't necessarily know what's going on behind closed doors. But now with this trial, with everything seemingly out in the open, it does, to your point in that poll we spoke about earlier, change the course of public opinion in regards to P. Diddy and the allegation and now conviction that he has. So I guess it remains to be seen what sort of reaction Diddy himself, Sean Combs, will have when this sentence is handed down. As for what's going on right here, I've seen a little bit of everything. Earlier throughout this live stream today, I've heard multiple people running up and down the street yelling, "Free Diddy." So there are still supporters here for P. Diddy. Additionally, I just saw a man moments ago who came over live streaming and said, "I've been watching Law and Crime. I love you guys." So we have people here who are watching our live stream down at the courthouse, supporting what we're talking about here. So it's an interesting juxtaposition of emotions here on both sides.
I want to get 2 quick points from both my guests before I have to sign them off. Sierra's going to stay with us, of course. So there's an update here, Dr. Hendricks, from court, Nicole Westmoreland. There is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. Judge asked Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele says, Brian Steele, one of his defense attorneys, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. Judge says, please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. So we're about to hear from Quincy Brown.
Yes.
No benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison?
Well, I mean, of course, the defense is going to say that because, they don't want their client to be behind bars. So, I mean, but in terms of him, being held accountable for his actions, and the judge is going to have to make that decision. And that's why they have the high responsibility of being a federal judge, is that they are going to be able to measure all of the information based on the evidence, based on criminal history, based on what he can bring to the table in the community later on in his life. And ultimately, that judge is going to have to make that decision. So, but I'm not surprised that his defense attorney said there's no public benefit from it. So, I mean, and that's a question for a lot of different individuals who are incarcerated. But ultimately, he's going to have to take responsibility for his actions, and it may include some jail time.
They're moving pretty quickly, Safa, through these statements from family. Quincy Brown says, this is his son, he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next up, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you, give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero, My father always told me to believe in God. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next up, I'm Christian Combs. I'm the one who most resembled my pops, my mannerism. My whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. Is this going to have an impact on the judge's decision, Safa?
I think it's most certainly going to have an impact. And I think that this, in part, is going to be the defense's strongest tactic to get the judge to come in alignment with their sentencing request. Right now, what you see is obviously the children of Mr. Combs who are really delivering heartfelt, heart impacting, and pulling at the judge's heartstrings for leniency for their father. And these are the individuals that truly have firsthand relationships and that will be impacted the most with Mr. Combs' absence. So I think that what they're going to be saying and what his other children continue to say will have a compelling effect on the judge. So compelling that, he'd give him time served or the 14 months essentially. Probably not. But I think that these statements from the children are going to really echo in the judge's mind as he considers his sentence.
Safa Robinson Ferrer, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, thank you both so much for coming on. Really, really appreciated your expert insight and analysis into this as we continue into another hour of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. Sierra Gillespie and I will be right back. We have new guests coming on. Again, I said full day affair. We don't know how long this sentencing is going to happen, but we're covering it for you right here on Long Crime. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Our live coverage here on Long Crime of Sean Diddy Combs sentencing continues. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you so much for joining us. We still do not know the sentence for Sean Combs after he was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, moving people across state lines, international lines, for the purposes of sex work. This includes the victims, Cassie Ventura and Jane. But we kind of got a hint. The judge earlier on, Judge Jeroen Subramanian, said that he does not see a reason to deviate from the sentencing guidelines of about 5 to 7 years in prison. Is that a definitive answer as to what he's going to do? No, because what are we seeing right now? It's the defense's turn to put kind of mitigating evidence forward, to ask for leniency. And that, by the way, I've said this before, I'll say it again. That's what makes this sentencing hearing so interesting. We have no idea what the exact sentence will be. There's no pro forma mandatory sentence. There's a range here. Defense was asking for 14 months, basically asking for him to be released from the MDC immediately. The prosecution was asking for 11 years in prison. Are we going to get that? But the defense right now is calling Sean Combs' family members to provide statements to the court. I mentioned before that Justin and Quincy had made statements. Christian Combs has just told the court, which is interesting considering what Sean Combs was convicted of. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. Next up, my name is Jesse Combs, and I'm 18 years old. Apparently, she's crying as she's giving this statement. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. My name is Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed. She's crying as well. He speaks with a clear mind. My name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Your Honor, please let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. She's crying as well. Judge says, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. Brian Steele, Sean Combs' defense attorney, says, we would like to show the movie. So there was a movie that was prepared, this compilation of, we'll play it here as B-roll. We can't play the audio due to copyright reasons, but Sean Combs' life, his career, the work that he's done for the community. It's interesting seeing this as we talk about what impact this will have on the judge. It's up to his discretion about what the sentence will be here. But I'm here right now with prison consultant Justin Paperny. I'm here with litigator Rich Schoenstein, trial attorney. And I'm also here with Sierra Gillespie, who is outside that federal courthouse. And by the way, Elizabeth Milner is inside in that courtroom as well. We'll get to her later. Rich, I'll start with you. Do you think this is going to have an impact on the judge?
Yeah. You're asking about the video. I think the video would have a negative impact on the judge. I don't think this video is for the judge. I think the video is for the public. I think the video is for his fans. I think the video is for his supporters and people who have an interest who are going to see it on the news or on social media. That video, from the perspective of influencing the judge, to me, is a negative. I don't think that video is what he wanted to give to the judge. The letter that he submitted was a decent effort to persuade the judge. I believe the letter was for the judge and the video was for the public.
We're also here with trial attorney Adante Pointer. Adante, do you think those statements from the family, those emotional statements from the family where the judge just said, this is important for me to hear, do you think that's going to affect the sentence? Do you think the judge has already gone in with a sentence and may be swayed by what he's hearing? Adante, I think you have you. Are you muted? Okay, we got you. Yep. You were saying?
That's certainly Diddy's team and his family's hope, is that those cries, those pleas for help, the idea that the punishment is not just borne by Diddy alone, but also by his family, and that can have repercussions as well, is something that the judge should take into consideration. However, when the judge starts off by talking about the guidelines say what they say in terms of 6 to 7 years, you're now having to kind of battle back from that position and identify some points of mitigation that would cause the judge, persuade the judge to go below the sentencing guidelines.
Or do you think it's, hey, I'm not going to go past it? I still agree. He might say, I still agree 5 to 7 years, Dante, but I'm not going to 11. I'm not going past it. That, you think that's where these statements, this video could come into play?
Well, certainly it could come into play for that. I mean, look,
if you're playing defense, which Combs is because he's been convicted, then you're trying to put a cap on the maximum punishment that you can get at minimum. In your best case scenario, you've provided persuasive information that makes the judge want to depart below the guidelines, which is their best case scenario, right? So the best case scenario, you want the judge not to even reach the 5 to 7 year marker. Worst case scenario, please don't go above the guidelines and hit me with the 11 years the prosecution is banging on their drum about.
Now, we do have a super chat question from Bravado Agency. Such a great super chat question. Bravado Agency, just wait 1 second. I will get to it. I just want to go to Justin Paperny about something. It is important to note, Justin, and I want you to clarify it for our audience, okay? If he is sentenced to significant prison time, so anywhere 5 years and more, how much time will he actually serve? And where do you think he will serve it?
That answer actually helps with the video, if I can touch on that quickly. I think the video does a good job of helping the judge look at the totality of his life, along with the statements from the children and the letters. It's important because these videos and letters lay out some vision of what he will do moving forward. So even if it doesn't directly impact the sentence, there are promises in this copy that the Bureau of Prisons can later use down the road to determine if he is authentic, if he is following through on the commitments that he made in this letter, or he is now asking a case manager to take the totality of his life into consideration in sending him direct to home confinement. So that's why I think it's important for the mitigation. The question is, will he follow through? I think he will, given what he's done while he's in custody. I think a lot of it's been impressive. To the sentence, based on this crime, as I understand it, he would be ineligible to get earned time credits under the First Step Act, a law that President Trump signed in 2018. These earned time credits can take up to 1 year off of your sentence. And with BOP directives, these credits can continue to stack. As a result of this conviction, he is ineligible. So that's additional time he would serve in prison. If the sentence, I presume, is 3 years or longer, if I were betting, he would eventually get transferred from MDC. Per the First Step Act, they want to send you to a prison within 500 miles of your release address. I presume it would be a low security prison. If in California, most likely Lompoc or Terminal Island here in San Pedro. If it's the short sentence his legal team is asking for, probably 3 years or less, with good time together with what he served, he may say, I'd just like to finish the rest of my sentence here.
Yep, very consistent with what Dr. Hendricks was saying. I think we're working on getting Sierra Gillespie up as we do. I just want to go now, Rich, to Bravado Agency. This question, the super chat question, Rich. Judge Subramanian, clerk for Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She embraced her judicial role with the solemn responsibility of following the law. How might this influence affect Judge Subramanian today?
Well, I don't know if it's the Ruth Bader Ginsburg connection, although she was, of course, one of the significant Supreme Court justices of our lifetime and a great place to clerk. Judge Subramanian, I think, has been trying to act within the scope of the law throughout these proceedings. I think he wants to follow the law. And obviously, no judge wants to get reversed. So they always try to follow the law. So I do believe he's going to do his best to consistently adhere to the legal principles and guidelines. That said, at the end of the day, he has some discretion in sentencing. That's what sentencing is all about. That's why even the proposed, the PSR is in a range, and he can go outside of that range, acting consistently with the law. So he will try his best, and we will see what he comes up with.
Well, I'm here with Sierra Gillespie as well. Raises an interesting question. We got this question here from Luna Wolf WY. Do you think, Sierra, do you think people will protest and or riot if he gets the max time? So I guess they're referring to what, 20 years in prison, which seems unlikely. You're outside that courthouse. You're looking at the scene. I hope for your sake and everyone's sake that doesn't happen, but what do you think?
I don't necessarily think that there's going to be a 20-year sentence here today. I mean, I think that seems pretty extreme. We could maybe rule that out. However, I could see if there is a lengthy sentence that the people here, just based on the vibe, could do something. I mean, last time I was here when the verdicts came down, I know I keep talking about this, but it was very notable that people were squirting baby oil and lube at the courthouse here, the federal courthouse in the Southern District of New York. I mean, it's New York. Anything can happen here. There have been people up and down the streets yelling, "Free Diddy." There have been people running behind me in my live shots and pointing at the monitor saying, "That's Jesse Weber." You know, people do not mind coming up to us. People do not mind yelling. I mean, so I think there are a decent amount of Diddy supporters here. And if there was a sentence that wasn't great for P. Diddy, I'm not surprised if I'm going to hear some people yelling. Maybe I'm going to see some more baby oil and lube shouting. I mean, there are police barricades and there are officers around in case things do get out of control. And again, when the verdicts came down, there were police officers here who had to control traffic. There were so many people, and it had a heightened sense of security here. So, I mean, I guess we'll wait and see what the sentence really is, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some outbursts from people here in New York.
And just so you know, I pay those people very well to say those comments about me. But that's a side note. Justin, got a poll question we put in. Put it up. Do you believe Diddy's claim transformation? 63% say no, it feels like damage control. 19% say yes, people can grow. 11% say hard to say. 7% say maybe. The reason I'm posing this question to you is because Diddy, in his letter to the judge, talked about how the MDC changed him, talked about the good that he can do on the outside, how this has been a transformative moment. We haven't heard from him in court yet. But look at this, what it seems to be, people are very skeptical about this idea of him being transformed. Your take on it?
So I can understand the skepticism. I've been to prison, and a lot of people make a lot of claims. I can understand it's in his lawyer's interest to talk about the transformation. I think they're doing a pretty good job. I'm a believer or buyer because we're beginning to compile some evidence from people inside of that prison who are willing to put their name to a letter that says, he is impacting me, he is helping me. There are people that go to prison who play the victim all day. They blame, they excuse, they watch television. They do nothing to try to contribute. So I find it very helpful. I find it positive that while he's been in this really difficult detention center, stripped from his family through his own bad choices, he's making the most of the experience. In my opinion, that's the biggest mitigation argument that he has. There's no doubt how much his children love and support and miss him. And I can understand a judge might say, if you were so concerned about your children, you might have given more thought to your conduct. I've been to enough sentencing hearings to know. So the children have done an excellent job. I think his lawyers are doing a very good job of doing what they're paid to do. To his mitigation, avoiding problems, which you shouldn't be rewarded for if you're compliant, but still a lot of people are not. The best thing he has going for him, even if it doesn't directly impact his sentence today because it could influence a case manager down the road, is the work that he has done while he is in custody to provide value to those who have not had the opportunities, the benefits that he has had throughout a lifetime. I think it's real. I think it is significant. And I think the judge may comment on it, but if not, you could expect a case manager down the road to be influenced if he continues to do it. It just doesn't stop at sentencing. He's continuing to build a record for the rest of his life, frankly. This isn't a legal strategy for him. It is a mitigation strategy for his children, for his family. But I think it's very genuine what he's done, and I think it's very encouraging. I would just encourage him to continue whatever the number is today.
So we have an update from court. That video that they were playing is over. It's been played. Right. The judge says, Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Brian Steele says, the Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. Judge says, any more lawyers? Brian Steele says, myself, then Mr. Donaldson. They're going to resume now at 2 p.m. Eastern. Adante, this may take quite some time. Is this typical? Is this typical to see a sentencing on these kind of federal charges take a full day like this?
It's not typical to see a full day of a sentencing. However, I don't think it's the charges. I think it's who is being charged and who is being sentenced is why it's taking such a long time. It's not uncommon because you do have to have, both sides, if you will, not only the court weigh in with the sentencing and its analysis, but also the prosecutors and whoever the victims want us to talk. And of course, here, the defendant has an opportunity. So it's not a quick situation like you might see in state court where, a person could be sentenced within about 15, 20 minutes. This is a federal court. And so it's a much more elaborate process. Nevertheless, what I think you see here are two titans, if you will. You have the United States government on one side, and you know they're asking for 11 years. They're beating their drum. They're pulling anything and everything that they feel the court should consider. But the defendant also has the right to do that. And he's well-heeled. He has a number of attorneys looking at it, and they're going to play all the angles to Diddy's benefit. And keep in mind, the judge should and is instructed to take into consideration more than just what was in the four corners of the conviction. The judge could take in all the other testimony that was about other bad acts, but at the same time, the defendant gets to present the court with all of the things Diddy has done, be it a school that he funded in his neighborhood, provided free education and boarding to people, and all the other generous acts that he's done over the years. The judge has to then balance all those things to ultimately come out with the sentence. And of course, we're all waiting with bated breath to find out what that will be.
Rich, I want to jump on something you mentioned before, his letter to the court. By all accounts, Sean Combs is going to provide a statement in court today. It may echo what his letter said. I was playing before his apology video that came out after the Cassie tape was published by CNN. A lot of people didn't buy it. They didn't believe him. He was also accused of committing crimes after that video came out. What can he say in a best case scenario? What can he say? What can he do that may affect the judge's decision here, given that, as you said so well, that the judge has a lot of discretion here?
I think the themes that he wants to hit on, and they were in his letter, are remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And Justin really spelled this out well. I too thought that is by far his strongest argument, that he can do good and is already doing good and is really capable if he's earnest about it. This is someone who's capable of doing immense good in the public if he gets out and if he does it. And I think that is his strongest argument. He needs to be careful, though, because there were things in the letter that the judge didn't like and the prosecutors harped on. He can't say anything negative about any witness or any victim. He doesn't want to say anything to deny committing these crimes or to deflect responsibility. He was pretty good in the letter, but he did sort of say something about Mia that I think was misplaced in that letter. He doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to keep it short. He wants it to be heartfelt. I assume he's not going to read something. He's going to use his presenter ability. And to your point, Jesse, about how this is taking a long time, for better or worse, this is a very well-equipped defendant, right? It is the rare defendant that can produce a video to play at their sentencing hearing. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. Or bring in, multiple children and a reverend and other impact statements and have multiple lawyers make arguments and then get up and say something. So there is a lot to be said. But when it's his turn, remorse, regret, rehabilitation, sit down.
So that's a really good breakdown of what he needs to do. And it's interesting, Justin, because I'm thinking about it. On one hand, the judge could say, my gosh, it's so unique what Sean Combs has been doing in prison, helping his fellow inmates. We got a lot of letters from people who say he's changed their lives. He may be committed to doing well on the outside. Could the judge take the other view? Well, not everybody's in Sean Combs' position. Not everybody has the ability to teach business classes and use that for their benefit at sentencing. And if I use that to benefit him, that places him in an unfair position. And I'm curious, whether the judge may say something like that. And while it's great what he's doing and commends him for doing it, he can't use it as a deciding factor to determine what his sentence should be. I'm just curious your opinion on it, Justin.
So there's a nonprofit I'm affiliated with called Prison Professors Charitable Corporation that is in every BOP prison. It influences millions of people, and a number of people will volunteer to that nonprofit, and it's been very helpful through sentencing hearings, and judges have commented on it. It has never been harmful. I don't think this work that he did would be harmful unless you have the lawyers or Mr. Combs try to oversell it, right? The impact of it, or if it wasn't real. I've been to sentencing hearings where judges will say, yes, I saw you go to the soup kitchen once a week. You've truly changed the world. And any volunteer work is clearly working against them. So I think it has to be realistic. It has to be measurable. I think 1 year is a sustained period of time. I don't think you should punish him for having skills that he's choosing to use to help people. What's the alternative? Sit there all day in isolation and complain? He shouldn't be hurt or impacted negatively by trying to help people. Some people try to oversell it. It doesn't appear as if he has. I would argue that for him to get maximum benefit, regardless of the sentence today, as someone who's been to federal prison, but I was in federal prison in 2008 when there was no prison reform, there was no agenda to advance my release date. Measures have changed through the First Step Act, more that we think is coming. So it's really in his interest whether he gets 5 years, 7 years, 11 years to say, Your Honor, regardless of what happens today at sentencing, I'm going to continue this through my sentence, probation, for the rest of my life and use this experience as an asset to influence many of the brothers that I have met here in prison.
Okay, so I have big news. Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, is with us right now. She is straight from the courtroom. She was in there for the entirety of the day so far. Elizabeth, it is so great to see you. I have to start with this. You can tell me how Sean Combs appears, how he looks, but you got to tell me what the emotion was like in the courtroom in the past hour. We're reading about it. We're hearing what his children, his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, that they were sobbing, but I don't know if it's really doing it justice for what the feeling is like in that courtroom. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. Well, when Sean Combs first came into the courtroom today, you know, we were knowing what the tone would necessarily be. Would he come in? Would he appear confident? Well, when he did come in today, he was kind of in, he was in civilian clothes. Now he wasn't in the MDC jumpsuit or anything like that. He was wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, dark pants, all of his tattoos covered up. He waved at his family and he did prayers, hands to him. And I noted even in my notes, because we're not allowed to have electronic devices when we're in the courtroom, just about how nervous, to me at least, he seemed while walking in. And I can only imagine how he feels being in that predicament. He is facing sentencing. It could go either way. I think a lot of people obviously are anticipating what that sentence will ultimately be, but you could tell like it felt like the weight of the world was on him. And then I think, Jesse, honestly, when, you know, we had an attorney speak before Nicole Westmoreland came on, that was Jason Driscoll, really kind of honing in on kind of some of the legal arguments. But I was very surprised, honestly, to see Nicole Westmoreland get so emotional during this sentencing, you know, and it really kind of began when she started talking about Revolt Television and all of Sean Combs's accomplishments. Something that the defense, I feel like, has been using this as a way to kind of appease to not only the judge, but possibly the public in terms of his redemption when it comes to just wanting people to not think about this case, not think about the trial, not think about these allegations, but more so really just talk about his accomplishment and what he's done for the community, and more specifically what he's done to the Black community. And so Nicole Westmoreland really getting emotional when she was talking about how he spent a lot of time helping his community, how he helped break the chain of systemic racism, how he opened 3 charter schools in poverty-stricken areas, how he employed thousands of people. He gave opportunity to inner city individuals. His companies were very diverse. He inspired generations to follow. They were bringing about, or they were talking about vote or die. And then Nicole Westmoreland kind of made it a little more personal, where she was discussing how some of her interests were where she was super passionate about mass incarceration. She went to an event 8 years ago, and who was the speaker there? None other than who would end up being her client years later, and that was Sean Diddy Combs. And she said that he had said something along the lines of, listen, everyone, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up, put those actions behind your dreams. And she said that pretty much changed her life. She says, Mr. Combs isn't larger than life. He's just a man who made mistakes. And then I think the tears really started to fall when the children came to speak at the podium today. And it wasn't even necessarily a situation where they were rushed over into the front of the courtroom and all had to turn. It was really just kind of a simple, casual measure. They all got up to the podium. They all stood together, and it's 6 of them, minus the 7th child, that being, of course, baby Love, who's only 2 years old. Didn't see her in the courtroom or anything like that, but I did see her mother, Dana Tran, inside there. But all the kids lined up at the podium. It's seated near the jury box. And Quincy Brown speaks first. And I think what's important to note is Quincy Brown, his biological biological father is actually Al Shura, who had a relationship with Kim Porter. They were together. But Sean Combs adopted Quincy when he was very young. And then there was kind of some talk before, prior, just about the relationship between Quincy Brown and his biological father. But in terms of what he was speaking about today in sentencing, he said that he's our father. In front of us, we see a changed man week after week. We can see him evolve. Our father will never do anything to jeopardize his freedom. Now, Justin Combs spoke afterwards. Christian Combs spoke after that. But Jesse Combs is really where it started to kind of pick up in terms of the emotions again, where she immediately started crying. And I can only imagine how that feels to speak in front of not only the judge, but in front of your father, in front of a whole bunch of people in the media who want to hear what the kids have to say. Because even though we saw them inside the courtroom, Jesse, even though we've seen them in passing in the cafeteria and other things like that, this is the first time we're really kind of hearing them speak about how their lives have been impacted by Sean Combs's the allegations that have been against him and the conduct, all of that stuff. But they said right up the front, they were like, we're not here to make excuses for him. We aren't here to excuse his mistakes. We need him in our lives. Jesse Combs talking about how she lost her mom, that her mom being Kim Porter when she was very young, and that Sean Combs promised to be there to keep them safe. Then Chance Combs spoke afterwards, and she said that we're just daughters who need our father. When we talk, he speaks with a clear mind now. He's more patient. He's thoughtful. He wants to be a better man. He wants to be a better father. He's parented our 2-year-old sister from jail, and I see glimpses of our father during that. She said our sister deserves, and that the sister being 2-year-old Love, deserves a father who is present to teach her how to ride a bike, to tuck her in at night before she goes to bed, something that all kids want from their parents, right? Then Delilah Combs afterwards spoke after Chance. She said that we're scared of the thought of not having our mom and our dad in our life. And she says that these are the years that we'll never get back. She says, I know that missing years hurt because we lost our mom and they've already lost so much. So really that was kind of a time where we were really kind of seeing everyone get a little emotional in terms of people on the defendant's side. Sean Combs himself, I think it was a moment where we were kind of seeing him inside the courtroom at the defense table really kind of turn and look at his children. Kind of hard for him to keep a straight face with that. Like, he was so emotional, which I understand. He's a father, and he's a father to many children, and the kids have gone through a lot in their life. And so it was very emotional, Jesse. I can definitely say that. It was a lot of tears inside the gallery, especially on Sean Combs' side, but definitely from Sean Combs himself too. He was very emotional while his kids were speaking.
There's a lot at stake today. It's not surprising you're seeing this. By the way, before I ask you something else, I just have to let you know the amount of love that you're getting online is quite palpable. Basti failed. Greetings, my queen. We love you in Germany. Christina Lester, super chat comment, who's been great today. Tell Elizabeth her skin is glowing as per usual. Nikki Hayes, how are you, Elizabeth? We heart and appreciate you. Anto Grego, beautiful Jesse and Queen Elizabeth. Love you guys. You make a great team. Maylin Bourbon, oh, how I missed the chat, the lunchtime show, and the Long Crime team and panel. Long Crime, thank you for all your hard work. So, and super chat question from Mike. What's the update? Well, I think Elizabeth just laid out the entire update. I will ask you this. There was a question from the lone medic. How long does Elizabeth think Diddy will be sentenced for? Wasn't there a comment today, Elizabeth, from the judge that he does not see any reason to deviate from the guidelines of 5 to 7 years?
Yes. And so there was a lot of math that I was honestly doing, Jesse, because when they're talking about the sentencing guidelines, they're always talking about it in ranges of months. And so because there are 12 months in a year, I'm having to do quick math. So really what the judge is kind of looking at and what the PSR recommendation was 70 to 87 months, which by my calculations, because I don't have a calculator inside that courtroom, about 6 or 7 years. So I could see it possibly being definitely on the higher range than maybe the defense was expecting. I think especially in terms of the judge's tone today when he brought up that Sean Combs had been talking publicly about possibly doing an in-person speaking engagement in Miami. I think actually I take that back. It wasn't the judge who brought that up, but it was more so the government who specifically brought that up, because it seems like from the defense's side that they were expecting possibly for him to be released today, pending the outcome of what the sentencing may be. And so, in terms of my personal opinions, I don't think the judge's death is going to be lenient today. And I don't know if necessarily the victim impact statement, seeing the video that played inside the courtroom, hearing from Sean Combs's children, hearing from his defense attorneys will sway him in any type of way. I think he's probably already has his decision already made. But if I were to have my guess, I wouldn't put it past him to have anything below 2 years, and possibly with the possibility of time served, that's only another year in prison. And so we'll see what the outcome will be once that sentence is eventually handed down, which will be later this afternoon for sure, possibly.
Yeah. So we have a question also, and I apologize if you answered it before, but it's this is from Rebecca L. What is Diddy wearing today?
Yes, well, Rebecca, Diddy is wearing, because I always write it down, whatever he is wearing inside, is wearing a tan sweater, a white undershirt, and he's wearing dark pants today, which is different from the last time I actually saw him in the courtroom, and that being the hearing that happened just last week when he actually appeared in the NBC jumpsuit. And so still kind of a similar color, but definitely in civilian clothes as opposed to last week's hearing.
And by the way, this revelation that Mia, who is one of the victims in this case, claimed that Sean Combs sexually assaulted her. She was supposed to provide a statement today. She had provided a letter to the court. The defense objected to her providing a statement in court. She didn't want to speak today. I mean, can you talk to us about that revelation too? That happened at the beginning of the day.
That was a big revelation. I was expecting to hear some in-person victim impact statements, especially from government witnesses. And so it was a big shocker when Christy Slavic said today that Mia no longer wants or wishes to give a victim impact statement. And she, Christy Slavic had said that Mia had submitted a written statement, and that was the same letter from the government sentencing memo. And then it was interesting, Jesse, honestly, to hear the judge kind of get a little kind of testy a little bit with the defense's side, because he pretty much said the tone of the defense's letter in response to Mia giving a victim impact statement was just inappropriate. And the tone of that letter was pretty harsh. It was kind of the same tone and impact that the cross-examination was, where they set out in legal filing, they called her a liar. They said that she was having kind of a fake demeanor while she was on the witness stand. There's all of these things. So honestly, Jesse, it wasn't too much of a surprise that she did end up changing her mind, but I can understand why she might have been apprehensive about coming into court today, especially given the defense's response to her just wanting to give a victim impact statement, something that we see that's pretty routine in these sentencing hearings.
So, Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. Excellent reporting. You're going to come back later on. We will see when the sentence is handed down. And also, Elizabeth's going to be on with me for a special sidebar later when we break down everything that happened in court today. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. So Sierra's going to come back on in a little bit. All my guests, Rich, Justin, Adante, stay with me. We're going to take a quick break on our end. The court is currently in break. When they come back, we'll come back and we'll continue to provide live coverage of Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing day. Stay with us.
Yes.
I thought they wanted to give me audio. Give me a moment.
Hey, 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 hey.
Hey guys, it's Leah. We're here at the courthouse. We're here at the courthouse. Hold on, he's gonna see if the wait, do you hear anything? Hey, 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 hey. We're here, we're here, we're here at the courthouse. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. You're not hearing an actual voice? No. Hold on, he's changing it. Hang on. This is my Fox helping me. Thank the Lord for them. Can you hear us now? Can you guys hear us in the LA office? Can you hear us? You can hear me, but they gotta hear me over in LA. Hello? Line level? Hello, 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 hello. We're coming to you live from New York City. Can you guys hear me? Coming to you live from New York City. Hold on. Hey, 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 hey. Coming to you live from New York. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hello, 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 hello.
And welcome back to our live coverage of Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing out in federal court in downtown Manhattan. I'm Jesse Weber. Really, thank you so much for joining us. We are waiting for what that official sentence will be. We're waiting for the court to start up again. And it was a highly emotional moment earlier on today when several of Sean Combs' children took the stand and provided impact statements, provided statements to the court, asking the judge to be lenient in his sentence after Sean Combs was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution in his trial over the summer. We reported earlier on that it seems the judge has indicated that he will not deviate, or let me rephrase, he sees no reason to deviate at this point from the recommended sentence of 5 to 7 years in prison. There is something potentially that could change his mind to go one way or another. Remember, his defense attorneys were asking for 14 months. Prosecutors were asking for 11 years. There is an unknown here. We don't know which way the judge will actually go. But as we talked about, Elizabeth Milner, who was inside that courtroom, these were highly, highly emotional statements where you heard crying, sobbing. Sean Combs was getting emotional. It's being reported by NBC that more than 30 members of Sean Combs' family and friends are sitting in the first several rows of that courtroom. Obviously, there's no cameras there, but we're doing our best to update you in real time about what's happening. As soon as they go back live, we will let you know. But right now, I want to discuss what we're seeing, what is happening. I want to bring in trial attorney Adante Pointer. I want to bring in prison consultant Justin Paperny. I want to bring in litigator Rich Schoenstein. And also we have with us Sierra Gillespie, who's outside that courthouse. But Justin, I'll start with you. There was something that you said about what Elizabeth was referring to. Elizabeth was talking about what she was witnessing in that courtroom, what the feeling was like, maybe where the judge might be going. What did you take away from it?
About 10 months ago in an interview with Elizabeth, she asked me, so like, what is success for Sean Combs if convicted? And success would be trying to get the shortest sentence possible, of course. The guideline, 70 to 87, that's still a year and a half of his life. That's a big range. So even though the judge is inclined to give a sentence within those guidelines, it would be really successful for Mr. Combs if he got that 70 or 71. And maybe the video, the letters, I'm hopeful the work that he has done while in custody could convince this judge to give him the shortest sentence possible. I do think there's value he could provide to the community, provide there's some metrics that are holding him accountable. He would be on supervised release, but that would be a huge win, I told Elizabeth, and I remind everyone right now, that is a big gap. 17 months is no joke. And perhaps his lawyers, but moreover, the work that he's done on the inside could convince the judge to give him 70 months. That would be a massive win for him.
Rich, you were listening to my description of the statements from the children as we were talking about in real time. You heard Elizabeth's description. What were your thoughts on whether or not that's going to have an impact on the judge's sentencing here?
I don't think it's going to have an impact on the judge's sentencing. And I want to bring back one of my themes here. There are two things going on today. One is a genuine effort by the defense to influence the judge's sentence. And the second is making a public statement on behalf of Sean Combs to his fans and to the rest of the public about him. I thought the video was targeted at the latter effort. And the children, too, I think is more part of the public effort to vindicate him and tell his full story. A federal judge is not going to pay any heed to the fact that Sean Combs has children. There are numerous people in the criminal justice system in prison who have children, men, women, prisoners with children, and that is not a basis to reduce a sentence. And in some ways, the fact that he has children should have increased his vigilance, should have been further responsibility for him to act appropriately and not commit crimes. So I don't think it's a successful argument for the courts. I think it is potentially a successful argument for the public-facing portion of his presentation.
Why then, Rich, did the judge say that was important for me to hear? Not just thank you, appreciate your words, that was important for me to hear.
Well, I do think the judge wants to give a voice to everybody affected. One of the purposes of a sentencing hearing is to allow victims to be heard, is to allow family members and other supporters to be heard and to express themselves publicly. And I'm sure the judge was acknowledging them. Those family members haven't committed any crimes, and they have been hurt by this. Don't hear me as saying there is not something real and dramatic about a child being deprived a connection with their parent for a substantial period of time. That's horrible. And I think the judge was acknowledging that. I just really don't see it impacting the sentence.
So
one thing that, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Dante, I was just going to ask you about something about this, about your reaction to this, but also I should note what we can expect, right? What we can expect for the rest of the day. We understand that two more of his lawyers will be speaking. Sean Combs will be making a statement. A reverend's going to be making a statement. I'm not sure if the prosecution's going to be calling anybody, or they may just read letters into the record regarding maybe some of the victims. But your reaction to what Rich said, and also what we can expect for the remainder of the day. What are you looking out for?
Yeah, sure. I mean, kids certainly give a perspective, and I think it's an important one because who they're dealing with and what they've described is, hey, we've seen our own father change, be more patient, more guidance, more present, even though not physically present, but perhaps more emotionally present and giving more sound advice than the entertainer and the person who was zipping across the world for these sexcapades or freak-offs. So I think it's important that their perspective was heard. At the end of the day, I agree with Rich. I'm not sure how much it's really going to sway the court because there's many defendants who come before a judge who have kids and all kind of family obligations, and they still get sentenced to long and hard time. So I don't see that as being determinative of the sentence, although it's something that will be taken into consideration. But will it impact it? Probably not. And to go to what you said earlier, or what was said in terms of there's a year and a half or 17 months, if you will, of time difference between the bottom range and the top range for these charges. And as being someone who's visited clients in prison, being somebody who's represented clients in these cases, be it in state court or federal criminal defense cases, every day in custody is equivalent to 1,000 days here in the free world. So we talk about numbers, we talk about months, we talk about years somewhat cavalierly, but when you're facing that time and you have to do that time, all of those days, months, years, hours, and minutes and seconds count. And it's something not to be taken lightly.
Now, Justin, I'm going to have you jump into the conversation, but I also want to read you something. I want to read you a paragraph from Sean Combs' letter to the court. He may echo similar statements when he provides a statement to court today. For over a year, I've been locked in one room with 25 other incarcerated people, sharing the same one room. In this room that I share, there are no windows. There is no natural clean air. There's no sunlight. We all live in one room. We eat, sleep, use the toilet, take showers, and prepare meals all in the same room. The conditions that my actions have placed me in are inhumane. I don't tell you this for pity or sympathy. I'm simply sharing my truth and the truth of my fellow incarcerated people. We have no clean drinking water, and we boil our drinking water. We all share one washing machine, which is broken. I am surrounded by drugs, and I live every day with the constant threat of being stabbed or losing my life. Again, I am not expecting pity or sympathy, but my time at MDC has changed me forever. I think that last line is the key there, why he's saying that, right?
There's no doubt that it's changed him. And I can tell you that experience in MDC, where hundreds of people in our community have served time, is unlike any experience in a minimum security camp or a low security prison, right? It is different. And that year should count for something. I think to Adante's point, it is hard to be in prison. It is harder to be in that facility. Most people would say, I'd rather endure 2.5 years in a minimum security camp, 3 years than 1 year at MDC. I think that accounts for something. To the comments about children, I'm hopeful that the judge does look at the collateral consequences that follow for his life. Because whether he gets 70 months, 87 months, or 14 months, or the 11 years, this is a lifelong stain that he needs to work to overcome, indeed for his children too. So I'm hopeful, because I don't think justice is served if he gets 70, 87 months, or 11 years. I think we send people to prison for far too long. I'm of the opinion there is certainly a consequence here. He's enduring it. He could be an asset to the community. So I don't think it should be measured in the length of the sentence, but what can he contribute moving forward? There are collateral consequences for the children. And I think the video and these letters can be impactful. And that's what good mitigation should do, address all of these collateral consequences. Because even if he walks out of there today, there's more trouble ahead for him. And that's why success for him would be getting that 70 months in lieu of the 87. I think the 11 years is too long of a request. That could perhaps turn out to hurt him. We saw a couple of days ago, Charlie Javis was sentenced. The government asked for 12 months in the 12 years in the Frank JP Morgan scam. Her lawyers asked for 18 months. The judge gave 85 months. Sometimes too long of an ask, too much of an overreach could actually work to the defendant's benefit. We'll see, I guess. Got to express the consequences.
By the way, we have questions coming in. Please submit your questions right now. We're going to be live basically all day until the sentencing is wrapped up. So if you have questions about the case, the sentencing, please shoot them in. This is from Sydney Sexton. Adante, I'll throw this to you. Just for comparison purposes, what would the max sentence be for these charges? What would the maximum sentence be for these charges in New York State court versus federal court? And can that be taken into consideration for sentencing? I mean, I'll preempt it and say, I don't think that there's a transportation to engage in prostitution charge in New York per se, but you tell me.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's a corresponding state court charge because the Mann Act is about transporting people across state lines, okay, into different states, versus if it was a New York-based state court or state law-based charge, it would be about transporting people from prostitution within the state of New York, I would think. So I'm not sure what that is. I can tell you that, under these charges, I believe it's 20 years, 10 years apiece for each charge if he were sentenced to consecutive sentences. So, he's facing a ton of time, and there's a lot of people out there who think about 10 years, a decade, potentially 2 decades of someone's life for, if you look at just the 4 corners of the charge, paying money, and then you look at the facts around that particular charge, paying money for other people to cross state lines to have sex and essentially be a voyeur. I'm of the persuasion, if you will, that that's a heavy price to pay for that particular conduct. However, there are just as many people out there who consider everything he did reprehensible, despicable, and that he's earned every minute and hour of his potential charge. But from my perspective, having been in the courtroom and see people charged, sentenced for a lot less time for what I think are much more serious or much more violent crimes, and even less violent crimes, I think all bets are off. But I'm happy to see that we're not, in my opinion, looking at 11 years for this particular charge.
So, by the way, I'm giving everybody updates about what's happening in court. The afternoon session is back. The judge is back. Sean Combs is back. Apparently, he did a prayer gesture, blew a kiss toward his mother, Janice Combs. It looks like we're going to hear more from the defense. By the way, Rich, you go to letters that the prosecution has submitted. Deontay Nash, who was the stylist who testified for the prosecution, in his letter, true change cannot exist without acknowledging the harm one has caused, claiming to have changed while continuing to defend the very behavior that led to incarceration is not accountability. It is avoidance. Mr. Combs repeatedly shifts between denying responsibility, seeking sympathy, and reshaping the narrative to suit his immediate needs. Real transformation is consistent, honest, and uncomfortable. It does not depend on who is watching or what outcome is desired. Until he confronts his actions as wrong and takes full responsibility, any claim of change is hollow. He goes on to say, Judge, this is not a good man. What's interesting about that is earlier today, Judge Subramanian made the comment that it appears that Sean Combs is not really denying what he did or not accepting responsibility for what he did, the transportation to engage in prostitution. I wonder if the judge is going to be persuaded by a letter like this.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's go back to the theme I was talking about remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And this goes to remorse and regret. So Sean Combs has repeatedly taken responsibility for the one videotaped act of violence against Cassie, which he sort of had to because it's captured on video and it's horrific. And he has taken responsibility. He has apologized for that, and he apologizes for it in the letter. And in the letter to the judge, he sort of vaguely takes responsibility, and he says he'll never commit another crime, but he doesn't specifically take responsibility. Now, juxtapose that with his courtroom strategy, which was, as the judge said, a full-throated defense against the charges he was ultimately convicted of, arguing today that the victims aren't really victims of this account of these crimes and shouldn't be allowed to speak. And it's hard to reconcile someone who says I'm remorseful and regretful with a legal posture that says he didn't commit these crimes and there weren't any victims. And I think the judge is struggling with that a little bit. Anybody can, on the eve of sentencing, say, I'm sorry and I've changed. So the question is, are they really sorry? And have they really changed? Or is that just performative? And there's at least some concern in this case that it's performative.
By the way, we have an update in court. They're back, right? So judge has asked Mr. Steele, judge has said, Mr. Steele, Brian Steele has said, I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive way. Sierra Gillespie, you're outside that courthouse. You've been providing updates about what you're seeing, what you're hearing. Aside from the fact that Dr. Hendricks, who we had on earlier, actually paid you a visit in downtown court, what are you seeing? Has the feeling changed outside the courtroom as we're coming now to the second half of the day?
Yeah, it was so cool, first of all, to see Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, because as you know, Jesse, most of our guests we know virtually. So all the guests we have on today, I know them, but I've never met them in real life. So that was cool to have him in studio and here. And I guess it's kind of a symbol of what we've been seeing, right? More people have been coming here as the day stretches on. And that's kind of what we said at the start of the day, right? We don't know how long this could go. It could be really quick, it could be long. And now as the day is going farther and farther along, it seems like it's a lengthier sentencing. More people are coming, more people are interested. And that's kind of something that we've seen. The crowd is getting bigger behind me, almost as if we're on the precipice of something happening. People are cheering actually right now, just for a moment, right behind me. So I know that people are following along with what's happening, and I think it's interesting that we've seen so many speakers in the way of the defense. It's almost as if people are getting antsy, wanting to know what's going to happen. Is this being dragged out for some reason, or will we have a ruling pretty soon? I mean, that's just kind of the vibe as I'm seeing it right now.
So one thing I want to ask you, Sierra, I mean, we put up a poll. It says, what outcome would surprise you the most today? 50% say no jail time. I think that's pretty accurate. 43% the max sentence, 20 years. Diddy speaking emotionally in court, 7%. We get this question from Young T from the UK. Have lots of people who've been convicted of this crime and are first-time offenders who face so much time in prison or any prison time at all. I think there's a question here about the seriousness of these charges and what is a potential sentence here when we're talking about transportation to engage in prostitution when it's not coupled with a conviction for racketeering or not coupled with a conviction for sex trafficking. What can you tell us about this?
As far as the maximum sentence that P. Diddy could face, he could spend 20 years behind bars because he has 2 convictions on transportation to engage in prostitution. And the maximum sentences there is 10 years per. So, 10 plus 10 is 20. So the tops is 20 here. I'm not expecting to see that. It sounds like via our poll, a lot of our viewers aren't either. And I know a lot of our guests that we've been talking to today don't tend to think, especially with this being an initial conviction for P. Diddy, that he will actually spend the 20 years behind bars. Now, the prosecution is hoping for around 11. That's what they were asking for. The defense, they were hoping for around 14 months, which theoretically, based on time served, he could be released very shortly. I mean, we heard from the government today that P. Diddy allegedly already has a speaking engagement set up for next week. So it does seem that the defense is putting their eggs in that basket that, yeah, maybe he really will get out. It sounds like the other recommendation is around 5 to 7 years. And I know I've heard from a lot of our guests today who believe that's likely the sentence that he will receive. And that's something that I'm thinking too, probably within the 5 to 7 range would be my guess. But I mean, the max you truly could face could be 20.
Yeah, that's interesting. And by the way, we have an update from court. Brian Steele says the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. A lot of the statements from the attorneys today have been talking about his life, talking about his career, talking about the work that he has done. Justin Paperny, I'll go back to you on a lot of this as we're listening to this. What's interesting about this is, I'm sure it's important for the judge to understand the circumstances of the defendant's life and talk about what impact he could have outside of prison. Do you think that there has been situations during the course of the filings leading up to sentencing and comments that have been made today where it seems there's a lack of appreciation for what he was convicted of? I mean, Sierra reported about it too. We talked about it earlier. He booked dates to appear in Miami next week? That would signify that he thought he was going to get time served and get out today.
So I have several thoughts. I'm not sure if I'm not 100% buyer on this event in Miami. I don't know who could have organized that. Because even if he got sentenced today to time served, he's still going to be on some form of supervision. And as a guy that's been on supervision, I know you have to report to a probation officer who's going to approve work, travel, certainly a speaking event. So I'm not 100% buyer, or it was a mistake if that's true. Let me put that out there. Look, his lawyer, who I know is doing what he's supposed to do, asking the judge to take the totality of his life into consideration. To Adande's point earlier, let's acknowledge there are people who have endured great trauma and loss of parents who did not go on to break the law. And certainly that's what you could expect the prosecution and judge to consider. The win, it could be in buyer in the work that he's begun to do over the last year of helping other people in a measurable, documented way. And if he's convinced, despite this letter from Cassie, which is devastating to read, if this judge is convinced he will never return to another courtroom, and in my experience, judges tend to depart in part if they are convinced this defendant won't return. And time will tell. I'm only concerned with what he does. that is what moves me most, and I'm hopeful the judge considers as much of it as possible at the sentencing when he gets sentenced today.
Yeah, I'm reading a little bit of this letter from Cassie Ventura, Dante. During my time with Combs, I was in a constant state of hypervigilance, as I always anticipating demands for sex acts, otherwise fearing retribution for any perceived slight. My descent into substance abuse was directly correlated with the increased control over my body. Spent the last 7 years of my life slowly rebuilding myself, physically getting clean from the drug abuse Sean Combs forced and encouraged, and mentally understanding how to live with a seemingly insurmountable level of trauma. I still have nightmares and flashbacks on a regular everyday basis and continue to require psychological care to cope with my past. His defense attorneys claimed he's a changed man and he wants to mentor abusers. I know firsthand what real mentorship means, and this disgusts me. I hope that your decision considers the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control. Does a judge weigh the statement of a victim in a greater sense than other statements?
You would hope that the judge is weighing all statements and placing the appropriate amount of gravitas or weight on those statements based upon credibility, the evidence, and in the context of the charges, as well as the person he's potentially being sentenced. So I think her words, certainly carry a lot of weight. She was essentially the government's star witness and testified in front of the judge, so he's able to judge her and her words and on his own basis, from having watched her testify on the stand and go through, I believe it was 4 days of testimony and being cross too. So uh, I hear her words. It's clear there was a very now conviction, as well as in a civil case, a lot of money. Obviously, given the judge's comments and remarks earlier, that's not enough to foot the bill. So there appears that there's going to be some more additional prison time that Sean Combs is going to owe to society before he can get on with his life.
Dante, I know we have to sign you off in a little bit, so I just want to ask you one more question. This is a super chat question from Bravado Agency. Thank you so much, Bravado Agency. Really, really appreciate it. This is your second super chat question, I believe. Many celebrity cases, Dante, many celebrity cases in recent years, Weinstein, Cosby, R. Kelly. Is it important to judges to handle these more carefully, or is it just another case? That's a good question.
Well, justice, they say Lady Justice is supposed to be blind. But if you've gone through the criminal justice system or been a part in any way, that's far from the truth. So I think celebrities' cases do get some special handling in some ways that are positive and some ways that are negative. Positive in the sense that judges know that they're well-heeled. They have attorneys who are looking at everything like a hawk and ready to appeal or challenge any decision that they think is unfair or not based in the law as they see it. The same side, on the flip side, I should say, judges are where the public is looking. And so if a judge is to give a slap on the wrist to a celebrity, there could be a lot more social criticism and critique about the judge's decision. And so the judge is in a position where he knows the public is looking, and he's also in a position where he knows the defense attorneys are also looking. So I think celebrity cases on balance do get some special consideration. At the same time, when you run afoul of the law in this way, and there is a heightened media attention around the case, puts the judge in a position where they don't have as much wiggle room as they otherwise might have in other people's cases.
Dante Pointer, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Guys, take well.
All right. So Rich, let me go to you on something here. We're getting updates from court. What Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, has been saying to the court, says, I've been there. I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has heard. It is now 12 months and 17 days in the MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags, chips. So really talking about the dire consequences he's in at the MDC. But this part's interesting to me. It's something he said before. Please consider the following two reasons I believe we're here. Untreated trauma, great trauma in Sean's life, and a ferocious drug addiction that got out of hand. I don't want to say that they're excusing what he was convicted of, but is that trying to provide an explanation that may not work to their benefit?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to remind the judge the whole story of Sean Combs, that what he came from and what he accomplished, and that independent of all of these things that bring him to trial, he has done some genuine great acts for people that are documented in some of the things we've seen in the past few days. He really has done some things in the public interest. He is the product of a troubled home, including the death of his father, and he very clearly has been a drug addict. Now, drug and alcohol addiction does not generally get you a reduced sentence. I mean, there are situations in the criminal justice system where you might get sentenced to a drug or alcohol program in response to some crime you committed, like drunk driving, but this isn't that situation. This is sustained criminal conduct over a period of time that was in part affected by the drug consumption, and it offers some explanation, but it's not an excuse. It doesn't get him off the hook. It doesn't get him out of jail. But I don't think it's a problem having some sort of context. I do find it interesting. Brian Steele was the most recent member of Diddy's very extensive, very excellent legal team, and him taking personal ownership of how he knows Diddy and how he's come to know it. I think that's a tough sell when he's really only known him in the latter stages of this case myself.
That's a fair.
I have some thoughts on the drugs, if I can.
Yes, Justin.
Okay, so the probation report is very important. You see how much this judge has referenced the probation report, the guidelines. So it is essential to have an accurate probation report, especially if he goes to prison. I've been to prison, and they'll say the PSR is the Bible in prison. So any history of substance abuse or alcohol trauma needs to be reflected in that report. Also, in the federal prison system, there is a program called the Residential Drug Abuse Program, where if you are eligible, and I'm not sure if his crime makes him eligible, if you complete the program, you can get 12 full months off of your sentence. And part of the reason you get that reduction is because if you are less inclined to drink or do drugs, you're less likely to recidivate. So it can certainly be a mitigating factor. In my experience, if he says, I was once an addict, I no longer am, that could help convey this judge, okay, he could be less likely to reoffend if he is no longer going to engage in this conduct. And certainly a probation officer will help ensure through drug testing and visits that he's no longer doing. There'll be restrictions, whatever the sentence is. So it's essential that it be on the record, and it's even better for him to say, in this environment, where at MDC, where there are drugs, there are alcohol, there is no doubt that I have avoided that conduct and I'm healthy and I'm getting healthier every single day. I believe it to be a mitigating factor.
Now, Sierra, I'm going to get to you in a minute. I just want to let everybody know we have an update from court. Brian Steele says he lives with 25 people in one room. This is very similar to what Sean Combs had said in his letter. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He is not taking drugs. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. Super chat question for you, Rich. This is from Andre King, or Andrek King. Sorry, I apologize. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Is the judge, or will the judge take into consideration Cassie was paid $30 million?
I think the judge could, on the limited issue of assessing what Cassie had to say about this. And also remember, Cassie is a victim. I think she is technically a victim of the Mann Act violations.
She is. She is, correct.
But really, she's more of a victim of the counts for which he was found not guilty, right? She was a victim of the sex trafficking count and of the RICO count. So he may have to discount it on that basis a little bit. He may have to discount it if the judge had any credibility issues, including the fact that she was compensated in a civil settlement for this. And by the way, as I understand it, the prosecutors got interested after they saw that civil settlement. It's not like she said, no, I don't want the money. I want to go to the authorities and have them prosecute this case. So the judge could take those circumstances into consideration, but only on that limited issue of how meaningful is her statement.
Sierra, I want to go to you. We have a poll that we put up where it says, what are you paying most attention to in this case? 80% say the sentencing itself, 10% say Diddy, 7% say victims' voices, 3% public reaction. I think that's a good, encompasses so many different things, but what are you most paying attention to in this case?
I mean, I think that makes
sorry.
sense though, right? The reason, I mean, we're all paying attention to the sentencing, right? I mean, that's why we're all here. The culmination in everything that we've been following from the start, the fact that Cassie filed her lawsuit initially, the first one that I always go back to and say was the bombshell, you know, really broke the floodgates. We all have been paying attention really since then. Then, of course, the federal raids at Diddy's home, that I believe was March 2024, September 2024. Now we finally have a couple of the charges come down. So that poll to me makes sense because this is the resolution, right? If we're going back to, I guess, high school when we have intro to conflict, rising action, climax, now we're heading to the falling action and the solution, which would be the sentence here. And I think that's why everyone's on the edge of their seats, has been watching. Thousands of people have been watching our live stream since this morning when we started at around 10 o'clock, because we all want to know the answer to the question. What is Diddy going to face as far as the sentence? Where is he going to go? What is it going to look like? And I guess, you know, I'm so eager to talk about it because I want to know too.
I think we all do. And when is it going to happen is another question, because we just don't know. That's one of the unknowns for today. And by the way, talking about unknowns, going to you, Justin, what is life? If let me ask you this. If Sean Combs is sentenced to significant prison time in a federal facility, as we talked about earlier, it may not even be in New York. It may be in a place that is near where he could be released to, another state. What does life look like for him in federal prison?
Well, first off, regardless of the sentence today, it's a good day in some ways for the family because you get clarity. It's very difficult waiting and wondering for that number. So regardless, he gets some clarity. Now he also has this perspective of spending so much time in detention, right? My partner endured it for 1 full year. Then he went to the penitentiary in Atlanta. And despite, you know, the gun towers and the razor coil, he felt free because he was out of detention type setting. So it will be much easier, even if the sentence is longer, once he gets to a low security prison where there might be fences and barbed wire, but you're free to roam. You can go to the track, you can go to recreation, free to walk to the chow hall every single morning. It will be a dorm type setting. You can visit with your family, no partition separating you. It's kind of like visiting in an airport, right? You're around people that you don't know, you have some semblance of privacy. So it will be a much easier environment inside of a low security prison compared to what he's enduring right now. If he goes there, he will form a routine. He will work, he will visit, he will call home. He will most likely have access to email. If not initially, it will come. And he will have ample opportunity outside of programming, like hours a day, to continue to develop this program he has told the court he is developing. Because if he is inside of this prison, I think you know what he wants, Jesse. He wants to get out of there as quickly as possible. The question is, how do you do that? You demonstrate to a case manager that you're a candidate to go directly to home confinement. He needs to stand out. He may need some more liberty down the road from this judge. He's only going to get that if he has a record that shows why. So it can be a very productive experience for him, much easier than MDC. That much I know.
Rich, just to be clear, because the judge denied him bail, because the judge denied his motion to throw out the convictions recently, is that a preview of where the judge may lie when it comes to Sean Combs? He may throw the book at him, so to speak.
His motion to throw out the conviction is a big deal. That means the conviction stands and he has to get some punishment. I would say the fact that he denied bail was indicative to me that he was going to remain in jail, that the judge thought that Sean Combs would be remaining in jail for some period after the sentencing. So that did suggest that to me, but it's not necessarily true. And it doesn't necessarily mean a long sentence. It just means probably a sentence.
Sierra, as we're looking at this, you read the letter from Sean Combs. We played his apology video earlier on. You looked at the compilation video that was put forward. We're all anticipating what Sean Combs will say in court. Obviously, he said a few things during the course of this trial here and there, but this will be his first potentially uninterrupted message to the court, aside from his letter. What are you going to be looking out for, Sierra?
I think it's going to be emotion, right? That's something we all are interested in. And we've already seen that today. We heard Elizabeth Milner's reports. We've been reading the tweets today. Even Diddy's attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, was showing emotion. She got choked up and she was crying. I mean, this is something I could expect from his children, which we did see because it's their dad and they want their dad in their lives free, not behind bars. So with Diddy, I can kind of imagine this is one of the most intense days of literally his entire life. The fact that he has been behind bars at MDC Brooklyn for more than a year at this point, and it's possible he could be getting out kind of soon. And I mean, this is Diddy's chance to really have the floor. We saw the apology video kind of a while ago. He's pretty, stern and straight-faced. But as you have pointed out time and time again, Jesse, after that apology video, he then went on to commit more of these alleged, offenses. So it's interesting to have seen that, and then prosecutors say, okay, but after that, he went to commit more crimes. What I'm thinking we're going to hear from P. Diddy is a lot of remorse. I think we're going to hear from him, I've changed a lot. Here are the reasons why. Here is why I deserve a lesser sentence. Here is how I'm going to change. And I really do think it's going to be pretty emotional for him because I've said this before, P. Diddy is a pretty charismatic guy. He's very charming. I mean, there's a reason that so many people were in his orbit, whether that's good or bad. I mean, make your own judgments. I do think that he has kind of an electric personality, and I think he's not afraid of an audience either. So he's going to use this time, take the floor, tell it all, and honestly, maybe get a bit emotional too.
Yeah, and I also, as I'm looking at this update from court, Brian Steele says, some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There was a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He's by the phone now, so we'll see where that goes. But, I go to you, Justin, on this. Do you believe, based on what you're seeing and hearing, oh, by the way, one more update. Brian Steele says October 6th is not a speaking engagement. So referring to the Miami thing. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. So again, that Miami event is not a speaking engagement. Like he's ready to go on the town and speak and thought he was going to be released. Do you think that it's credible that if he's released, he will be a force for good? That he will help people on the outside? You tell me.
I do. I think the letters from his family and his level of introspection while on the inside forces him to see this differently. And I do think regardless of the sentence, he recognizes this can be a lifelong stain for his family, his young children, or it can be an opportunity for him to say, I made bad decisions. I was held accountable. And as a result of this experience through the system, I want to continue to build and show how I'm part of the solution. It's why I started from a difficult environment in MDC, where I read his lawyer argue that he was nearly shanked and killed in prison. Despite getting nearly shanked and killed, he's building and contributing. So I suspect he will continue to do this work, whatever the sentence is, not just as a strategy to maybe get out of prison earlier or have more liberty on the other side, but because his children are watching and they shouldn't pay the price forever because of some bad choices from their father. So I think he truly gets what's happening. And I think he's used his time in prison to begin building, but he'll be building for the rest of his life.
Rich, update from court. Brian Steele says, Sean doesn't care about the money. He wants to go home to his family. I don't know who among us would trade places with Sean Combs. As we're listening to this and we're hearing different sides, because the prosecution came out earlier and talked about the aggravating circumstances of these crimes, what makes it so egregious, focusing not just on transporting people, but the violence of it. The judge is weighing all this. You wonder what the judge is going to say. You wonder what the judge is going to rule. What do you think a sentence would look like here?
You mean what am I predicting here?
Yes.
Well, I think like most people, I think it's going to be in that 70 to 87 month region because that has been recommended in the pre-sentence report. The judge has already acknowledged that that seemed to be the appropriate range because that's in the middle of what the defense is seeking and what the prosecution is asking, because that seems like a serious sentence, but not too serious. And you do have to take into account that this case by the government was an effort to put Sean Combs in prison for the rest of his life on some very serious charges. And on the most serious charges in this case, the government lost. The prosecution found him not guilty of racketeering. The jury found him not guilty of trafficking. And I think the judge has to consider that and can't impose a ginormous sentence on him in substitute for the counts in which the defendant prevailed. I don't think that would be. One other comment I'll make just on something you just said, Jesse, I don't know. I think there might be a lot of people who would do 5 years in prison if they came out with Sean Combs' money and power and fame. I actually think that line would be pretty long. So it is a significant sentence if that's what it is, but he still is in running to have the life he has or something akin to it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, again, that was Justin. That's what Brian Steele said. He's passionately advocating for his client, even saying just now, some of the media have called Sean a disgrace, an outcast, like a leper. These people are wrong. I know Sean personally. He's a great man who's being sentenced, but he still has done things that I would dream of doing. He's punished himself more than anyone will ever be able to punish him. It will stay with him for the rest of his days. He's off the drugs. He's a different person. The drugs affected his thinking. Is he pushing too much in a way where, again, will it appear to the court like they're disregarding what he was convicted of and what he was accused of and what the evidence presented at trial?
Certainly, you could argue there could be a little more focus on the victims and the impact on their life. It's an interesting dynamic because he's essentially saying, I accept responsibility while still maintaining the right to an appeal. And the judge commented on that. Arguably, probably maybe get a shorter sentence than even the guidelines if he said, I'm not appealing, seeking a new trial or an acquittal. I'm just all in. I made bad decisions, Your Honor. I am fully responsible. That certainly could have moved the needle. This lawyer is doing well what lawyers are paid to do. They're paid to focus on the virtues of their client, mitigating factors. The only thing that's helping Mr. Steele make this argument is that I believe Sean Combs has actually begun with evidence. He's begun to do some of this work while in a very difficult setting. If Sean Combs had not done any of this teaching, mentoring of other prisoners, avoiding problems, but more so showing that he can help people there, these arguments would really fall on deaf ears. It would be very, very bad. I went to a sentencing hearing recently and the judge opened up and said, there's very little evidence to support these claims that you're making about, your client. You're saying it. I don't see it. There's something here that's making Mr. Steele's job measurably easier, but it's his job to focus also on the consequences that Combs is enduring. And this is a different type of crime. White Collar Advice was very involved in that Varsity Blues case years ago where all these parents paid to get their kids into school. That was a bad thing, but that was a white collar crime with sentences from 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, a different stigma than this crime, which is the reason more than ever he's got to demonstrate what he's learned, why this will never happen again, and how through my platform, I'm going to influence millions of people moving forward. This is as much about his children, their legacy, how it will impact them, as it is his. Because even if he gets 87 months with good time served, it's not a life sentence, but it could be for his children if he doesn't continue to embrace the right message.
Mm-hmm. So Sierra, got a question from Becky Bellata. How many people are allowed to speak on his behalf before Diddy speaks?
This is an interesting question. Actually, Elizabeth Milner, when she was out here before, her and I were talking about this, and we were like, we both have worked at Law and Crime for multiple years. We have never seen a sentencing like this. Usually we've got the prosecution, one person, defense, one person, maybe some victim impact statements, and there you have it. However, Elizabeth and I were both commenting saying, we haven't seen something like this. There's so many people that just keep coming and coming and coming. So honestly, it's out of the norm from something that I've seen. To be fair, I do usually cover state cases versus federal. And I believe it was Adante earlier who said it does take a bit more time when we're talking about a federal sentencing rather than state. And I know that Diddy's team is going to want to make sure that they're putting forth the best argument possible. I don't think there's any sort of specific number, a limit. I do believe the judge could say something if it gets to be too crazy long. But at this point, I'm just kind of waiting to see what Diddy himself has to say, because he's going to want to speak.
And you know, look, Brian Steele is still raising some of the defenses that the defense put forward in their filings leading up to this. This was a voluntary sexual encounter consented to by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, should have been thrown out. Ultimately, that was denied. Maybe he seems to be echoing some of the concerns they have about what evidence is being considered by the judge in sentencing. Is it a little, too late? Should they be arguing this? Is this for the record for purposes of appeal?
Is this mine? Sorry.
This is you, Rich. Sorry. A lot of action.
Okay. So what I don't think they want to do is argue to the judge that there's any problem with the conviction. That's for appeal. You don't want to do that at sentencing. That's not your argument. The conviction's wrong. I shouldn't have been convicted. I didn't do it. Those are bad arguments at sentencing and will irritate a judge in the wrong direction. Now, some of the argument is about what can you consider in light of the counts that he was acquitted on. And I think that's perfectly appropriate for the defense to bring into this discussion to make sure the judge is staying focused within the guardrails of looking at the counts that we have a conviction on and not going astray. But they don't want to challenge right now the fact that he was convicted. They can do that later in the Second Circuit.
Yeah, particularly since I will tell you, the judge was keen today to say, hey, there are victims here. There are victims of this crime. You know, it's not just Jane and Cassie, but also the men who were transported as well. Quick final thought from Justin Paperny here. I'm going to read you a poll, Justin. This is interesting. Does Diddy's apology matter at this point? 45% say no, it's too late. 29% say doesn't matter. 14% say, yeah, it shows growth. And 12% say maybe if it's genuine. Your thoughts?
Years ago, a few months ago at a conference, I met a judge and I asked her how impactful a sentencing statement is. And she said it can be impactful, but oftentimes I don't see enough evidence from the defendant. It can be a nice statement, eloquent, but if there isn't evidence behind it, it doesn't have the oomph. So his statement will be the most important thing that happens today from the defense side. And it will be impactful because he does have some record from the inside to show that he is different from the government's version of events. He is learning, he is focused on his family, his health, his rehabilitation. He wants to be part of the solution. So I believe his statement will matter because he has a body of work that he could rely on since he's been in prison for the last year. If he didn't do that work, this statement would be utterly useless and something judges are too used to hearing.
Justin Paperny, Rich Schoenstein, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for 2 hours. Really appreciate it. Sierra Gillespie is going to stay with me. We have other guests coming on as we continue our live.
the court building, and man, there was not a dry eye in the court building. It was pretty intense. We heard the government, and basically, the government was just, Miss Slavic was. So, guys, the government's argument, frankly, it seemed, okay at first. Miss Slavic was doing her thing. But the problem is they're trying to show Diddy as a pimp. And what Jason Driscoll, which shout out to Jason Driscoll, he's the slickest dude out there. He quickly pointed out all these different examples of the Mann Act that he brought up. The average sentencing was 16 months to 27 months at the most. And he's saying that Mr. Combs, Diddy is not a pimp, that all these people, the difference between Combs and these other cases that the government was telling about is these were pimps who made money. One of them made $1.4 million. Another made $1.8 million. Then Miss Westmoreland got up there, talked about how inspiring Diddy was to her, and that 8 years ago she saw him speaking at an event, and he just, told her how, important your dreams are, and to make sure you go for your dreams, but stay awake. It was just, I'll be going over it more on my live, but not a dry tear in the house. Then his children got up, and I swear to God, when the twins started speaking and crying, it was so emotional because you hear this gut-wrenching pain that a father has been taken away from their family. And also their mother is Kim Porter. They lost their mother at a young age, and they talk about how, Sean promised to always be there for him, by their side. So they're begging the judge not to take their father away. So I don't know, guys. At this point, I don't know what the judge is going to do, but the 11 years is ridiculous. I really think that he should probably say 16 months, and that time is pretty much served, and he should let Diddy go today or within a month. Let me know what you guys think. Secret Service Sam out. Samson for president of TikTok. Patriot Secret Service Sam here, just came out of the court building, and man, there was not a dry eye in the court building. It was pretty intense. We heard the government, and basically the government was just, Miss Slavic was. So, guys, the government's argument, frankly, it seemed, okay at first. Miss Slavic was doing her thing. But the problem is they're trying to show Diddy as a pimp. And what Jason Driscoll, which shout out to Jason Driscoll, he's the slickest dude out there. He quickly pointed out all these different examples of the Mann Act that he brought up. The average sentencing was 16 months to 27 months at the most. And he's saying that Mr. Combs, Diddy is not a pimp, that all these people, the difference between Combs and these other cases that the government was telling about is these were pimps who made money. One of them made $1.4 million. Another made $1.8 million. Then Miss Westmoreland got up there, talked about how inspiring Diddy was to her, and that 8 years ago she saw him speaking at an event, and he just, told her how, important your dreams are, and to make sure you go for your dreams, but stay awake. It was just, I'll be going over it more on my live, but not a dry tear in the house. Then his children got up, and I swear to God, when the twins started speaking and crying, it was so emotional because you hear this gut-wrenching pain that a father has been taken away from their family. And also their mother is Kim Porter. They lost their mother at a young age, and they talk about how, Sean promised to always be there for him, by their side. So they're begging the judge not to take their father away. So I don't know, guys. At this point, I don't know what the judge is going to do, but the 11 years is ridiculous. I really think that he should probably say 16 months, and that time is pretty much served, and he should let Diddy go today or within a month. Let me know what you guys think. Secret Service Sam out. Samson for president of TikTok. Patriot Secret Service Sam here, just came out of the court building, and man, there was not a dry eye in the court building. It was pretty intense. We heard the government, and basically the government was just, Miss Slavic was. So, guys, the government's argument.
So, where we start? Yeah, it's called the War of Attrition. War of
And welcome back to our live coverage here on Law and Crime of Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing hearing. I told you that this may last a while. We are in hour 6 right now of our live coverage, and this has been a complete day where the judge is taking into consideration a lot of different statements, a lot of different evidence, a lot of different arguments to determine what should be the sentence for Sean Combs after he was convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution during his trial over the summer. Essentially, that he transported people across state and international lines for the purposes of sex work. The defense had asked for 14 months. So essentially, after spending 13 months in the MDC, he would almost be released immediately. Children. He has heard from Sean Combs' defense attorneys. He's also heard from prosecutors. But I will just, before we even dive back into this conversation, and we're taking your questions as well, so shoot them over. Interesting moment from Brian Steele, so one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys. We asked Sean to be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. He's not using drug addiction as a crutch. He is saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader. His good outweighs his bad by far. That he would go to Miami and seek immediate therapy should he be released. And right now, or a little while ago, Sean Combs, a reverend, has come forward and spoken on his behalf, who says, "I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated." I close with this. As Michael Jordan said, "These sneakers are just sneakers, but when my son puts them on, Sean needs an opportunity." You have been very honorable in this court. Brian Steele says we'll have Xavier Donaldson. So Xavier Donaldson is another defense attorney for Sean Combs. It's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. So now we're hearing from Xavier Donaldson. I want to bring back in my new panelists. I'm joined by Serena Townsend, criminal defense attorney, joined once again by Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney, and I'm joined once again by Sierra Gillespie, who is outside that courthouse, our eyes and ears about what's happening there. I want to go to a super chat question that we got from Bravado Agency. And Serena, I'll throw this to you. First of all, Bravado Agency, thank you so much. Thank you for hearing my questions, Jesse. Yeah, you've been great with the questions today. Does considering acquitted conduct in Diddy's sentencing violate his due process and the Sixth Amendment? That's a great question because it was very controversial for the judge to consider conduct that was that supported the racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking charges. He was acquitted of those. To consider evidence that supported that, to consider conduct a part of that in the sentencing for transportation to engage in prostitution. In other words, for example, should the judge really consider the Cassie Ventura tape? Is that what decided is that what convinced the jury to find him guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution? Maybe not. It seemed like that was more about sex trafficking than that charge. So is this going to be grounds, whatever his sentence may be, is this grounds for an appellate court to say, hey, listen, Sean Combs' rights were violated? Serena, I throw it to you.
Yeah, technically, you're really supposed to focus on convicted conduct, and you're really not supposed to go outside of those boundaries. It is very hard to unring those bells. Obviously, people are human, even judges are human, juries are human. And when a judge is considering sentencing, it's very hard to compartmentalize and put aside certain things. Cassie, although her count was technically dismissed, she did partake in and participate in certain events that helped Diddy get convicted. So it's hard to discount her completely. I think it would be a difficult argument to make to say that his rights were completely violated if the judge were to consider any of Cassie's testimony or any of the video, because when all is said and done, these charges are not so cut and dry. They're not so black and white. It's not just a simple assault case. I punch you, you get hurt, and there's a lot of things that go into why he was convicted and for what. So I do think it's a good question, but I also think it's very hard for a judge to totally separate those acts from his final decision.
Joe, got a question from Amanda Altman. If there is a possibility of 20 years, right, because transportation to engage in prostitution is maximum of 10 years on each, if each charge he runs them consecutively. Why does there seem to be more of a reason for 5 to 7 years? That's a fair question. Why is that the range, Joe?
Well, typically, I mean, particularly on the federal side, people follow the judges often follow the guidelines, and everybody kind of is aware of the guidelines based on someone's past, what they got convicted of, what they've been convicted of, if anything, before. There's certain things that they put in as part of their calculus to say, based on the sentencing guidelines, normally someone winds up here, and that's why we hear 5 to 7 so much. But then there's a question as to whether and what facts actually have P. Diddy either going higher than the sentencing guidelines or going lower than the sentencing guidelines. And then, of course, that's where all the argument is, right? Because the defense wants time served. The prosecution wants 11 years from, on some level, is the guidelines themselves that are based on a formula. And that formula, the starting place, is often, they don't stray very far from it. The judges don't, but they can. And the question becomes whether this is a unicorn that allows the defense to get a much lower sentence or allows the prosecution to get a much higher one.
So it's interesting, Xavier, down all those letters you read and what you heard from the family. Interesting point to make there. Sierra, you're outside that courthouse. You've been our eyes and ears about what has been happening there since the start of the day, as we're now coming towards the end. So now as we're coming potentially to a sentence, an official sentence, so has the scene changed?
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and lower everyday prices in every aisle. With quality and savings that add up, Kroger shoppers never compromise. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Some deodorants want you to think body odor is a you problem, but really, it's a skincare problem. To get technical, it's a skin pH problem. Remember acids and bases? Basic skin is a breeding ground for odor-causing bacteria reactions. But Lumi deodorant is acidified to prevent bacteria and odor before they start. The secret is mandelic acid. It controls odor all day, and it's proven to work for up to 72 hours on pits, privates, and feet. Simple skin chemistry, outrageously effective odor control.
By lunchtime, I definitely have body odor. I have tried everything and nothing works. I'm just a stinky girl.
That odor isn't you. It's bad chemistry. Lumi is clinically proven to control the hundreds of odor reactions happening everywhere on your body right now, not just the 3 to 5 happening in your rather than cover it up odor with heavy fragrance, Lumi actually stops odor.
In fact, a lot of judges show up with a script of their reasoning for why they're doing what they're doing. Now, can they cross out the number and put a different number in there at the end of the day? Sure, that does happen. I've seen that happen as well, and they can be moved by that.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that? That's a good point. Yeah,
I could tell. You could tell.
You
when
could
you're
tell.
there.
You could tell. Okay.
Yeah, because you can see the judge saying all these very eloquent things, and sometimes reading off a page, and you're like, you came in here prepared.
Well, okay, so that's actually a good point. Let me ask you: if the judge comes back after all this and says,
"Yeah,
I need 10 minutes," and does that mean that he's changing his sentence?
It could be that they're in the back doing some red lines and some, checking on language. It could very well be. And seriously, it definitely does happen. Because let's be honest, it puts the judge in a very awkward position to have to go in, because the alternative is the judge goes in a blank slate and listens to everything and then formulates the sentence and the reasoning. And that's just too much. That's just too much to handle. A judge also wants to make sure that there's proper precedent for the sentence that they give. So it would be silly to go in there and, totally unprepared like that. So I do think the judge came in with some semblance of an idea, if not a total idea of what they want to do. But that's not to say that they won't maybe waver a little bit from there.
Joe, Dr. Laura R. Palmer asks, do you think the judge will use Diddy as an example for this type of behavior as a signal to other blanketed abusers?
I think that it could. The good news is the difficulty with that is that P. Diddy, on To the Good or to the Bad, is a very unusual case, right? He's a unicorn in that he's this big, rich, powerful guy. Do I walk away from this believing that people with resources are not going to still be better off than without those that are without resources? No, it's not going to change anybody's mind that way. Making him an example, I guess that's a possibility, but he's so different because some of us or most of us won't be similarly situated. But will he look at maybe a lack of him being contrite, a lack of him being humble, etc., and hammer him a little bit because of it? Yeah, he absolutely might, but I'm not sure any of us or many of us would walk away saying, well, when I'm in Diddy's position, I'll never do that, because there's so few people that are in that position other than setting an example for Hollywood, right? Which is not most of us. So the making of an example, yeah, perhaps as it pertains to the domestic violence side, without, considering that Diddy is such a unicorn. But most of us are not going to be walking away going, oh, I got to make sure I don't do what Diddy did so that I'm not similarly situated, because I'm not similarly situated. Most of us aren't.
We got a question from Alessia Makari. How long have they been inside? Since 10:05 a.m. We have been on the air since 10 o'clock this morning as well. Sierra's been out there since that time as well. Hopefully the weather's been holding up and everything's okay there. But look, we don't want you to miss a minute of what is happening inside that courtroom, particularly since there's no cameras. Interesting development in court. So Xavier Donaldson says, now what I'm about to tell you is in respect to what the prosecution accused Sean Combs of. Do you remember earlier on in the day when they go, he's got speaking engagements in Miami scheduled for next week, seemingly trying to suggest he's not taking any of this seriously. He thinks he's going to get out. Well, the defense fired back and said it's not a speaking engagement. It's a way to say that it's helping people. It's one of these events where he's going to help people and talk about the danger of criminal activity and what life was like inside. So Xavier Donaldson says we have a speaker ready to say these are not speaking engagements. May he speak. It's the executive director of Reentry One. Judge says, what is the gentleman's name? Xavier Donaldson says, Giovanni. Judge says, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. So it seems that there is an emphasis to try to speed this along. This person says, my name is Giovanni Saras for Reentry One. We have a couple of hundred people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. Sierra, this goes to a larger question. Two questions I'm going to throw to you. One is from Kentucky at Heart. What did Sean Combs help the inmates with? So we've seen a lot of letters about what he did. What's the impact there? If you could summarize that for how has he been helping people inside? And two, this is a question from Caba Corp TV. The judge had 3 months to look at all these statements. Why wait until the sentence day to decide? So I guess it's an idea of there has been a lot that the judge has had to see, and there's a lot that has been prepared. You need a day to actually go through it and make the final arguments. But as we talk about what was being prepared, what were these inmates saying about Sean Combs?
So let's start with your first question, Jesse. What was P. Diddy, Sean Combs, helping all of these inmates with? And it sounds like it was some sort of game, the free game with Diddy. And basically what it was to lift spirits. Talk about, what we're going to do when we get out of here, positivity. And again, we have to remember that prior to all of this, Sean Diddy Combs, we know his name because he was very successful, both as a music artist, but also an entrepreneur when we're talking about Bad Boy Records or Sean John or Deleon Tequila, whatever it may be. He had a business enterprise, really, so to speak. And I think what he's doing and helping these inmates is, hey, okay, here's what's going to happen when you get out of here. Here are ways that you can, better yourself, both in the career way, but also the mindset of, being a better person, reform, kind of the bottom line in all of that. And I think that's the underlying thing here. We're hearing you just were reading one of the updates from Giovanni in court saying, yes, I have in fact seen a difference with P. Diddy, with Sean Combs, interacting with some of these other inmates and, what he's done with them at MDC. Now, on to your second question about Judge Arun Subramanian, the fact that he's had, 3 months to go through and read all of these letters and collect all that information. Honestly, if you're asking me, I think he's been ruminating on it for maybe more than all of that time. He knew when he sat on the bench for the trial that he was going to be involved in the sentencing if there would be a conviction. So, of course, he's paying close attention throughout the entire trial, just to be fair at the trial. But he has to have in the back of his mind, okay, if there is a conviction, which it turns out there was, he's going to have to be involved in the sentencing. So if you're asking me, and kind of to the point that Serena Townsend was just talking about there, I believe that Judge Arun Subramanian went in today kind of knowing what he was getting into. I'm sure he prepared something. I'm sure he thought about all of it, because yes, it seems like a long day today. I've been standing outside of the courthouse for, X amount of hours. It seems like a long day. However, when someone's life is in the balance here, the future of P. Diddy, whether he'll be able to watch his young children grow up, that's a really big day, and it's probably going by pretty fast for him. So I think that Judge Arun Subramanian just wants to make sure that he's being very fair about it, thinking through everything, looking through all of the guidelines. So he definitely was preparing a bit before that, but who's to say, could he be swayed by what is being said right now in court as we speak?
Yeah, and it takes a while to prepare all that information. The pre-sentencing report takes some time. They have to do a kind of a full background analysis of Sean Combs. It also depends when these letters are submitted to the court and are able to be reviewed by the judge. You have so many from family and inmates and people who testified at the trial. Sean Combs, the victim. So he is scheduling a lot of time for this. It is interesting. Giovanni Saris says in court, this is a new update: when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. So trying to suggest that Sean Combs, if he was going to be speaking next week or was planning to, it was for a good purpose. It wasn't like, hey, I'm going to be out, I'm going to do speaking engagements. I think they're trying to really reverse that narrative. That seems to be what they've been doing course of the day. Serena, this is interesting. It's a question from Brittany Curry. Is there a possibility of Diddy being able to have his record expunged after so much time passes?
That's a toughie. I wouldn't expect that a record like this would be expunged anytime soon. There are mechanisms to expunge records in certain situations, but I would be surprised with this type of conviction, especially considering how many counts he was facing and all of the extraneous stuff that we learned about him during this trial. I think it would be hard to expunge. I'm not saying it's an impossibility, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Joe, it's interesting when we talk about what the judge is considering here, because in a way, Sean Combs is different than anyone else. If the analysis is, hey, I have the possibility of releasing somebody who, if I take him at his word, he has the power, the resources, the opportunity, the expertise to really help a lot of people. Again, assuming everything Sean Combs is saying is true. And if he can go out and try to help people, former inmates re-enter society like this organization, or try to tell people, let me tell you about what happened if you break the law. Let me tell you about my time at the MDC. If he can help people in a positive way, and not like any other kind of criminal defendant. There's criminal defendants who say all the time, I'll be a different person. I've learned from my actions. I want to be a productive member of society. It's a little different when you talk about Sean Combs. But should that be used to his advantage? Does that put him in a different position that can work to his benefit, whereas somebody else who is convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution may not have the same ability to do good as Sean Combs?
Well, Sean Combs has the ability to do good with resources put behind it, right? And so it is something to be considered, but it shouldn't be determinative, right? Because, if I'm being cynical, here's a guy buying his way out of trouble, lessening the blow, as it were. Meanwhile, you've got people that are scared for their safety because of same resources he can use to help people. He can also use to intimidate people. He can also use to make people feel a certain way. And naturally, Cassie and others would feel a certain type of way about whenever he's going to be free, whether that's a year from now or whether that's 10 years from now. So, we don't want to consider what his resources may be able to do so much that it wipes away consideration of the people that he actually hurt, that were, as the judge said, that were actually victims. So, it's a bit dangerous. And then, when we get into that question, I think it makes it easier to come out on Diddy's side this way if he doesn't appear arrogant, if he doesn't appear like certain misunderstandings are happening. They've got to be on top of this narrative. There should never have been a discussion about him doing a speech next week. He wouldn't have been worse off for setting it up after he got out. You know what I mean? It still lends toward this thing that if he's being arrogant, if he's being flippant, if he's being a certain way that people, would make him less sympathetic. He has to get rid of that, and he hasn't done that yet.
Giovanni Saris from this reentry program. Judge, we're eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. The judge says, okay, thank you very much. So we're waiting to see who speaks next and whether or not we're coming to the conclusion, which, by the way, Sierra, we just got this question from Dojo Jojo. Could this overflow into Monday? I hope not, but I mean, is it possible?
I mean, I hope not also, but I guess it is possible. It's interesting because this morning, reporter Elizabeth Milner and I met up, pretty early. Again, there was kind of a long line. So I saw her before she went into the courthouse where she is right now in the sentencing room. And we were chatting about this. And Elizabeth said, yeah, I've actually heard rumors that maybe this could go into Monday. So it is kind of out there in the ether that, yeah, maybe this could go out until Monday. However, it's interesting that this sentencing has lasted as long as it has already. I mean, it's 3:30 exactly Eastern time as I'm talking to you right now. This started at around 10 o'clock this morning. So for it to go this long already is very interesting. I think at the very least, it stands out the lengthy process that has happened so far. But as we've seen with anything in the case against P. Diddy, anything is possible. And that means it could possibly trickle over into Monday. I don't know that it's likely, but it could happen.
Well, Mark Agnifilo, I think the argument you could say is Sean Combs' main defense attorney just made a statement to the court. It's getting late. I'll be brief. I started in the Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We mostly had to put people in jail. 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started John Jay, did a lot of studies. Domestic violence tends to come from childhood trauma. I think that's what he was saying. So interesting trying to explain that again about trauma, drug use, what have potentially spawned a lot of Sean Combs' behavior here. Serena, we're getting to potentially the end of this. How does it work now? Sean Combs will provide a statement. What's going to happen next in terms of what the judge will do? Is he going to take a break? How long will he speak for? What can we expect?
Well, different judges are different with respect to how quickly they render their decision after hearing all of this. I think even if the judge did come in with his prepared decision and he knows what he's going to do, if I were a betting girl, I would bet that he will take at least a short break, even just for optics, to show that he's considering everything that happened today. And then we'll get his decision all out there, and then we'll know. And obviously, if Diddy is not released today on a time served, and technically, even if he does get a very short sentence, they'll bring him back to do the calculations. So I don't expect either way for Sean Diddy Combs to be walking out of that courtroom today.
Just one follow-up question. Is this unusual sentencing hearing like this, Serena? We have a poll up. Are you surprised the sentencing is taking this long? 71% said, yes, I'm losing my patience. 29% said, no, it makes sense. Have you seen something like this?
This is the longest sentencing I've ever seen. I think the only people benefiting from this sentence are the lawyers who are billing hourly.
Why don't you say it more bluntly, can't you, Serena? Joe got a super chat question, from Annette McMullen. Thank you so much for the super chat question. If names and celebrities were removed and only the informational and judgment from the trial, how would this change potential sentencing? I'm not sure I fully understand the question. Yeah, I don't really know. There were aspects of this trial where certain names were not used. I don't know. I don't know how you interpret that.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going with that. I mean, I guess it connects to this larger issue as to how much we expected there to potentially be testimony from people that were stars, people that we knew, and what that could do to the dynamic. I'm certain there's no star in Hollywood, New York City, or wherever that wanted to have their name attached to this thing, even if they're hoping that P. Diddy got off from it. So there would be, one would have to be very careful about, that's not exactly something, if I'm a publicist, that I want my guy doing, because he's certainly morally wrong because of the crap that he did here, even if he technically gets off. So I don't know that would be any pony that any star would want to ride on.
You want a different question? I'll give you a different question. We got a question from Matthew Colombo, Joe. What will some of the security risks be with Diddy being around other inmates due to the severity of the crime? So assuming he is sentenced to prison, what will be some of the security risks?
Well, the Diddys of the world could be Mark. They could be people that you get points for threats. Make sure he's in certain areas. Now, depending on what level prison he's in, if he's in a lower security place, it might be one thing. If he's in a higher security place, there would be another thing. So there would be, and in that way, there may be some precedent in that they compare what they've done pertaining to other people that were considered celebrities and things like that. What places do you normally send them to? What level of security do you still, how married are you to the level of security based on the crime committed and convicted of, and versus how do you deviate from that, if at all? And so a lot of those things are going to figure in. This time, this way, you have a little bit more because famous people do go to jail sometimes.
We have an update from court, so we're getting a sense of how much longer this is going to be. Mark Agnifilo just said, we found in the microfilm there how his father died and a drug deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Ms. Slavic and Mr. Combs will have the last word. Okay, so we are getting to the end of this. Sierra, we've been talking all day about what Sean Combs will say, what he needs to say. Will it be consistent with the letter that he wrote to the judge? As somebody who's followed this case from the very beginning, what are you going to be on the lookout for when Sean Combs speaks?
I think it will probably be relatively consistent with what we read in the letter, right? I mean, Diddy had much time while he's been in MDC Brooklyn to come forth and put together kind of his thoughts about what he feels, how he's changed, how he's been reformed, and what he will do, how he will not reoffend, etc. But I do feel like there's something extra in the courtroom. There's something different besides just, writing with a pen and paper about how you're feeling versus actually having to speak publicly in front of people and talk about something. Once again, it's essentially his life on the line here when we're talking about his young daughter, Love. She's a toddler. He wants to see his daughter, grow up, and not to mention even the adult children. They're in a very important time in their lives. Any father, I assume, would want to be out with his children, not behind bars. So to him, this is of the utmost importance, not to mention that he's already spent more than a year behind bars at MDC Brooklyn. And this is a common theme we've talked about throughout our entire live stream today. It's not a great place to be, right? We've heard a lot of pretty negative things about it. Of course he wants to leave, especially after he's accustomed to the lavish mansions in Miami and in LA and, familiar with New York. All of those things Diddy wants to be out for. However, back to my point about the heightened, sensitivity, the feeling in the courtroom, I think this is really Diddy's moment. He sat through so many hours of the trial where he just kind of had to be very stoic. Of course, he reacted to some things. However, I mean, he didn't get up there and speak. He didn't testify. We know that Diddy, prior to all of this, liked to speak his mind, liked to set the record straight, so to speak. And now this is his one chance after waiting months and months. I mean, even years since the first allegations came out. Not to mention his mother's there, his children are there. They've cried, you know, his attorneys have cried. This is a very high intensity moment. I do think that we'll see some sort of intense emotion from P. Diddy himself about all of this, begging to have his sentence be on the lower end.
Begging is a good question because Mark Agnifilo just said, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Is that a compelling argument, Joe? Is that a compelling argument that he has suffered enough? He has been punished enough that there's not more that you should do to him?
Not particularly, because, you know, America is a great country in that America is a country of a comeback. And there's nothing to say that P. Diddy can't come all the way back. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I don't know that Cassie ever gets over what happened. Maybe she gets through it. Maybe the victims get through it, but they are forever changed. And so I don't want that minimized for anyone, right? And I think it would be very unfair to them for us to minimize that, particularly when you get, you know, P. Diddy. I mean, you know, all of the things that he wants to do. Well, he wants to see his toddler grow up. He wants to see fill in the blank or whatever else. Well, didn't you want to before all of this started happening? Didn't you want to back when you were up for conviction? Maybe you should have got convicted in the Shine case 15, 20 years ago. We've already been here. You already know what this is like. And here we are again. You've already done a religious album. You've already done all of the things that make you look like a changed man. Meanwhile, no change. So if the judge wants to consider what he's saying and take it seriously and look at the potential that he could be as a force for good with resources put behind it, that's fine. But what he's been through in and of itself, that wouldn't move me, not even one iota.
Particularly, as we mentioned earlier, the letter from Cassie Ventura when she talked about how much she's struggling and the nightmares she goes through. And the court was keen to say she is a victim of this crime. Yes, Sean Combs was acquitted of sex trafficking with respect to Cassie, but she is a victim of transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay, Serena, you might have noticed I didn't come to you for a while because I have a bunch of questions for you that I'm going to read in succession to you. So let's go to the first one. Confused and Callie asks, what are typical parole rules in New York and federal release, and for how long?
Oh, that's a good question. So it's all dependent on the person who is convicted and what they're convicted of, and so many other things that you learn about that person in interviews and whatnot. So it will all depend, which is always a lawyer's favorite answer. It depends, but it will be a level of pretty serious supervision. He may not be able to leave the city or the state or the country without permission. There are going to be restrictions as to that, to travel, as to where he can live, as to what he can do. Maybe there's a curfew. There are many, many factors that are taken into consideration when you are on supervised release. You can always petition to change those restrictions as time goes on, as you show that you're behaving yourself, etc. There may be drug tests, for example. There's a lot. There could be, for example, like unannounced searches or visits. There's a lot of, even if you're free, is what I'm trying to say, there's a lot of restrictions on your freedom.
Yeah, that's a good point. So wait, we're going to take a quick break before we get into Sean Combs because he's going to be speaking soon. Real quick super chat question for you, Serena. This is from Annette McMullen. Thank you so much for the super chat question. If this case was not involving a mega superstar, if and how would this be different? In other words, if the defendant was not Sean Combs, how would this play out?
First of all, you would never know about it. There are so many people, and I like that we have this platform to say this. There are so many people who are going through, similar charges or worse charges or easier charges that nobody ever knows about. It's cases like this that actually educate the public as to their rights, our rights, the criminal justice system in general. So it's great. It's actually great that we have this program, and it's great that we're able to kind of follow these things. But you should know that there is a difference, because the people who don't get that attention may not necessarily have the means to hire competent representation, or maybe the type of representation that they really want to speak for them. They may not be able to kind of get the public behind them to get that support. We see that with Diddy. We see that with other, high profile cases. And so, and sometimes judges and lawyers get away with certain things when there isn't that microscope on them. So in a certain way, celebrities are watched more when these things happen, and therefore, judges and attorneys are held to the highest level of our law. But in other ways, sometimes we see that celebrities are looked upon to be made an example of. So it's potentially a wash in the end, but the biggest thing that you get out of this type of situation is that the public starts to learn a lot about the system.
And a lot about these crimes. I mean, how many, hopefully everybody became an expert in sex trafficking and racketeering at the very least. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. So as Sean Combs' defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, is asking for a 14-month sentence. They're saying we're asking for a lot, says Sean Combs has genuine psychological challenges, that he suffers from PTSD. They're asking for leniency. Another lawyer is going to speak. Sean Combs is going to speak. Hopefully we get to that sentence. Let's take a quick break. We will be right back with our live coverage.
Well, we waiting on the verdict still. And Diddy's supposed to be taking the stand to speak, or setting up to speak, or whatever. So I don't know how it's going to happen or what's going to happen here. Yeah, so I don't know, it's interesting. So I'll let you guys see what somebody, a guy on Instagram had said about the emotions in the courtroom. when his children was giving their impact statements. So we can we gotta sit. This is long as hell, but if it was me, I'd be wanting look, I'd be fighting for my life too in there too. So it's 6 hours. So do you think this is gonna go over till Monday? I don't know. But it's a lot to take in. So we know Cassie written a statement, a letter to the court rather, wanting the judge to consider how he's ruined her life. And I got some others. But this has been a long day. It's Friday, so I was thinking we was gonna get in and find out, shoot, early, but I didn't know I had to go through all these things. So I'm hanging in there. I feel sick as a dog, but I'm hanging in there. I'm trying to wait on when we get the news. Let me see if there's anything else out there going on.
is not getting out of jail today. And the 14-month recommendation that the defense brought has just been thrown completely out the window. The judge says, no, that's not sufficient enough. And I think what he's saying could be taken in a couple of different ways. One, that the 11 years is sufficient. Yes, I mean, based on your conviction here, because again, remember, this is a conviction. 11 years makes sense. It checks out. I agree with the prosecution. But to what Serena said earlier, perhaps, and we do have a new update. Jesse, back to you.
I think we have the official sentence right now for Sean Diddy Combs. After being convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, the judge has just said, here the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all of the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. So 50 months of incarceration is a little over 4 years. It's 4.16 years in prison. Now, that is a bit lower than what the range was of 5 to 7 years, Sierra. Let's start there. If I'm reading this correct, and we're talking 50 months, and we have another update coming in. I'm just waiting to see what it is. But right now, it appears that Sean Combs has officially been sentenced to 50 months of incarceration. So 4 years in prison. You talk about time served, right? About a year. Are we talking now then 3 years, right, Sierra?
Yeah, so about 3 more years based on the 1 year that he has already served. And I guess, I mean, it is a win for P. Diddy, and that the government asked for 11. You know, the recommendation was 5 to 7, which a lot of us guessed would happen. I mean, yes, he wanted to be out today. That was his goal. The defense, of course, wanting the 14 months. But 3 years compared to the 11 that the judge says, yeah, that's warranted. I mean, there's a huge difference in the range there, more than a decade versus less than half of a decade. We've got another update, Jesse, back to you.
Yep. Serena, Sean Combs was sentenced to 50 months of incarceration by Judge Subramanian, so a little over 4 years. That minus the 14 months already served. Is that the appropriate sentence, Serena?
Well, I'm sure Diddy is not thrilled to not walk out today, but he should be pretty happy with his defense team, because I think the judge giving less than half of the prosecutor's recommendation and also less than what the pre-sentence report had said is a win for him. I do believe that 4 years is a win in this particular case.
Joe, what did it? Was it his letter? Was it the letters of family? Was it the children speaking? Was it the work that he's doing behind bars? Was it the nature of these charges? You know, as much as we say that the judge was not convinced to throw out the charges, right? The defense put forward that motion saying transportation to engage in prostitution should be thrown out. This is not prostitution. It's protected by the First Amendment. The judge didn't buy it. But the argument, hey, he wasn't convicted of racketeering. He wasn't convicted of sex trafficking, just the prostitution charges.
So there we got it.
A disparity based on other
4
defendants to a
years,
sentence. Maybe 4 years is
14
appropriate and
months
won't be overturned on appeal.
13 months about
Yeah, I mean, I
served,
think
so
he
he'd
had
be
to
doing
position
like
this a certain
3
way, and there's a
years,
couple things to figure in. First of all, we got to
85%
go
of
back to
that
the fact
time.
that
He
the
probably
defense
got
did an
programs to get
enormous
time
job
cuts too.
in getting him off of the most serious charges, right? So we're talking about
We'll see
something
here.
that's going to be smaller and it's going to be less time anyway. Next, there's a probation department recommendation, right, which put things at a certain place. And it sounded like, even though the judge talked about how 11 years wouldn't have necessarily been unreasonable, and he said 14 months would have been entirely unreasonable if I am hearing it correctly, he still is in line in that he doesn't want to do something that'll necessarily be appealable, and he wants to arrive somewhere not too far afield from the recommendations themselves. And so, again, here's Diddy in a situation where he did a lot better than he might have. And, you know, that 3 years is going to go by in no time. And the day that he was found guilty of most of everything, it ensured that he would have a date that he would get home at some point anyway. So he will get home. He's better off than he may have been, than a lot of people would have been, even though he's not coming home today.
Serena, does he serve the full 3 years, or does he serve 85%? In other words, would he serve 2.5 years?
So there is opportunity for him to get out earlier on good behavior. And so the calculation is not exact. And time will tell whether he will be getting out with some time off from the full 3. I know it's a 4-year sentence. Obviously, the 14 months counts. You already deduct that. I mean, that's definitely coming off because he does have credit for the time served. So already it's less than the sentence that he's getting, the 4 years. But yeah, he could very easily be walking out sooner rather than later. So the children will have their father home sooner than they expected. And as Joe mentioned before, he can be on his comeback tour, in no time.
We had a poll up. What do you think Diddy's sentence will be? So 31% said less than 5 years. They were correct. It's interesting as we're processing the sentence of 4 years, time served 3, maybe 85%, so 2.5, 3 years to serve behind bars. I wonder if he's actually going to now have to serve it at the MDC because it's it's a lesser sentence than we were anticipating. I will say the court imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the costs of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in the order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and a special assessment of $200. Sierra, I go to you. This is interesting because I also wonder what the reaction is going to be outside that courthouse in a few minutes. What we're going to hear from the attorneys, what we're going to hear from supporters of Sean Combs, what we might be hearing from potential victims or people who are there opposed to Sean Combs. Are you seeing anything outside since the sentence has been read?
You know what's interesting, Jesse? After the verdict came down, you could feel it in the air. It was, intense. You could actually feel the emotion. Now that the sentence has been handed down, it seems to me like no one around us actually knows that it was handed down. I mean, it did just happen. We're probably one of the first ones to report it at all, but there's been no commotion. There's been no cheering. There's been no free Diddy, in support of Diddy. There's been no opposition to Diddy. That has been pretty interesting to me overall. I mean, as far as what we're going to hear from the attorneys, I said this about the verdict, and I'm going to say it about this too. I think it's a win for P. Diddy. I mean, the fact that he was up against this RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy, had he been convicted of that, he could have faced essentially the rest of his life behind bars. Now he had pretty much the lowest charge that he was convicted of, this transportation to engage in prostitution. And now, based on what Serena is saying with the 4 years, and maybe he could serve less based on, good behavior, etc., I'm going to say that's a huge win for Diddy, especially when his life was in the balance. And I wonder if that's what we're going to hear. I wonder if prosecutors are going to say, we asked for the 11 years. The judge says it was warranted, and yet we didn't get the 11 years. And I wonder if the defense is going to say, it's still too much. It's far too long. Get him out with his children. We're going to appeal. I mean, so there's still a lot ahead.
Well, first of all, the judge said this is, quote, hard time, but also indicated that he's going to have a life after prison. He'll be 59, 60 years old, potentially, probably 59 years old. The judge says, I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say, we heard you. You weren't just speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma, but you've taught us you don't have to stay a victim. Now, Serena, that is important. That's an important statement from the judge here, because there are those who will look at this and say, this is not enough time, that this doesn't recognize what the victims went through in a case like this, particularly Cassie, when we talk about the video that was shown. It's felt very deliberate on the part of the judge. But to be clear, the prosecution doesn't have grounds to appeal this. Oh, the judge said 11 years, gave 4. They can't fight this, right?
Correct. They can't. And I agree with you that it does seem like the judge was issuing a little bit of an apology to the women, to Cassie, to the victims for this sentence, which is an interesting point. I mean, the judge obviously knows that unlike most cases, this will be publicized one way or another. People will have very strong opinions about the fact that a 4-year sentence really calculates to basically like 2.5 more years in prison for Diddy, which does feel probably to the victims a little bit like a slap on the wrist. So I do think that that statement was necessary from the judge. I don't know that it's going to fix the feelings that Cassie and others may be feeling right now.
Joe, we have a question from Jane Elaine. The judge specifically mentioned that he exploited women, but that wasn't the charge. So does he have grounds to appeal and get the sentence overturned?
No, I don't think that he will. Again, there's a lot of crossover in terms of some of the things that occurred. It is, there's an argument. This is a form of exploitation, transferring somebody across state lines, transporting them for purposes of prostitution. So I don't think that there would be grounds just because of the words that he used in this context. And again, there's a lot of gray area here in terms of the crossover between the crimes. There are some larger statements to be made. Not every statement that he made is within the confines of the trial of what he was tried and convicted of. So in other words, if he was to say, for instance, Diddy, you've done some bad things. Well, yeah, he has done some bad things. And he's talking generally about the fact that he's done some things that are reprehensible, et cetera. So not every word he's going to use. I think there's an argument that he did exploit women. I think that it is a form of exploitation to transport someone across state lines, et cetera. So there's not going to be this technical violation for using that word as an example.
You think about what he's about to go through here, Serena. By all accounts, the way that he described it in his letter, today in general, it was hell. I mean, he went through a year of hell in that MDC. No, no sympathy there, but you think about what he's going to go through now, maybe potentially another 3 years of that, whether it's there or another facility. What is his life going to look like now?
Well, MDC is really a hellhole, like you mentioned. But the truth of the matter is everybody who's incarcerated there goes through that, not just Sean Diddy Combs. He does have this platform to kind of educate people now about the prison conditions and jail conditions, and that's great. But it's not like he's special. It's not like he's unique. Everybody who gets accused of a crime and detained while facing those charges has to go through that. His life is going to be not so great. I mean, if he goes upstate, it'll probably be better than it has been at MDC, to be honest with you. He'll probably have better treatment upstate than he's had at MDC. That being said, obviously he's going to be isolated. He's not going to have his freedom. He's not going to have this publicity, where he goes to court and everybody talks about him. So hopefully he'll have some time to reflect on all of this. Maybe he'll do some good back there. He'll help some fellow inmates, entertain them or whatever else it is. And then when he comes out, hopefully he'll be changed. But it does seem like quite a short period of time for him to be able to change behind the bars back there.
Judge Arun Subramanian just said this to Sean Combs, that he's likely in a dark place right now, but, quote, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. These letters, all those letters that I saw, show that you have a universe of people who love you. Let them lift you up now, just like you've lifted them up for so many years. Sierra, this is from a human point of view. I have to tell you, from a legal point of view, I'll tell you, Judge Arun Subramanian, throughout the course of this trial, I was very impressed with his rulings. I was very impressed with his demeanor, how he handled such a high-profile case with difficult subject matter. And to take the time to address both Sean Combs and to address the victims in this case in a very particular way, it says a lot about this judge. And I have to just tell you, from a personal point of view, I was very impressed with the way that he handled it. What's your take on this?
It's interesting that you bring that up, Jesse, because today, being back here in the Southern District of New York, I'm kind of going back in my mind and reviewing the case as a whole. I mean, I know I covered it every day. You did, Elizabeth did. So we all were kind of immersed in all of this. And I was thinking about how Judge Arun Subramanian really had the weight of the world on his shoulders today when it comes to the sentencing in terms of how much is at stake. And I was thinking back to all the rulings that he had previously made, and I felt that he was very diplomatic. I mean, I didn't personally see any sort of wild favoritism for one side or another. I thought that it was interesting today that he ruled that the victims were victims, that he was going to take into consideration
He got 4 years. Excuse me, I have so sick. And just know what I know about people who go up, up the way. I'm laying down. I know they have like time cuts and all that kind of stuff. So he got like 50 months. So it's like 4 months, 4 years, 2 months. He's already done 14 months. Have to do 85% of the time. Then I wonder how much probation would be along with that. Or does that tie in? Because I don't know. I probably have to actually see it. But we know he's going up the way. But I'm just going to say this. I didn't think nothing he did was worth 20 years in prison. Hell, not even 5 years. I don't. That he was convicted of? No. And what Judge Mathis said, he would have probably gave him I think he said 3 to 5 or 2 to 5, somewhere like that. So if you got to do 85% of the time, he get time cuts. What's the girl? What's her name? Brittany? No, British. How much time she get? Look like she went after Christmas and she already out. I don't know. Maybe it's the Christmas before. Shit, I don't know. But what I'm saying is hers is fraud and everything. I don't know, but this has been a long day and I don't feel good. So I was going to try to come back tonight and talk about Cardi and Nicki Minaj. I don't feel good. So there you have it. We got Diddy all wrapped up. Took him 7 hours. So, it is what it is. Bad boy. All right, y'all have a great evening. Hopefully I feel better. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.